Ziqing attended a wedding, got drunk, and met a wolf. A wild night, and ended up getting pregnant. Chapter 1, Running into a Wolf at the Wedding. Morning. Ziqing's eyelids fluttered. As she woke up, the first sensation she felt was a dull ache all over her body. Her instincts kicked and she looked down. She wasn't wearing a single thread, not even her underwear. She scanned the room. From what she could tell, she was alone. But the red stains on the bed sheets, and the scattered, mingled clothes of a man and woman on the floor, made it abundantly clear what had happened the night before. What the hell? She was just a bridesmaid. How did she end up losing her virginity? Her breathing became rapid. She bolted upright in bed, cold sweat breaking out down her back. With shaky hands, she grabbed her phone from the nightstand and called her best friend, Chen Yuan. You were so drunk last night you couldn't tell east from west. I had no choice but to bring you to the suite 8802 that Shenye had prepared in advance. What's wrong? Was there anyone else in the room with me? Who else could be there? Just you. I've got something to do right now, talk later. Her hand holding the phone dropped slowly. Ziqing closed her eyes, her mind a complete mess, pounding with confusion. Prepare some clothes. Send them to suite 8804, a deep voice came from the direction of the bathroom door. Someone else was in the room. Her heart skipped a beat. Ziqing snapped her head up. There was a man leaning casually against the bathroom door frame, his toned body wrapped in a white bathrobe. Her eyes widened in disbelief, stunned and unsettled. Why are you here? Wasn't he one of the groomsmen at yesterday's wedding? But Chen Yuan said she was alone in the room. So why was he here? Shen Xiaoting appeared utterly indifferent. Her stunned expression didn't escape his eyes. With a cold smirk, he said, You act so well, you could go win an award for it. She frowned. What are you implying? Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes, scanning her from head to toe. His gaze turned icy, and he slowly dragged out his words. First, you grabbed my attention. Then, you snuck into my room while I was drunk. I'll give it to you, your setup was flawless. Ziqing fought to suppress her rising fury, her face darkening. You sure you're not delusional? Maybe you should see a doctor. His eyes glinted with something dangerous, calculated and cold. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his long legs, and lit a cigarette. You gave something. So naturally, you should receive something in return. Tell me, what is it you want? You're seriously deranged. The drifting smoke made Ziqing cough softly. She pulled the blanket tightly around herself and asked coldly, What's your room number? Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes and reclined a little, watching her casually. 8804. What was she up to now? He was mildly intrigued. Without even looking at him, Ziqing picked up the hotel's front desk phone, dialed, and put it on speaker. Her heart was racing. Hi, can you please tell me my room number? There was a short pause before a sweet voice came through the speaker. Good morning, dear guest. Your room number is 8802. 8802. Shen Xiaoting's brow twitched. His body tensed only slightly, but it was there. A subtle reaction, gone in a flash. In his heart, however, he cursed, Damn you, Ziqing you. Now that she had confirmation, Ziqing felt her anxiety lift. Her tone hardened. So what now, Mr. Shen? Care to explain all that talk about flawless acting, your so-called elaborate setup, and the idea of payback? Don't you think you're being ridiculous? With her confidence back, her demeanor changed entirely. The nervous girl from before had transformed into someone sharp and forceful. Shouldn't you avoid making baseless accusations before getting the full picture? If anyone's the victim here, it's me. And based on everything you just said, don't you think you owe me an apology, Mr. Shen? She stood tall and looked him directly in the eye. His facial features were sharp and angular, his jawline as defined as if it were chiseled from stone. Sexy, undeniably, but his eyes were deep and dangerous like a predator's, making it hard to stay calm. Still, she had to clear her name and protect her dignity. If he didn't apologize, she wasn't going to let this go. As her inner battle raged, a low voice interrupted her thoughts. Sorry. What? He apologized so quickly that Ziqing was caught off guard. She stared at him in a daze. Snuffing out his cigarette in the ashtray, Shen Xiaoting casually rubbed his temple. Sorry. I drank too much last night and walked into the wrong room. Ziqing had been all set for war. But now that he had apologized, pushing further would make her look unreasonable. She was a logical person, she responded better to softness than aggression. Besides, she didn't want to blow this up. It was Shenhui's wedding, after all. Stirring up trouble would reflect badly on her. With nothing more to say, she simply remained silent. After all, what had happened couldn't be undone. Right now, she just wanted to leave. Grabbing her underwear, she burrowed under the blanket and began to change with rustling movements. Ziqing's gaze lingered on the squirming blanket. His brows lifted, and a faint smile curved his lips. "Miss, what do you do for a living?" The blanket stilled. Her muffled voice came through the covers. "I'm a teacher." "I see. That explains why you sounded so righteous and self-assured when you called the front desk very teacher-like." His gaze remained fixed on the blanket. Inside, Ziqing felt thoroughly exposed, and she quickly hurried her dressing. When she finally emerged, her cheeks were flushed, and fine sweat dotted her forehead. The moment her feet touched the floor, her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed. She caught herself on the bed just in time. As her eyes fell on the red stain on the sheet, she froze. Her heart ached. The stark red against the white was blinding. Following her gaze, Ziqing also saw the blood. His expression remained indifferent, lazy, even. "Since it was my mistake, I'll compensate you. Name your price." "Oh." He paused and studied her before adding, "If it's about restoring your hymen, that can also be arranged." Ziqing's chest heaved with fury. Gritting her teeth, she spat out 2 words, "You pervert." Then she turned and marched toward the door. But just as she reached it, Ziqing strode over and grabbed her wrist from behind. "What now?" she snapped, glaring at him. "Take the morning after pill." A man in a sharp suit knocked on the door. With permission, he entered, eyes straight ahead. "President Shen, here are your clothes. And the emergency contraceptive." A night of chaos between 2 strangers. Of course she had to take the pill. Even if he didn't arrange it, she would have bought it herself afterward. Since he'd already gotten it, there was no need for her to go out of her way. After taking the pill, Ziqing started walking toward the door. She paused before leaving, turned around, and gave him a mocking smile. "Is Shenhui's charm on par with Andy Lau? Or is it as irresistible as cold, hard cash?" "Yes, you're attractive, but don't you think you're a little too full of yourself?" Shenhui's slender fingers, mid-buttoning his shirt, froze. For the first time in his life, he was truly stunned. A few seconds later, his eyes darkened. He buttoned his shirt with practiced grace, elegant, composed. The inky fabric slid over his skin like water, rich and dangerously alluring. Chapter 2, The Mischievous Male Student. Stepping out of the hotel, Ziqing wrapped her scarf tightly around herself and let out a long breath of white mist. What terrible luck, so unlucky she could get a tooth stuck just from drinking cold water. She had only gone to attend a friend's wedding, and yet somehow managed to lose her innocence. She attended a wedding and ran into a drunk wolf. Who could be more unfortunate than her? Another gust of icy wind blew past her face. She instinctively shrank her neck back. Today was really freezing. But no matter how much she wallowed, losing her first time was now an undeniable fact. What use was there in feeling regretful? She was 24 years old, a full-grown adult. She did just treat it as a reckless mistake and completely erase it from her memory. Looking up, her gaze inadvertently landed on a giant outdoor LED screen. "Young Master Shen, is your return to the mainland to open up a new market? Young Master Shen, your American company is booming. Why choose this time to return to the mainland? Young Master Shen, when can our magazine secure an exclusive interview with you?" A swarm of reporters held up their cameras, surrounding the man in the center, all eager for a response. The man said nothing. His handsome face bore a faint, distant smile. He merely nodded politely at the crowd in greeting. Arrogant, indifferent, graceful, yet not the least bit impolite. Heh, it was that wolf. Her eyes filled with mockery. Ziqing lowered her head and turned to leave. Behind her, a crowd of women young and old alike had gathered, all infatuated, their faces filled with admiration. It was half an hour later when she finally arrived home. The moment she stepped into the living room, the rich aroma of tea greeted her. Gui Yanfang saw her daughter and waved cheerfully. Ziqing, come have some tea. Ziqing hid all her thoughts behind a calm smile and walked over like nothing had happened. What kind of tea is it? Well, your dad and I went to Dali in Yunnan, and the most famous tea there is pu'er. We brought some back, it's really expensive. Yi Jinlin chuckled, what's a little expense? The key is to drink good tea. That's what real enjoyment is. You're too soft-hearted. Yi Ziqing smiled gently. The three of them sat around the table, sipping tea as her parents shared interesting stories from their trip to Delhi. Pu'er tea is naturally strong and bold in flavor. Since her father liked strong tea, he had steeped it extra strong bitter, but with a unique taste. She drank for big cups in a row. When she looked at the time, she immediately put down her cup and rushed into her room. What's wrong? Gui Yanfang asked, confused. I have to work this afternoon. I'm almost late. As she spoke, Yi Ziqing shoved a new pair of gloves into her handbag and dashed out the door. She reached the school office at 2:30 p.m. 10 minutes before class and breathed a sigh of relief. She worked at number 1 high school in S City, the best high school in the area. Every year, countless students fought hard to get in. Because the school was prestigious, the benefits and pay were excellent, but the rules were also very strict. She taught Chinese to class 4 and 5 of grade 12, and she was also the homeroom teacher for class 5. Please turn to page 85 in your textbooks. Today, we'll be analyzing a classical poem. I'll read it aloud first. Look at the annotated explanations below as I go. Standing at the podium, Yi Ziqing cleared her throat and gently began. Guan Guan cries the osprey, on the sandbars of the river. Graceful teacher, the student seeks to woo her. A bright, melodic male voice suddenly cut in, interrupting her. The entire class erupted in laughter. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Shenlianjue was lazily leaning on his desk. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making him squint his attractive eyes. He recited slowly, word by word. Guan Guan cries the osprey, on the sandbars of the river. Graceful teacher, the student seeks to woo her. The classroom laughter grew louder. Yi Ziqing couldn't hold back a helpless smile on her fair face and called out. Shenlianjue. Yes, teacher? What's the matter? He responded with a grin, eyes narrowed. She walked over and stopped beside him, giving his ear a playful pinch. Come to my office after class. In the office? Yi Ziqing sighed in exasperation. Shenlianjue, can you please stop messing around during class? Teacher, I think I've been quite well behaved, Shenlianjue said with a cheerful smile, raising his eyebrows. My life is too boring, I need some fun. Besides, where's the Christmas gift you promised me, teacher? You sure remember that clearly. I've already prepared it, but on one condition. What condition? Yi Ziqing sat down at her desk. I've been the homeroom teacher of class 5 for a year now, and every time there's a parent-teacher meeting, I never see your family. Tomorrow's meeting is very important, they must come. I repeat, must. She emphasized the word must several times. Shenlianjue leaned against her desk, rubbing his nose. Teacher, that might be difficult. Well then, forget it. Go back to class. No Christmas present either. With that, she picked up her pen and started preparing her lesson. All right. I promise. Now, about that gift, Shenlianjue gave in. Yi Ziqing smiled in satisfaction and took out a pair of white knitted gloves from her bag. Here, Merry Christmas. He took the gloves and examined them with a slight frown. Noticing his dissatisfaction, she reached out her hand. Don't want them. Give them back. I stayed up 2 nights knitting them. At that, the boy's smile widened. He stepped forward. Although she was the teacher, she barely reached his chin. Bending down, Shenlianjue suddenly grabbed her hand hanging at her side. Before she could react, his warm, soft lips landed on her palm, hot and ticklish. That's my return gift to you, teacher. Like a French gentleman, Shenlianjue released her hand and walked out of the office with a bright expression. Only after his figure disappeared did Yi Ziqing snap out of it. The sensation in her palm still lingered. Thank goodness there were no other teachers around, or else. Still just a senior in high school, and already pulling moves like that. Such a little devil. Staring at the gloves in his hands, Shenlianjue rounded the corner and pulled out his phone, speaking with joy in his voice. Mr. Chen, it's me. Have grandpa or madam come to the school tomorrow. Second young master, the master and madam are both away. Is T my brother back from the US? Have him come, then. And give him a message if he doesn't show, I'll stir up a storm and go full emo. Chapter 3, a narrow encounter with that man again. Early morning. Because she needed to prepare for the upcoming parent-teacher meeting, Ziqing got up at 6. It was the middle of winter, still pitch dark outside. Through their window, she could vaguely see tree branches swaying in the cold wind, a sure sign that the weather was about to change. In just a couple of days, it would be Christmas, yet no snow had fallen this year. It really might snow soon, she thought, standing by the window with a cup of warm water in her hands. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. Shuqianari stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and heavily made up. Ziqing's brows furrowed. She lowered her voice, "Sister-in-law, why did you drink so much again? Did you go gambling?" Upon hearing this, Shuqianari suddenly lifted her head. "Who said I lost again? Who dare say that? I just had bad luck, that's all. I'll turn things around in a few days." Ziqing didn't reply. She just gave her a few looks, grabbed her scarf and bag, and walked out of the room. At school. 10 o'clock, time for the parent-teacher meeting. The parents were already seated, except for one empty seat. Ziqing bit her lip slightly. Again? Still no one here for Shenlianjue? She was about to go look for him when, upon turning around, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why is it him? Shen Xiaoting wore a white shirt with a camel-colored coat draped over his arm. He seemed to have arrived in a hurry, yet carried an air of effortless grace. His deep, unreadable gaze swept over her, momentarily surprised before quickly becoming unreadable again so quickly it was hard to catch. He walked past her with barely a glance, treating her like a stranger. Ziqing's heart was still pounding uncontrollably. Even the class roster in her hand trembled slightly. How could he possibly be Shenlianjue's family? The saying proved true, enemies are bound to cross paths. But in a world neither too big nor too small, why did it have to happen again so easily? Swallowing the lump in her throat, which felt like a fishbone stuck deep inside, she took a deep breath to steady herself. Most of the attendees were women, so Shen Xiaoting's presence was like a splash of green in a sea of flowers. Add to that his godlike facial features and noble, elegant air, and it was no surprise that the mothers nearby couldn't help pulling out their phones to secretly snap photos. Some had already posted pictures of him on Weibo. Shen Xiaoting frowned slightly, clearly annoyed by the attention, though he didn't show it overtly. His gaze casually fell on Ziqing. His lips parted slightly and his voice was low and magnetic. "Miss Yi, has the meeting not started yet?" Ziqing trembled slightly, feeling completely unsettled in his presence. Still, she straightened her back and forced herself to ignore the tall, striking figure beside her. In her usual calm classroom tone, she began. "Apologies for taking up your valuable time. The purpose of this parent-teacher meeting is to report on the students' academic performance over the past year and their overall behavior in school. When I call out a name, please respond." She started by calling the parents of the top 10 students, all of whom had excellent grades and stellar conduct. Her voice was steady and slow, with a slight hoarseness, likely from a cold, yet somehow it only made her sound more pleasant. As she talked about the students, her eyes lit up, her face full of enthusiasm. Shen Xiaoting raised his brows slightly and squinted at her, studying her closely. Her long, dark hair fell loosely around her shoulders. Her eyes were large and round, gleaming like obsidian. A petite, delicate nose. Lips naturally red without makeup. Her pale cheeks glowed like jade. Wearing a bright red down coat, her skin looked even more fair and rosy by contrast. She wore no makeup, yet her refined features were clean and delicate, pleasant to look at. Even though she tried her best to focus, Ziqing could still feel his gaze sweeping over her like a silent pressure. She took another deep breath, mentally telling herself to stay calm. Then, with a composed tone, she asked, "You're Shenlianjue's guardian?" Shen Xiaoting leaned back casually and gave a simple, deep reply, "Yes." That rich, magnetic voice once again drew all the surrounding women's eyes to him, all staring with unabashed admiration. "He's my student's guardian now," Ziqing reminded herself firmly. "Not the man from that night." She raised her head, calm and composed. "Do you know Shenlianjue's academic ranking?" Shen Xiaoting remained in his relaxed posture, his perfectly chiseled profile even more pronounced as he tilted his head slightly, giving off the impression of someone genuinely listening. He consistently ranks second to last in every exam. Without exception. I hope you can take a more active role in his education, Mr. Shin. Most parents would feel embarrassed, even humiliated, to hear this said in public. But he didn't bat an eye. Calm and poised, he asked casually, "How many seniors are there in the school?" Ziqing answered truthfully, 2,900. He casually tapped his sleeve and pointed at his chin thoughtfully. So there's still one person behind him. Ranked 2,899. That's not too bad. Ziqing was stunned by his unexpected answer. When she recovered, she couldn't help mocking him silently. The mindset of the rich is truly beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Even if their child forever ranks last, they still have no fear of the future. "Mr. Shin, you certainly have a unique perspective." "Average," he replied, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, eyes narrowed as he looked at her. Their eyes met. Ziqing's heart skipped again. She quickly averted her gaze. The parent-teacher meeting quickly came to an end. As soon as it was over, Xiaoting pushed his chair back and strode out. Shin Lianjue was already waiting outside. "Big brother." "Millimeter." Xiaoting nodded, then added after a pause. "So this is how you perform on exams." Shin Lianjue cleared his throat and grinned mischievously. "Big bro, you know how department stores always price things ending in 9. That's because it gives the illusion of a bargain. Just think about it, 2,900 versus 2,899, which sounds more impressive. You think you're a product on sale at a department store?" Xiaoting gave him a cold side glance. "Try scoring 2,899 again and see what happens." "When did Big Bro start caring about my rankings?" Shin Lianjue shrugged. "Alright, I won. Score 2,899 next time. I'll go for 2,898. That sounds even better. If you don't make it into the top 1,000 next time," Xiaoting said coolly, "I'm cutting off all your expenses." Shin Lianjue raised his shoulders helplessly. "Alright, but if that's the case, you'll have to promise me something in return." "What condition?" By the time all the parents had left, it was already noon lunchtime. Ziqing stretched and stepped out of the school gate, planning to grab a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. But just then, a black Bentley pulled up and blocked her path, coming to a halt right next to her. Chapter 4. Someone must have you. Forced, Ziqing stepped back several steps. With the car window rolled down, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How could it be him again? Xiaoting glanced at her twice, and then his eyes fell on Shin Lianjue beside him. He moved his thin lips and said 2 words lightly, "Get out of the car." The car door opened, Shin Lianjue got out, with a smile on his face, and acted like a gentleman to her. "Teacher, get in the car, my elder brother has something to talk to you about." What could he and she talk about? Ziqing's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the man in the car and asked warily, "What's the matter?" Shin Lianjue smiled awkwardly and coughed lightly, "It's about my studies." It seemed that she was too tense. Licking her lips, she said, "Since it's about study, let's go to my office. My eldest brother's identity is quite special. There might be reporters coming here by now, so we should find a quiet place." While they were still talking, the principal had heard the news and rushed over with a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Shin, why didn't you say hello when you came? I'll go and greet him too." Xiaoting's Adam's apple moved, and he nodded calmly. "I came here today just to hold a parent-teacher meeting for Lianju. How can I disturb the principal?" No, Mr. Shin, you are too kind." The principal rubbed his hands awkwardly. Only then did he notice Ziqing standing beside him and asked in surprise, "Teacher Yi." "Principal." She nodded and greeted him. She didn't expect that the principal would notice her. "I want to talk to Teacher Yi about Lianju's studies." Xiaoting continued. "Of course." The principal's eyes narrowed with laughter, and he said to Ziqing, "Teacher Yi, you don't have to go back to school this afternoon. Have a good talk with Mr. Shin, and it's best to make a targeted study plan. Don't let Mr. Shin worry. Even if you want to curry favor, there's no need to curry favor to this extent, right?" The principal was now like a father who sold his daughter for fame. Ziqing thought to herself, but still wanted to refuse. "But I have classes in the afternoon." Teacher Yi is really tactless. The principal is a little anxious. Even if there are 10 classes now, he has to accompany Mr. Shin first, let Teacher Chen take Teacher Yi's afternoon class. Shin Lianjue raised his eyebrows at the principal. Thank you, old principal. Teacher Yi will take it away. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Yi Ziqing to say anything, Shin Lianjue opened the back seat door, held her shoulders, and stuffed her in, then sat in the passenger seat. Brother, where are you going? Shin Lianjue asked, tilting his head. I'm hungry. Shin Xiaoting's voice was low and a little hoarse. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes and dozed off, his eyes vaguely sweeping over her. The sense of oppression coming from the side was so strong that Yi Ziqing frowned and felt a little uneasy, not daring to move at all. Although Shin Lianjue and the driver were still in the car, the sense of oppression did not diminish at all, but became stronger and stronger. Even if I don't move my eyes, as long as I turn them, I can still see him clearly with my peripheral vision. The car drove forward steadily on the road, and finally stopped in front of a famous Western restaurant. In the elegant and magnificent private room, each of the three people had a medium-rare steak and a bottle of red wine in front of them. The steak was ordered by Shin Lianjue. He kept asking Yi Ziqing what she wanted to eat and took out the menu for her to order. But all Yi Ziqing wanted was to leave this place as quickly as possible, so she made all kinds of excuses and refused again and again. But her refusal was of no use. Shin Lianjue still insisted on ordering a medium-rare steak, which led to the current situation. The sticky red wine slowly slid down the transparent glass, and the mellow aroma of the wine immediately spread in the private room. Shin Xiaoting's eyes fell on her, and he looked at her for a few seconds, then put down the red wine in his hand. Teacher Yi, are you sure you want to stand like this? Both of them had already sat down, and she was the only one still standing. This did seem a bit awkward, so Yi Ziqing had no choice but to sit down awkwardly. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the sound of steak being cut. Yi Ziqing pinched her fingers and broke the suffocating silence. Mr. Shin, do you want to talk to me about Shin Lianjue's studies? When he heard about himself, Shin Lianjue didn't even bother to drink the red wine in his glass and made an excuse. I'm going to the bathroom. When leaving the private room, she even deliberately winked at Shin Xiaoting. Shin Xiaoting was cutting steak elegantly. Hearing this, his eyes fell on her. Teacher Yi, what do you think of hiring a tutor? Seeing his businesslike manner, Yi Ziqing let go of her guard and agreed, I think this is a good idea. Then, it was his voice, it seems that Teacher Yi has agreed to be Lianjue's tutor. Hearing this, Yi Ziqing couldn't help but widen her eyes and sat up straight. When did I agree? Putting down the knife and fork in his hand, Shin Xiaoting picked up the red wine and sipped it gently. What is Mr. Yi's answer now? Sorry, I don't have time. Yi Ziqing refused without thinking. It won't take Teacher Yi too much time, just 2 hours a day. Mr. Shin, it's not a question of how long it will take, but I really don't have time. She mustered up the courage to look him straight in the eye. However, Shin Xiaoting seemed not to have heard her words. He just moved his thin lips and said, double the salary. Yi Ziqing's voice was a little cold. It's not a matter of money, Mr. Shin should find someone else. She had completely wanted to erase all memories of that night, so she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Because, as soon as I see him, the memories of that night will come flooding back like a tide. Gently swirling the red wine in the glass, compared to her excitement, he looked calm and comfortable. Teacher Yi, what do you think about me discussing this matter with the principal of your school? There was undoubtedly a hint of threat in this sentence. Based on the principal's performance just now, she was 100% sure that the principal would definitely hand her over to him. The anger in his heart was finally aroused. Yi Ziqing's chest rose and fell slightly, and he stood up from his seat. Why do you have to have me? There were countless people who wanted to be a tutor, so why did he threaten her like this? What was his intention? Teacher Yi misunderstood. Shin Xiaoting's eyes were stained with a faint smile, and he laughed softly. It's not that I must have you, but someone must have you. Yi Ziqing was stunned, staring at him intently, and uttered 3 words, Shin Lianjue. Yeah. Shin Xiaoting responded lazily. It turned out that she was overthinking. Embarrassment rose from the bottom of her heart. Yi Ziqing's face turned red involuntarily. She took a deep breath and apologized. I'm sorry, I was excited just now. Chapter 5 What is going on? He looked up and asked again, what is Mr. Yi's answer? I still refuse. Looking directly at him, she answered word by word. His eyes narrowed slowly, and Shin Xiaoting stared at her straightly without saying a word, just like that, as if he wanted to see through her alive. After not hearing his voice for a long while, Ziqing looked up in surprise, and instantly fell into his deep and unfathomable eyes, her heart beating wildly and disorderly. A silent atmosphere flowed between the two of them. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoting spoke, his low voice carrying an unquestionable certainty. Teacher Yi's refusal is related to that night. Her face changed color in an instant. Ziqing was a little afraid of the man in front of her. He was like an elegant cheater, seemingly casual, but one move was fatal. But this was an undeniable fact, and she did not back down, but nodded. I have something to say about that night. Shen Xiaoting glared at her. I did ask Teacher Yi to repair my hymen out of good intentions, but Teacher Yi obviously misunderstood. All the blood in the body rushed to the top of the head at once. Ziqing gritted her teeth and whispered, I hope Mr. Shen will completely forget about that matter. Whether it was out of good intentions or something else. I have forgotten that I only care about Teacher Yi, that's all. His eyes were sharp as arrows, observing her expression the whole time. She lowered her eyes to avoid his penetrating eyes and retorted, No. Since you don't have any, why not be a tutor? Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows and pressed on step by step. The rare irritability were finally successfully aroused by him. She stood up and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, No. No. I just won't do it. Mr. Shen, do you understand? Her cheeks were rosy, and her big eyes were clean, black and bright. Shen Xiaoting seemed to be attracted by her gaze. The light in his eyes flickered, and his thin lips were slightly raised, reminding her lightly, Teacher Yi seems to be excited again. I am just excited, so what? Anyway, I won't be a tutor. I have classes in the afternoon, so please do as you please, Mr. Shen. After she finished speaking, Ziqing picked up her bag and walked out of the private room. After she took 2 steps, the door of the private room was pushed open and Shen Lianjue walked in. Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows, his eyes fell on Shen Lianjue, his lips moved, and he said, Since Teacher Yi doesn't agree, it's better not to force it too much. By the way, let driver Liu take Teacher Yi back to school. However, Shen Lianjue frowned fiercely and stared at Ziqing. Why don't you agree? I still have a lot of things to do and don't have time to be a tutor. Ziqing looked at Shen Lianjue apologetically. Then, she walked around Shen Lianjue and left the Western restaurant. Shen Xiaoting stood up and walked out, but saw Shen Lianjue still standing there without moving. He raised his eyebrows, not leaving. Brother, do you believe that I have a way to make her agree? Coming back to his senses, Shen Lianjue smiled brightly. I also have a lot of things to do and don't have time to go to school. Obviously, Shen Xiaoting was not very interested in his words. He looked down at the time and got into the black Bentley. Ziqing returned to school, but as soon as she arrived at the office, she was called away by the principal. All the questions the principal asked were meaningless. Just what happened to Mr. Shen, what happened, and what happened? Sitting there, Ziqing responded casually while feeling drowsy, and her stomach almost growled loudly. I didn't have the duck blood vermicelli for lunch, so I'm still hungry now. When she finally left, the principal told her again and again to make sure that second young Master Shen focused on his studies. Ziqing was somewhat surprised by the extent of his flattery and felt that this man was hopeless. But in the following days of classes, she noticed that the window seat in the last row was always empty. That was Shen Lianjue's seat. She called, and every time the sweet female voice reminded her that the other party was on the phone and asked her to call again later. If it happens occasionally or once or twice during a call, it would be normal, but if it happens every time, it means there is a problem and Shen Lianjue is doing it on purpose. He is already an adult of 20 years old, but when he gets angry he acts like a childish child. She knew why he was like this. It was simply because she did not agree to be his tutor. With a helpless sigh, Ziqing took out the student list and began to look for the home address filled in by Shen Lianjue. The year-end exam will be in 2 days, and he must come to school to take the final exam. After writing down her home address on her phone, she hailed a taxi and said to the driver, Go to Yangguang Liyuan Community. The taxi driver looked at her twice and said with a smile, Where do you live, miss? I heard that the housing prices there are very expensive. No, I just went there to find someone. She had also heard that the housing prices in Yangguang Liyuan Community were very high, but she had never been there. Today was her first time there. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the community. The air is really good and the environment is well built. When walking in the community, you can smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Following the address, Ziqing went up to the third building and stopped in front of the door of the room. What surprised her was that the door of the room was not locked and left a gap. After checking the address back and forth several times, she reached out, pushed open the door and walked in. But after taking a few steps forward, Ziqing stood there like a sculpture, as if her feet were nailed down, and those ambiguous voices came clearly into her ears. The woman's voice was free and charming, and when mixed with the man's, it made people's skin stand on end. I also know what is going on in the room at this moment. It must be doing that kind of thing. Suddenly, all the blood in the body gathered at the top of the head. Ziqing's lips became very dry, and her cheeks were flushed bright red, as if they were about to drip blood. What is this? When she came to her senses, she was extremely at a loss. She didn't even know what to do with her hands and feet. Her mind was blank. Her only thought was to leave here quickly. However, when she turned around, she didn't pay attention to her feet. She heard a loud thump, and the trash can fell to the ground. Ziqing's face changed drastically, and he was petrified on the spot. At this moment, Shen Lianjue's voice suddenly rang out, "Brother, is there something making a noise? If you can't keep quiet, get out of here." The voice that followed was low and deep. Chapter 6: Two people who suddenly clash. Hearing this, Ziqing suddenly pulled back her frozen thoughts. She felt something was wrong, as if they were not doing that kind of thing inside. Out of confusion and curiosity, she walked around the entrance and tiptoed forward. As soon as I stepped into the living room, the huge LCD screen on the opposite wall came into my sight vividly and clearly. Ziqing lowered her eyes with a blushing face and her heartbeat was beating fast. Only then did she notice the two people on the sofa. Shen Lianjue stared at the screen intently, while expressing his own opinions. "Brother, don't you think this woman's screams are a little too seductive? Also, look at her breasts shaking, they must have been plastic surgery, and her legs are straight and long." Shen Xiaoting had obviously just taken a shower, his hair was not dry yet, and he was wearing a comfortable and casual home clothes, which made him look tall and straight, very elegant. There was a stack of documents in front of him, and he was reviewing them. Keenly aware of that gaze, he paused the pen on his fingertips, raised his head, and his deep eyes met Ziqing. Without a trace of surprise or embarrassment, he looked at her with raised eyebrows, pulled his thin lips and said, "Teacher Yi." Shen Lianjue, who was still staring at the screen intently, turned his head reflexively when he heard the three words, "Teacher Yi." Then, Junyi's face turned red in an instant, and he cursed secretly. His slender body jumped up from the sofa at once, and he tried to cover the screen in a panic. But when he found it impossible, he stepped forward quickly and covered Ziqing's eyes with both hands, tightly without leaving a trace of gap. After doing all this, he quickly looked at his eldest brother and shouted in embarrassment, "Brother, hurry up." Compared to his embarrassment, Shen Xiaoting was contented. He leaned over, hooked his slender arm over the remote control on the marble coffee table, and turned off the screen. After the surroundings became completely quiet, Shen Lianjue coughed twice and let go of his hand. "I'll go make coffee first." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, without waiting for Ziqing to speak. Seeing this, Ziqing had to swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue, sat on the sofa, and looked around. The room was large and luxurious, with very simple colors, only black and white. It was only then that she realized that she could see the sea while sitting here. While she was still in shock, Shen Xiaoting's low voice reached her ears. "Why did Teacher Yi find this place?" "This is the address Shen Lianjue wrote in the home address column." Ziqing answered truthfully. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Shen Lianjue, who was walking over with a cup of coffee. Shen Lianjue couldn't help but shiver under that cold gaze. His elder brother must have known that he wrote the address here, not the address at home. Ziqing didn't drink the coffee. She just looked at Shen Lianjue and said, "The final exam will be in 2 days. What are you going to do?" Shen Lianjue's answer was unusually smooth and natural, and he used her previous words to interrupt her. "I still have some things to do and don't have time to go to school." Shen Lianjue. Ziqing was angry and yelled at his full name. "Anyway, if the teacher doesn't agree to tutor me, I will definitely not go back to school to take the final exam. The teacher knows that I always keep my word." Ziqing has been teaching him for a year, so she naturally knows what kind of person he is. In fact, coming here today means that she has compromised. "Well, let's talk about what happened just now." She changed the subject. "You are already a 20-year-old adult. It is normal to feel curious and impulsive about that kind of thing. It's not that you are not allowed to watch those movies, but you must have the right concept when watching them. Ziqing had never discussed such a topic with a boy before, and although she pretended to be calm, her cheeks still turned red. Shen Lianjue's embarrassment disappeared at this moment, and he smiled and nodded. Shen Xiaoting, who was quietly reviewing documents nearby, heard such talk. His eyes briefly glanced at the face that was blushing with shyness but serious, and his thin lips curled up playfully. Did she really think that boy was an innocent brat? He must have watched dozens of such films, and even had some practical experience. And Mr. Shen? Ziqing turned her gaze and looked at him. As a parent, do you indulge him like this? This criticism and education seemed to have fallen on him. Shen Xiaoting looked up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and leaned casually on the sofa, feeling very lazy. Didn't Teacher Yi just say that it is normal for him to feel curious and impulsive about certain things? I have no reason to stop him from watching the movie, right? Being blocked for a moment, she took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. That should also provide him with the correct concept, right? She thought she was not someone who got angry easily, but he could easily provoke her anger with just a few words. Shen Xiaoting gently kneaded her forehead with his slender fingers, staring at her without blinking, frowning, and asked seriously, what is the correct concept? What is the best position? Hearing this, Ziqing's eyes widened, and her heart was filled with anger. Her chest kept rising up and down, and even the fine blood vessels could be seen. She gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Shen. He is simply making unreasonable arguments, unreasonable. Shen Xiaoting raised her eyebrows a little more. The temperature in the room was not low. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her light yellow down jacket made her skin look even more smooth and fair. The absurdity of that night suddenly came to my mind. His eyes darkened instantly, his thin lips moved, and low words flowed out again. How should a man make a woman happy? Or in what way? Outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. In front of Shen Lianjue, is this what he should say as a big brother? Isn't he afraid of leading Shen Lianjue astray? Ziqing gritted her teeth again. Mr. Shen, is this how you were educated? She totally didn't understand what others said, and even distorted their meaning. She was so angry that she almost jumped up. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoting smiled indifferently. It seems that this is just the education that Teacher Yi received. Has no one ever told Teacher Yi that you should ring the doorbell before entering someone else's house? Ziqing was so angry that he was speechless. The two hands hanging at his sides slowly tightened, and he glared at him fiercely. Still as elegant as ever, he raised his eyes and glanced at her calmly, even signing his name in a flamboyant manner. The air in the room suddenly became tense, and Shen Lianjue, who was standing aside, seemed to have been forgotten by the two of them and became a transparent person. Chapter 7 There will always be strange things. Wanting to break the silence, he was about to speak when Ziqing retracted her gaze, held her breath, and spoke in an unusually calm tone, but with a hint of sarcasm. If Mr. Shen has any free time, he should pay more attention to his brother. After she finished speaking, she did not stop and walked out of the room calmly, saying to herself over and over again, be calm, be calm, be calm, there is no need to argue with him. However, at the moment when she closed the door, her temper became uncontrollable, and the force on her hands was so fierce and heavy that one could even hear a pop sound. Shen Xiaoting naturally heard the voice, his eyes raised with some playfulness, and he said to Shen Lianjue lightly, Teacher Yi seems to have a bad temper, and he gets excited easily. Shen Lianjue snorted and retorted, no way. Teacher Yi's good temper is recognized by their whole school. Really? Shen Xiaoting's attitude was casual and perfunctory, and he didn't take his words seriously. Sitting down, Shen Lianjue stretched out his hand in front of his elder brother, and said in a boastful way, Teacher Yi gave me this as a Christmas gift. She knitted it herself. Isn't she very skillful? A pair of white woolen gloves came into view. Shen Xiaoting's eyes flickered slightly, he glanced for a few seconds and then looked away, leaving a few words, it does look very ugly. It was already afternoon when he got home. When he opened the door to the living room, he saw Xu Jinai sitting on the sofa in pajamas, with her legs crossed and a pile of snacks in front of her. A financial program was being broadcast on TV. Ziqing glanced at it inadvertently, feeling a little curious. When did she become interested in finance? Isn't she only interested in beauty and fashion? Hearing the sound, Xu Jinai raised her head and waved at her excitedly, come and sit over here, let's watch together. I don't understand it and I'm not very interested in it. You should read it yourself. Ziqing put on slippers, picked up the cup of hot water, and warmed her frozen and numb hands. I only studied until the second year of high school, and didn't even make it to the end of the third year. Do you think I can understand it? Shuqian said disapprovingly, I'm reading the character introduced in this issue, Shen Xiaoting. Look, he's out. Turning around, Ziqing's eyes fell on the TV. The female host in a black suit was introducing the Shen Group with great enthusiasm. The Shen Group's annual profits and dividends, as well as the fact that it is the only group to be listed in the Fortune Global 200, are the pride of all people in S-City. The next photo released was that of Shen Xiaoting. He was wearing a black knee-length coat, smoky grey suit pants, his lips tightly pursed, and he showed no expression, but he exuded a mature and elegant aura. She's even more stylish than celebrities and models. How can she be so charming? Shuqian exclaimed, Ziqing, how do you feel? It's just so-so. Ziqing said lightly. His unreasonable look suddenly appeared in her mind. Her hand unconsciously tightened the water cup and she gritted her teeth slightly. Average, right? Your vision is really not that good. It's tens of millions times better than that of your loser brother. A grown man only earns 4,000 a month. Who will it be enough for? Shuqian snorted coldly, with a look of contempt on his face. Ziqing didn't want to argue with her. After all, she was her sister-in-law, but when she heard the word loser, she finally said sarcastically, then why don't you find another job? Two people will naturally earn more than one person. Shuqian snorted coldly, it is natural for a man to support his wife. If a man can't even support his wife, what else can he be but a coward? There was a hint of coldness between his eyebrows. Ziqing took a sip of water and retorted, 8 out of 10 men are probably losers when they meet a woman who is addicted to gambling. She never does anything serious all day and always goes out to gamble. My eldest brother's monthly salary is lost by her. She also likes shopping. Once she goes out, she will buy a lot of clothes. Besides that, she is lazy and picky about food. If it is not good, tender and fresh, she won't even touch it. What's more, he doesn't even fold his own quilt before going out in the morning, and always waits for his mother to fold it. I really don't know what exactly did Big Brother like about her at that time. She always felt that her mother and father were too indulgent, but her mother didn't want to have any conflicts with her daughter-in-law and make things awkward, so she never let her get involved. Hearing this, Shuqian was furious. The anger in her heart was aroused all of a sudden. When she was about to curse, she seemed to suddenly think of something. Her face changed, and she quickly suppressed her anger and said, Ziqing, where is our house deed? I don't know, and you'd better not think about taking the house deed. After warning her, Ziqing ignored her and walked into her room. People with different ideas cannot work together. If they didn't live under the same roof, she would never pay attention to that kind of person. What's so great about that? If you don't tell me, I won't be able to find it myself. Shuqian snorted behind her back. Thinking of the imminent matter, her face changed several times. Then, she began to search quietly in the room, and even sneaked into Gui Yanfang's room, looking everywhere. In the room. After taking a shower, Ziqing called Gui Yanfang and asked, Mom, where is our house deed? Although Shuqian had just asked casually, she still felt somewhat uneasy and concerned. I'm afraid Shuqian will have some bad ideas about the house. Gui Yanfang was still on the train at this moment. There were a lot of noises around her. After finding a quiet corner, she replied, Why are you asking this? Your father has always been the one to take care of the house deeds. I'm not sure. How about I ask your father? Does my sister-in-law know where the property title is? Even I didn't know your dad put it there, so she definitely doesn't know either. What happened? Hearing this, Ziqing felt relieved. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. You and my dad should be careful on the road, I'm hanging up. Since even her mother didn't know where the house title was, Shuqian certainly wouldn't know. In 2 days it will be December 25th, which is Christmas. After Christmas comes New Year's Day, and not long after New Year's Day comes the year-end final exams. I am always so busy at this time every day that I can't catch my breath, and this year is no exception. No, this year is busier than previous years because I have to be a tutor to Shen Lianjue every night. Thinking of all those things, Ziqing's head started to hurt a little, but fortunately, when she went to cram school these 2 days, only Shin Lianjue was there, and the two never met again. Today is December 25th, and the shops on both sides of the road have already been decorated with green Christmas trees, white snowflakes, and red Santa Claus. After taking a look at the time, Ziqing anxiously urged the taxi driver, "Master, please drive faster, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 8 What Did I Do Wrong? She had a class at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but she was in too much of a hurry in the morning and missed 2 sets of materials. "Miss, I want to drive fast too, but today is Christmas and there is so much traffic on the road, how can I drive fast? The journey usually takes only half an hour, but today it took 50 minutes, which shows how serious the traffic jam is." Seeing that she was about to be late, Ziqing had no choice but to call Teacher Chen and ask to change the get out of class. Teacher Chen didn't ask any more questions but agreed readily. She breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Chen's class was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there was plenty of time. When she opened the door to the courtyard, she saw a large group of people standing there. She felt a little confused and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man in his 40s came over and looked at her. "Are you the former owner of this place?" Ziqing immediately grasped the key point of his words. "What do you mean by former master?" "This is easy. You were the previous owner of this house, but from today on, I am the owner here," said the middle-aged man. "What the hell are you talking about? We didn't resell this house. You must have made a mistake. Miss, take a look at this document." The middle-aged man handed over the document in his hand. Reaching out to take the document, the more Ziqing looked down, the uglier her face became, so ugly that it turned pale. She pinched the document with her fingers, as if she was going to tear it into pieces. Obviously, what the man handed her was a resale contract, which had been signed by both parties, the money had been paid, and it had also been notarized and stamped. The blood drained away from her face. Ziqing knew clearly that no matter what she said at this moment, it would be useless. At this point, the only thing we can do is accept reality. "Well, we haven't found a place to live yet. Can we give them a few days?" "The only way at this time is to delay time. One more day will allow you to think of more solutions." The middle-aged man took back the contract. "There is no other way. We have no place to live at the moment. One day, just one day, okay?" Ziqing begged, "Our things haven't been moved yet, so it's not easy for you to move, right? We have to move even if it's difficult. Are we going to sleep outdoors tonight?" "Miss, don't worry about us. Think about where to put your things. I was just about to call you, and you came back just in time." As she was talking, Ziqing saw several employees from the moving company coming out, carrying the bed in her room. Where could she find a place to put these things so suddenly? Gritting her teeth, she begged the middle-aged man, "Look, I really haven't found a place either. How about this, can you vacate a room for me to put my things in? I will definitely move out tomorrow, okay?" Seeing her appearance, the middle-aged man's expression softened a little, and he finally said, "Okay, but you must move out tomorrow." "Of course." After helping to tidy up everything in the room, it was already 3 o'clock and time for class. But Ziqing was in no mood to check the time. She casually wiped the sweat from her forehead and dialed Xu Qianai's cell phone. The anger in her heart surged like a huge wave. But the sweet female voice reminded her that no one answered the call and asked her to call again later. She called back and forth a total of 5 times, and without exception, Xu Qianai must have deliberately ignored the call. Ziqing's chest rose and fell violently. She gritted her teeth and typed a text message, "Sister-in-law, are you still busy? My brother just called me and said that because of the New Year's Day, his salary and bonus for this month were paid in advance. Now he has transferred all the money to my card. He left 300 yuan for me to buy Christmas gifts, and the rest for you. If you don't call me back, don't blame me for taking it all. Also, do you have to treat your sister-in-law to a meal?" After editing, she even added a smiley face to the end of the text message, but the joints of her hands had turned white. On the other side, in the smoke-filled room, Xu Qianai was playing mahjong. When she heard the sound of a text message, she took out her cell phone and checked it. Then, she frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Didn't the owner of the house say that he would move in today? Could it be that Ziqing didn't know about that yet? After thinking about it again, she also felt that it was possible. Perhaps the landlord suddenly decided to postpone the move for another day, so it was understandable that Ziqing didn't know. But why did that deadhead transfer the money to his sister's card? Her phone was not connected, not the bank card. What was going on? After cursing softly, Ziqing called Ziqing back and said with a smile, "Ziqing, I just saw your text message. You said you wanted to eat Heidilyu recently. I'll wait for you in front of the Heidilyu restaurant on Jianxi Road." "Okay, I'll hang up now." "Hurry up." During the call, Ziqing was cautious and listened carefully to Ziqing's tone. But from the beginning to the end, her tone was very calm, no different from usual, and she finally felt relieved. I put down the mahjong in my hand and went to the newly opened Heidilyu on Jianxi Road. After waiting at the store door for about 20 minutes, I finally saw Ziqing getting out of the taxi. Ziqing immediately smiled and stepped forward in her 7 or 8 centimeter high heels. "You are finally here." Ziqing quietly paid the money to the taxi driver, her eyes were surging with waves and flames burning and boiling wildly. Turning around, she raised her hand, and using all her strength, slapped Ziqing hard in the face. The slap was really delivered with all her strength. Ziqing was knocked back several steps. The heel of her high heels tilted and she fell to the ground. Passers-by were stunned at first, then gathered together and watched the excitement with relish. Ziqing was caught off guard and was stunned. It took him a moment to come to his senses. He realized that she was deliberately seducing him. Cursing the little thief fiercely in her heart, Ziqing stood up from the ground, covering her red and swollen face with her hands, and pretended to look at Ziqing innocently. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Ziqing looked at her coldly, wishing she could slap her twice more. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you pretending again?" Her patience with her had finally reached its limit and she could no longer endure it. "Pretending? Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I don't understand." Ziqing shook her head aggrievedly. The eyes of passers-by all fell on Ziqing, pointing and blaming her. But Ziqing couldn't see the passers-by at this moment. She could only see Ziqing. Her rationality and calmness had completely disappeared. "I really don't understand. Did I do something wrong?" Ziqing was still pretending. Chapter 9, Imprisoned in a Detention Center. Upon hearing this, Ziqing rushed forward, grabbed her hair fiercely, raised her hand and slapped her twice again without mercy. "Do I need to remind you of what you have done with such a shameless conscience?" She had never hit anyone before, Ziqing was the first one, and now she just wanted to strangle her to death. Ziqing lowered her voice and sneered in extreme sarcasm. Only the two of them could hear her, so what if I did it? "Ziqing, if you have the ability, kill me now, otherwise I will definitely make you regret it." Not only did he not admit his mistake after doing it, he was even so arrogant. The last bit of Ziqing's rationality finally disappeared, and she attacked Ziqing ruthlessly, venting the rage in her heart. Without fighting back, Ziqing just endured it with a sneer on his face. More and more pedestrians gathered to watch, and even caused a traffic jam. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Call the police. If this continues, someone will die. Call the police." After hearing this, Ziqing shouted loudly this time, "Help! The teacher is beating people. The teacher is beating people in the street." Upon hearing this, passers-by became even more disgusted with Ziqing. As a teacher, he was beaten in public. But after a while, the police car stopped and 2 policemen got out of the car and asked, "What's going on?" Everyone pointed their fingers at Ziqing. "She's a teacher, and she beat someone up in the street. The victim definitely didn't even fight back. We can all testify to that." The police stepped forward, and the 2 of them grabbed Ziqing's arms and said, "Take them all back to the police station. Everyone, go away, go away." Ziqing still hadn't regained her senses yet. She struggled, twisted her body with great effort, and shouted loudly, "Let me go! Let me go!" How could the police listen? They took her directly to the police car, along with Ziqing and their witness. Not far away, in the black Land Rover, Shouting narrowed his eyes slightly, and the scene just now had completely fallen into his eyes. It's not that he wanted to watch it, but the traffic was blocked and it was impossible to move forward, so he could only be forced to watch the farce. But I also witnessed the fierceness of that woman. "President, are we going back to the company or the apartment now?" The traffic was finally cleared and the driver breathed a sigh of relief. "Apartment." Shouting said these 2 words calmly, and then he withdrew his calm eyes without any emotion. "Police station." The 2 policemen sat at the desk, and sitting opposite them were Ziqing, and the witness. "Please repeat the whole story again." The policeman on the left pointed at the witness. The witness nodded, and then carefully recounted what had just happened from beginning to end, including the details. During this time, Xu Qian'ai sobbed softly, and her shoulders shook, expressing the victim's grievances vividly and looking so pitiful. At this time, Ziqing had regained her senses. She glanced at Xu Qian'ai's performance and found it extremely ironic. As the saying goes, people need dignity and trees need bark. How could she be so shameless? The witness had finished speaking, and the police officer sitting on the right had also completed the statement. He said to him, "Thank you for your cooperation and support for our work. You can leave now." "Okay, but please punish her severely. Today's teachers are getting more and more rampant. The case of sexually assaulting a child some time ago has not been concluded yet, and today she was beaten in public again. You have to discipline her well. Teachers are becoming less and less popular. I don't know what's wrong with this society now. Alas." Shaking his head and sighing, the witness left helplessly. "Excuse me, when can I leave?" Ziqing asked anxiously while sitting on a chair and looking at the policeman flipping through documents opposite her. Hearing this, the policeman raised his head and said, "Miss, as a teacher, you beat someone in public. Do you think you can get away with it today?" After hearing this, Xu Qian'ai gloated over the misfortune and was so happy that it seemed like a blossoming flower, which made her even more arrogant. "You beat someone in public, and we have both physical and witness evidence. Moreover, as a civil servant, you knowingly broke the law. You will be detained for 10 days. The policeman who had just taken the statement frowned and walked up to her, saying seriously, "The most critical issue now is to get out first." Ziqing frowned and said calmly, "Then I will apply for a temporary suspension of administrative detention." The two policemen looked at each other and nodded, "Okay." Ziqing was delighted, and her tense heart finally relaxed. "How long will it take before I can leave?" "Half an hour." Although Xu Qian'ai didn't know what suspension of administrative detention meant, she started acting again after hearing that she could leave in half an hour. "Are you going to let her go now? This is not the first time she has beaten me. She beats me every now and then. Because we are family, I am afraid that the family shame will be exposed, so I have been enduring it. But I didn't expect her to become even worse. Are you really going to let her go? I'm so scared. Habitual offender." The policeman paused and glanced at Ziqing. Application rejected. Ziqing stood up in a rush, very emotional, and the whole police station could hear her shouting, "I am not a habitual offender, why do you only listen to her one-sided story? Everything must be based on evidence, where is your evidence? Isn't the witness right here?" The police pointed at Xu Qian'ai who hadn't left yet, and then locked up the extremely agitated Ziqing in the detention center. "Detained for 10 days. Humph. Let's see how you can appear in front of me." Xu Qian'ai snorted coldly, then left with satisfaction. There is heating in the detention center, so you don't feel the slightest bit of cold. But Ziqing's heart was cold as a stone, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't warm it up. Today she was indeed too impulsive and lost her mind. She originally thought that Xu Qian'ai was just addicted to gambling and lazy, but she never expected that Xu Qian'ai would be so cruel. As a family member, Xu Qian'ai actually deliberately framed her and put her in jail. It really is true that women have the most vicious hearts. With a sneer, she sat there quietly. From now on, she didn't need to be soft on Xu Qian'ai, because that kind of person was not worthy of being treated kindly. Her cell phone was confiscated, her parents were traveling, her brother was working in another province, and there was no one who could come and bail her out. She also promised to move those things out tomorrow. Now that people are trapped here, will the landlord throw all those things out? Ziqing felt a little anxious. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but Teacher Yi had not come to class yet. Shen Lianjue looked at the three-dimensional quartz watch in the living room, and then looked at the apartment door with hope. Teacher Yi always keeps his word. Once he promises something, he will definitely do it. Even if she can't come due to something, she will call him in advance. There was no call, so she said she would come over. Chapter 10. He is the one who came to rescue me. At this moment, the door of the apartment was pushed open from the outside. Shen Lianjue suddenly showed joy on his face, and his voice became cheerful. "Teacher Yi." The person who came in was not Ziqing, but Shen Xiaoting. He walked forward with long legs and threw his black coat casually on the sofa with his big hands. He raised his head, glanced at Shen Lianjue, and sat down lazily on the sofa. "Your attitude in welcoming Teacher Yi is quite enthusiastic. Shin Lianjue also sat down on the sofa in disappointment, without saying a word, just staring at the time. It's already 8:30, why hasn't teacher Yi come yet? Shin Xiaoting took off the tie that had been restricting him for the whole day, and wore only a grey shirt. His strong and muscular chest muscles made the shirt look full and stylish. He glanced at Shin Lianjue sideways and said in a low voice, "Go and have a rest. Your teacher Yi will not be here today." Hearing this, Shin Lianjue turned around immediately. "Why?" "Got into the police station," he said calmly, his slender fingers flipping through the documents on the coffee table. Shocked, Shin Lianjue couldn't help but wonder, why did you go to the police station? And why did Big Brother know about this? Without even raising his head, his voice remained indifferent, his legs crossed on the coffee table. "I saw it by chance." At this point, Shin Lianjue was anxious and complained, "Since you've already seen it, why didn't you bring her out, brother? Who is she to me?" Shin Xiaoting twitched his thin lips without any ripples. He glanced at his side while speaking, with a dignity that could not be ignored. "Go back to your room and rest. If you disturb me again, go back to the old house by yourself." Upon hearing this, Shin Lianjue subsided and said nothing more. He did not dare to cause any trouble for his elder brother and walked towards the room reluctantly. As he locked the door, he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up and flickered slightly. The pen in his hand was signing with great fanfare, when suddenly the ringing of his cell phone broke the silence. Shin Xiaoting picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, "Hello." It was unknown what the person on the other end of the phone said. Shin Xiaoting's handsome brows slowly frowned, and he pinched his brows with his big hands, looking very helpless. Kang Meiling was helpless. "Mom knows about it too, but you are Lianju's class teacher and tutor after all, and Lianju is trying hard to persuade you, so you should just go." "Okay, Mom, I get it. You should have a rest." Shin Xiaoting responded twice in a deep voice and hung up the phone. Shin Lianjue, who had been hiding behind the door and eavesdropping, smiled, but quickly closed the door the next second. Because he saw his eldest brother's frosty eyes shooting at him, it was really scary. But he was really forced into a corner. He didn't dare to touch the lion of his elder brother, so he could only start with his mother. Detention center. Ziqing was not sleepy at all. She sat there with her thoughts wandering in a trance. "Ziqing, who is Ziqing?" Suddenly, a loud female voice sounded. She was slightly startled, and although she was a little confused, she still responded and stood up. "It's me." The middle-aged policewoman stared at her for several times, then muttered softly, "I don't know what good deeds I did in my previous life to have such good fortune." The voice was a little too low, so Ziqing didn't hear it clearly. The middle-aged female police officer had already opened the prison door and said, "Let's go." "Let's go? Where to?" With doubts, she followed the middle-aged policewoman. But she never expected that she would be brought to the director's office, where there were two other people. The person opposite her was obviously the director, wearing a police uniform, and the handsome man with his back to her was wearing a black coat, looking elegant and arrogant. But why do I feel that this silhouette seems familiar? Ziqing stared at his back for about 3 seconds, then her eyes suddenly widened. How could it be him? "I'll take the person away," Shin Xiaoting said lightly. "Okay, thank you for bothering Master Shin to come over so late. In fact, all it takes is a phone call." The director's words were full of flattery. Shin Xiaoting put out the cigarette between his slender fingers, turned around, and walked straight out of the room. Ziqing was still pursing her lips, standing there in shock, somewhat confused about what was happening in front of her. When the two passed by each other, Shin Xiaoting paused, turned around, and raised his eyebrows slightly, not leaving. "Let's go." She looked up quickly and answered immediately. Shin Xiaoting nodded, his eyes swept over her, and he took the first step. She had thought about it thousands of times in her mind, but the only thing she had never expected was that it would be him who would take her out. Following closely behind him step by step, Ziqing's eyes met his broad and strong back. She bit her lips slightly, her thoughts drifting. Why did he come here to take himself out? A black Land Rover was parked on the side of the road. "Get in the car." He said these two words calmly and opened the passenger door. The weather suddenly changed in the evening. A chilly wind blew past. She rubbed her frozen face with her hands. Seeing the pair of smoky grey gloves in her bag, she quickly called out to the tall and straight figure, "Wait a minute, Mr. Shin." Shin Xiaoting didn't know how many times he had stopped tonight, with a hint of impatience between his brows. What's the matter? She stepped forward and handed over the gloves. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Reaching out to take it, Shen Xiaoting's eyes fell on it. The color and style were different from Li Anju's pair, but one could tell at a glance that it was hand-woven. His deep eyes leered at her playfully, his thin lips slightly curled. Giving a pair of gloves to every man around you, is this teacher Yi's special hobby? What? Yi Ziqing asked in confusion, not understanding the meaning of his words. Glancing at the doubt in her eyes, whether it was pretended or real, Shen Xiaoting had no interest in continuing the previous topic. He casually put his gloves into his coat and said, "Get in the car." She looked at his back a few more times with even more confusion, then walked around to the other side and got on the bus. After sitting down and fastening her seat belt, Yi Ziqing quickly took out her cell phone, dialed Yi Qiancheng's number, but frowned the next second. My cell phone is in arrears at this time. Helplessly, she turned around and said embarrassedly, Mr. Shen, can you lend me your phone? I'm out of money. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoting's expression did not change. He still looked straight ahead, turned the steering wheel to the left, and handed over the phone with his other hand. Thank you. Yi Ziqing was extremely grateful. After a moment, the call was connected. Brother, where are you now? Still in City A, what's wrong? Then did you know that Xu Qianai sold the house? Yi Qiancheng was surprised. Sold? When did it happen? Yi Ziqing gritted her teeth and said, it happened in the past 2 days. Your parents wrote your name on the property certificate. If they didn't see you in person, your ID card and your signature, how could they sell their house? Where are you now? Chapter 11 Mr. Shen, please pay attention to your behavior. I'm really in City A. I'm still at work right now. If you have anything to say, we can talk after I get off work. Holding the phone tightly, Yi Ziqing adjusted her breathing and called him by his name. Yi Qiancheng, is work more important or their house more important now? The house has already been sold, so what else can we do? Tell me what you think. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the anger in her heart. Get Xu Qianai back the money from selling the house. Do you think it's possible to ask her for money? There's not even a crack, let alone a door. I warn you very seriously. Mom has high blood pressure and can't stand any stimulation. You must deal with this matter for me before they come back from their trip. Even if you have to pay double the penalty for breach of contract, it's fine. Sister, stop kidding me. The house will cost at least 1.5 million if it is sold. Double the penalty is 3 million. I am a salaried office worker. I keep 1,000 yuan for myself every month and give the rest to her. There is not even a penny left in my card. So what do you say we should do now? Yi Qiancheng answered as a matter of course, Sister, aren't you a civil servant? Aren't the floors of your school already built? Don't you have a housing provident fund? With your savings plus our parents' savings, it shouldn't be a problem to pay the down payment. As for the house, just sell it. Suddenly, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Yi Ziqing was furious, his eyes turned black, he completely forgot about the people around him, and swore into the phone, which was rare. Yi Qiancheng, why the hell don't you just die? The arms on the steering wheel paused slightly, and Shen Xiaoting turned to look at her with a little surprise. His chest was rising and falling with anger. Bai Shi's face flushed, especially her little mouth, which was even redder, shimmering, opening and closing, which was very tempting. His deep eyes flashed with a dark light, and then became deeper and more serious. If Yi Ziqing hadn't made this call, she wouldn't have been so angry. Yi Qiancheng is of no use at all. His only role is to obey Xu Qianai's orders. If he were in front of her right now, she would scratch and bite him and half-kill him. As a grown man, he doesn't even have a sense of responsibility. It was only at this moment that I remembered that I had left my wallet there when I was moving things at noon. Now I was penniless and had no place to stay for the night. Thinking of this, she quickly called Chen Yuan and Shen Ya, but both of them had gone abroad for something. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ziqing felt listless. This was how he spent Christmas this year. She took a deep breath and looked up, only to meet Shen Xiaoting's deep-sea eyes. Her body trembled slightly as she handed over the phone. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Shen. It's okay. Shen Xiaoting said lightly, his eyes sweeping across her red and tender lips again, his eyes flickering. The car suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of breathing flowing in the air. Yi Ziqing felt a little depressed and found a random topic. How did Li Anju know that I was detained in the police station? Raising his eyebrows, Shin Shouting raised his thin lips slightly, with a hint of amusement, and said in a low and slow voice, I am the one who came to pick up Teacher Yi, what does it have to do with Lianju? Yi Ziqing smiled slightly and shrugged her shoulders, Mr. Shin and I have no intersection, but I have a teacher-student relationship with Lianju. He must have asked Mr. Shin for help. At first, she was a little shocked and confused, but then she thought about it carefully and understood the reason. The slender and bony fingers tapped the steering wheel lightly. Shin Shouting didn't take it seriously and pulled the corner of his lips. After spending that night together, doesn't Teacher Yi think that the intersection between us is deeper? Her back straightened immediately, staring at him. Yi Ziqing said honestly, it's just a one-night stand. I know I don't have that much charm to make Mr. Shin take me out of the police station, right? Young Master Shin from City S has no shortage of women. As long as he waves, women will flock to him like moths. She always likes to be down to earth rather than having those empty dreams. People need to face the reality. His Adam's apple moved slightly, Shin Shouting said meaningfully, as if he was savoring something, actually, Teacher Yi's touch is quite good. He. With a bang, Yi Ziqing felt her cheeks getting hot. She was shocked and a little annoyed. Mr. Shin, are you teasing me now? No. He paused in a deep voice and answered seriously, no, I was teasing the teachers. His voice was already deep, and when he uttered the word teasing, it became even hoarser, making people feel itchy in their hearts. Yi Ziqing was startled, and the tone of his warning voice changed a little, Mr. Shin. His thin lips were still curved. Shin Shouting narrowed his eyes slightly, lazy and casual, it's just a joke, Teacher Yi. Would anyone joke like that? Yi Ziqing's face was still a little flushed. She turned around, looked at the night outside the window, and steadied her breathing. The car drove forward in silence, and the atmosphere flowing in the air made people feel depressed. Gradually, she felt sleepy from the bottom of her heart. Her head unconsciously fell on the car window and she fell asleep. She slept very soundly and even had a beautiful dream. White snowflakes were falling in the sky. She opened her arms and circled and danced freely in the air. At this moment, a steep cliff suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time, she could not control her body and fell straight down the cliff. She couldn't help but jolt awake, and slowly opened her eyes. But when she opened her eyes, she was unexpectedly met with a pair of large hands, and those large hands were placed naked on her chest. There was a moment of blankness in her mind. After she came to her senses, she grabbed the big hand on her chest with one hand, her face flushed, and she angrily scolded, Mr. Shin, what are you doing? Bai Shi's hands were very soft and thin, with a slender frame, not even enough to hold one hand. Holding her like this, it seemed as if she had no bones, as if smooth silk was slowly flowing in his palms. This smoothness inexplicably and suddenly aroused the restlessness in his heart. Shin Shouting's eyes were deep and his voice was low, Teacher Yi, what do you think I am doing now? Taking a deep breath, Yi Ziqing's voice came out from between her teeth, I hope Mr. Shin won't do those ambiguous actions again. Otherwise, I will really be rude. Hearing this, Shin Shouting moved forward little by little. Yi Ziqing gritted her teeth and quickly leaned back to avoid him. There is a seat behind me. Even if I hide, where can I hide? Chapter 12 Sorry, I was thinking wrongly. As a result, she was squeezed between the seat and his male body. Shin Shouting's hands were still in the same position as before, but their faces were almost close to each other. His thin lips and her lips were almost touching each other. His voice was hoarse in an instant, Teacher Yi, how did I flirt with you, huh? Her face was full of the hot breath he sprayed. Yi Ziqing tilted her head back, her whole body trembling slightly, but she still gritted her teeth and said righteously, you are flirting with me now. Breast assault. Shin Shouting raised his thin lips, pressed his slender fingers downwards, and with a click, he said, it's open. What's open? Yi Ziqing looked at him in astonishment, but saw that he raised his chin slightly, motioning her to look at his chest. She lowered her eyes and looked in the direction he pointed. Only then did she notice that the seat belt was right between her breasts. He was just helping her unbuckle her seat belt. In an instant, her cheeks became hot and red as if they were about to bleed. She wished there was a rat hole in the car for her to crawl into. Shame. It's really too shameful. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Shin Shouting sat up straight, let go of her hand, and said casually with his lips slightly curled, you misunderstood that I touched your chest, should Teacher Yi say sorry? This time she was really in the wrong. Yi Ziqing was speechless. Her face flushed and she whispered, "I'm sorry." Shen Xiaoting frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. "Why are you sorry?" Ziqing took a deep breath, changed the subject, and reminded him, "Mr. Shen, we are home." He sat there without moving. "Teacher Yi, now that you have said it, shouldn't you make it clearer?" All of a sudden, all her anger rushed up, and she suppressed it deeply, gritting her teeth and said, "I misunderstood that Mr. Shen wanted to flirt with me. I'm really sorry." "Just feel sorry." Raising his eyebrows, Shen Xiaoting opened the car door and walked out. Ziqing followed behind him, her heart filled with anger. Shame on her. The two arrived at the apartment one after another. Shen Lianjue had been waiting in the living room for a long time. As soon as he saw Ziqing, he immediately smiled. Shen Xiaoting's deep eyes swept over Shen Lianjue intentionally, and he immediately straightened his back and sat upright. A faint snort escaped from his thin lips. He threw his black coat casually on the sofa and walked into the room. As soon as his elder brother disappeared, Shen Lianjue breathed a sigh of relief, and said with some worry, "Teacher, why were you detained in the police station?" Some things are hard to describe at first glance, and cannot be explained clearly in just a few words. Ziqing said. Shrugging his shoulders, Shen Lianjue stopped asking questions, his handsome face full of understanding. "I understand, everyone has impulses sometimes, and teachers are also human beings, so they are no exception, coo." But before she could finish her words, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. Ziqing frowned. She hadn't eaten for a day and felt a little hungry, so she asked Shen Lianjue what he wanted to eat. Shen Lianjue said he wanted to eat dumplings. He didn't eat dumplings during the winter solstice, and he wanted to eat them especially today. Ziqing smiled. It was thanks to Lianjue that she could come out today. So she would take this as a way to thank him. After taking a shower, Shen Xiaoting changed into a set of casual home clothes, with some water dripping from his hair. As he walked out of the room, he heard a crisp sound, as if someone was chopping something. When I stepped into the living room, I saw Ziqing holding a knife and chopping meat, while Lianjue was circling around her. Hearing the footsteps, Shen Lianjue turned around, his handsome face full of smiles. "Brother, the teacher is making dumplings." Ziqing didn't look back and was still chopping the meat, with a slightly raised brow. Shen Xiaoting didn't say anything, but his eyes just swept across her back deeply. Then he sat on the sofa, turned on the TV and watched the financial news. As the fascinating object moved away, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and focused on making dumplings. When the water boiled, she put the plump, white dumplings that looked like gold ingots in the water and cooked them for a while. Then she put the dumplings on a green plate, thought for a moment, and put 3 plates on it. Seeing this, Shen Lianjue curled his lips and lowered his voice and said, "My eldest brother doesn't eat dumplings stuffed with leeks. He thinks leeks have a bad taste." Hearing this, Ziqing's hand paused slightly. The man actually had a very picky mouth. Then she chopped the celery, mixed it with the minced meat, wrapped it in a plate, put it in water, and started cooking. A luxury apartment does have its own advantages. Just downstairs, there is a large chain supermarket with everything from fruits, vegetables, to meat. She bought some leeks and meat, and also some celery. She had intended to put the celery in after mixing the vinegar and soy sauce for dipping, but she didn't expect that it would be put to another use now. All the dumplings were served and Shen Lianjue brought them to the coffee table. Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes and glared at him. Lianjue shrugged his shoulders and said, "The teacher originally made leeks and meat fillings. I heard that my elder brother doesn't eat leeks, so he specially made some celery and meat fillings, and it's 3 fresh ingredients. My elder brother is treated so well. I'm really envious and jealous." His brows were furrowed, and he didn't say a word during the whole process. There was always a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Ziqing put down the plate, looked up and met Shen Xiaoting's eyes. She was startled, but said frankly, "I am really grateful to Mr. Shen today. You should thank me properly." His voice was low and hoarse, his thin lips slightly curled. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the dumplings, and ate them elegantly and politely. "Brother, is it delicious?" Shen Lianjue asked. Hearing this, she became inexplicably curious and even a little nervous. Although she pretended to be eating dumplings, her eyes would always glance over involuntarily. Shen Xiaoting's eyes fell on her face. Bai Shi's face was very red and tender, but it was still stained with a little flour. However, it did not look funny at all, but looked so attractive. Something flashed in his eyes. He took a sip of the soup and uttered a few words, "Not bad." Yi Ziqing was already satisfied to hear these words coming out of that picky mouth, but the way he looked at her was as if he was looking at prey, so she lowered her head and dodged. Looking away, Shen Xiaoting ate the bowl of dumplings elegantly and slowly, leaving only half a bowl of soup. He stood up and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Teacher Yi, since you have nowhere to go tonight, you can stay here. But you must clean up the pile of things in the kitchen." Yi Ziqing's heart trembled and she raised her head suddenly. She didn't expect him to say that, but she was really grateful in her heart. He seems to be able to. The next morning, Yi Ziqing woke up at 6:30 as usual, and by the time she washed her face, brushed her teeth, and got ready, it was already 7 o'clock. When she walked into the living room, she saw Shen Lianjue sitting on the sofa and asked, "Where is your elder brother? After all, he took me in for a night, so I should say thank you in person no matter what." Shen Lianjue was still yawning, half asleep and half awake. He went for a morning run to exercise. This is his habit. A vague sense of loss lingered in her heart. Yi Ziqing spoke a few more words to Shen Lianjue, asking him to say thank you on her behalf, and then left the apartment. Chapter 13. Let us sign the contract. Walking on the cold street, Yi Ziqing felt that her ears were about to freeze. It was unusually cold today. She called Gui Yanfang and learned that they had both returned from their trip and their train would arrive at 10 a.m. After hanging up the phone, she rushed to the school again. The incident happened suddenly yesterday and she didn't ask for leave or say hello, so she must be there to deal with the aftermath. The principal was quite understanding and just gave her a few warnings, asking her to be more careful in the future. All of them were agreed, and she asked for another day off. The principal agreed without saying anything. After breakfast, Yi Ziqing hurried to the train station. The train was delayed and she had to wait for another 40 minutes before she saw the two of them. As we got closer, we could still hear Gui Yanfang complaining, "The train is always late, and my waist hurts from sitting so much." Yi Jinlin just smiled. "I asked you to take the high-speed train, but you refused. If you pay half the price, the treatment will be different. It's faster, the environment is better, and it's more comfortable." Taking the suitcase from Yi Jinlin, Yi Ziqing supported Gui Yanfang with one hand. "Mom and Dad, let's go to the KFC next door first. I have something to tell you." She had not intended to tell her parents about the house. After all, they were old and in poor health, and she was afraid they could not bear it. But now Yi Qianqing can't be relied on at all, and she can't solve the problem alone, so she can only tell the truth. After ordering 3 cups of coffee, Yi Ziqing hesitated slightly, then told the two of them everything Xu Qianai had done. When Gui Yanfang heard that the house was sold, her body swayed slightly. Yi Jinlin, who was standing beside her, quickly supported her. His face and breathing became heavy. After a long time, Yi Jinlin spoke up, "Just sell it. Dad." Yi Ziqing couldn't believe what she heard. "That house was bought by your grandfather for your brother. The property ownership certificate is also in your brother's name. He can do whatever he wants with it." Yi Ziqing's breathing became rapid. "Dad, but this is all Xu Qianai's fault. Why don't you care about it? Are you so indulgent? How can I control it? I can beat and scold my own son, but what about my daughter-in-law?" Yi Jinlin sighed. "I didn't agree when your brother married her, but they eloped and tried to commit suicide. I couldn't control them then, let alone now. So, let's just pretend that this incident never happened." Yi Ziqing just felt it was extremely absurd. Your brother only listens to Xu Qianai. Now that Xu Qianai has sold the house, he will definitely not say a word. Yi Jinlin looked at Yi Ziqing. How could Dad not know what kind of personality Xu Qianai has? To be honest, I never counted on her to take care of me and your mom in the future. It would be a great thing if she doesn't spit in our rice bowls. Now that the house is sold and she has taken the money, we can live with the 3 of us and they can live with the 2 of them. I never counted on your brother." Yi Ziqing was so angry that her nails dug into the tender flesh of her palms, but what else could she do? Once the money is in Xu Qianai's hands, don't even think about getting it back. "Dad, I agree to what you said, and I can find a house, but I have one condition." "Ziqing, go ahead. Xu Qianai will definitely come again. If she dares to step into the room, I will beat her to a pulp. Don't both of you try to stop her or protect her." She gritted her teeth and said word by word. Yi Jinlin and Gui Yanfang nodded, indicating that they would listen to her. Only then did Yi Ziqing suppress the rage in her chest and called Teacher Chen at school, asking her to help find an apartment. Unexpectedly, this call came at a good time. Teacher Chen said that someone was renting out a house next door, so she called the landlord to ask. Ziqing had been to Teacher Chen's home before, so she was naturally familiar with the layout, size, and transportation of the house, so she agreed immediately. In just a moment, the price had been negotiated, and all that was left was to sign the contract and pay the money. She asked her parents to move their things first, and she went with Teacher Chen to meet the landlord and take care of the rest of the matters. After asking for leave, Teacher Chen hurried to the cafe where Ziqing was waiting. "Don't you have a house? Why are you in such a hurry to rent one now? Do you want to move out and live alone?" Ziqing smiled bitterly and shook her head, then told Chen Yining the whole story. After hearing this, Chen Yining suddenly realized and was very angry about Yu Qianai's behavior, but more of it was helplessness. Every family has its own problems. Come on, let's go look at the house. Half an hour later. Ziqing carefully checked the room inside and out several times, and found no cracks or any signs of damage. The landlord stood behind her and said, "Don't worry, young lady. This house is in great condition. If I wasn't in a hurry to go abroad to take care of my son, I would never rent it out." Nodding, she turned around and said, "Let's sign the contract then." After signing the contract and paying the money, Yi Jinglin and Gui Yanfang also brought all the things over. The four of them were busy tidying up the room. When they finished, it was already 6 o'clock. The days in December were short, and it was already dark at this time. Gui Yanfang prepared the meal and insisted that Chen Yining stay to eat with her. Since Chen Yining couldn't refuse, he agreed with a smile. Just as she sat down at the table, her cell phone rang. It was Chen Yining's phone. She picked it up. "Hello." Then, I don't know what was said on the other end. Her face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood, and even the hand holding the chopsticks was shaking slightly. Looking at Chen Yining's actions, Ziqing frowned involuntarily and felt a little worried. What on earth had happened? "Uncle and aunt, I have something urgent to do and I have to go out now. Thank you for your hospitality." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yining stood up and prepared to leave, while Ziqing quickly grabbed her hand and stood up as well. "Let's go together." Chen Yining hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was not until they were in the taxi that she asked, "What happened? Why do you look so upset?" Covering his face with his hands, Chen Yining spoke slowly. "My brother got drunk and got into trouble in the bar, and is fighting with someone right now." No wonder. Ziqing asked the taxi driver to drive faster, and then called Shen Lianjue, afraid that he would not be able to go for the makeup class today. After a while, the phone was connected, and she said directly, "Lianju, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't go over to make up for the class today, so you don't have to wait. Teacher Yi's private life is quite busy." The voice on the other end was very low and deep, with the unique magnetism of a mature man. She was stunned, and stood there in a daze. Her heartbeat quickened instantly. She couldn't help but pursed her slightly dry lips and said in one breath, "Mr. Shen, please tell Lianju for me. That's it. I'm hanging up first." Chapter 14. There is something important to discuss. After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath to calm her heart, which was beating too fast. Charm bar. Chen Zhilong was lying on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning, rolling over and over in pain. Sitting on the sofa in front of him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a fat head and big ears, and a thick gold chain around his neck. He crossed his legs and cursed, "FCK. How dare you mess around with anyone's woman? If I don't chop off your thing today, I'm not named Zhang." As soon as she walked in, Ziqing heard these dirty words and felt disgusted immediately. Especially after seeing Zhang Hu lying on the sofa with a greasy face and a belly that was about to burst his shirt, I felt even more disgusted. Seeing her brother lying on the ground in such a state of disgrace, Chen Yining's legs went weak. If Ziqing hadn't supported her, she would have fallen to her knees. With a trembling voice and uneven tone, she spoke, "What do you want me to do to let my brother go?" Zhang Hu smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "Didn't I just tell you that my woman secretly kept your brother, a gigolo, behind my back? I'm a cuckold, so naturally he can't have an easy life either. Brothers, start now." The men beside him had already become impatient with waiting. Upon hearing this, they pinched their joints until they made a crackling sound and walked towards the tumbling Chen Zhilong. Chen Yining was terrified and trembling all over. He looked around and saw that everyone was just watching the fun and had no intention of helping. "I'll kneel down for you," can you let my brother go? You didn't even kneel, how can I know whether I will let your brother go? Zhang Hu took a puff of cigarette and exhaled white smoke. Gritting her teeth and clenching her palms, Chen Yining moved her legs and was about to kneel down when Ziqing reached out and pulled her back. She took a step forward and looked at Zhang Hu, saying word by word, neither humble nor arrogant, even if she kneels down, you will not let her brother go. Why bother making things difficult for an innocent woman? Zhang Hu raised his eyebrows, she took the bait willingly. Did I force her? I think you are a man who can do great things. This kind of trivial matter is not worth wasting your time on. Ziqing was calm and composed, and said lightly, it takes two to tango. Excuse me for being blunt, but a woman who is kept by a man but keeps other men is definitely not a good woman. Even if Chen Zhilong was not around, she would keep other men. Chen Zhilong is nothing more than a scapegoat. Don't you think it's boring that Mr. Zhang gets so angry over such a woman? Laughing out loud, Zhang Hu's anger dissipated a little, and he became a little interested. What's your name? How can plain porridge and side dishes please Mr. Zhang? Ziqing naturally knew what he was thinking. Zhang Hu's interest grew stronger. It's nice to have some light porridge and side dishes to change the taste occasionally. It's only fresh for a moment. The porridge and side dishes are bland and tasteless. How can I have an appetite for them? Ziqing calmly changed the subject. Mr. Zhang looks like a magnanimous person. Besides, he has taught Chen Zhilong the lesson he deserves. Can you let him go? Since you've said that, I have nothing to say. Let's do this. Drink 5 cups with me, and I'll let that kid go. Ziqing stared at his expression and said, Mr. Zhang is a straightforward person and he will definitely keep his word. I agree. Hearing this, Chen Yining nervously grabbed her hand. Shaking her head, she took the wine glass handed to her by Zhang Hu, tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and drank it all in one breath. She drank 5 cups in a row without opening her eyes. She only felt a burning sensation in her throat, as if it was on fire, and her head was heavy and her feet were light-headed, feeling a little dizzy. Zhang Hu did keep his word and released Chen Zhilong. He looked at Ziqing and smiled maliciously. I haven't finished what I said just now. After drinking 5 cups, you, a simple porridge and side dish, let me have the last chance, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you saved Chen Zhilong, but you can't save yourself. Ziqing shook her head, trying to keep herself awake, and gritted her teeth and said, you are shameless. I am shameless, so what? Zhang Hu took a step forward and held her chin with his hand, looking at her, with red lips and white teeth. She is a pretty girl. Let me go. She twisted her body and struggled hard, but how could a woman's strength be compared with that of a man? Chen Yining also rushed forward to help, but was stopped by Zhang Hu's men and could not move forward. Pulling her over, Zhang Hu held her in his arms and walked forward forcefully. But after taking 2 steps, a lazy but casual voice floated over, Teacher Yi, you asked for leave and skipped your tutoring class just to drink with a man. The sudden voice startled everyone and they all looked over. Zhang Hu naturally stopped and turned around. When he saw the person coming, he immediately let go of Ziqing in his arms and greeted him, Mr. Shen, how come you have time to come here today? I just happen to have time today. Shen Xiaoting didn't look at him. His eyes fell on Ziqing's back and he said lightly, it seems to be very lively here. Someone didn't know the rules, so I gave him a lesson. I hope it didn't disturb Mr. Shen's interest. Zhang Hu flattered, I will pay for all the expenses Mr. Shen spends later. Whether in the business world or the political world, who can fail to give Shen Xiaoting some face? It's a rare occasion for Master Ji to invite guests, so let him come. His voice was still indifferent, but his narrow eyebrows were raised. Teacher Yi, do you plan to stay here and drink, or go back to class? Ziqing's figure standing on the stairs was swaying, but when she saw the tall and familiar figure, her eyes lit up instantly. After hearing his words, she nodded quickly. Although her pronunciation was a little unclear, her impatience was evident. Go to class. How can you let go of the fat meat that is already at your fingertips? Zhang Hu felt a little unwilling, but he didn't show it on his face. He said very politely, Mr. Shen, I still have something to discuss with Miss Yi. It's a very important matter. His eyes swept over Zhang Hu, and Shen Xiaoting moved his thin lips in a low voice. Hearing this, Zhang Hu was somewhat confused about what he meant by the tone of his voice. After thinking for a while, he replied carefully, it's not a big deal. Since it's not him, I'll take him away. Shin Shouting said to him lightly, and then he seemed to think of something and said casually and nonchalantly, the final exam will be in 2 days. Zhang Hu was stunned again, but he didn't understand what such a topic had to do with him. It was said that Shin Shouting's thoughts were too difficult to guess, and it was true. Without Mr. Yi's guidance, Lian Zhu might not even be able to get into university. Mr. Zhang, do you understand? How could the young master of the Shin family worry about not being able to get into university? Obviously, Shin Shouting's focus was not the latter sentence, but the woman surnamed Yi. Could there be some other relationship between the two? Since she is a woman Shin Shouting has slept with, the feeling must be very good. Chapter 15 Mr. Shin, I don't think you have time. Zhang Hu changed his words temporarily, and said hesitantly, Mr. Shin, to be honest, Miss Yi and I do have something very important to discuss. Raising his eyebrows, Shin Shouting's handsome face was relaxed. He sat down on the sofa slowly and asked, what's the important matter? It's just a personal matter. Zhang Hu made an excuse. Tell me, what's the private matter? Since Teacher Yi can help solve it, there is no reason why I can't help. He was still elegant. Zhang Humo was completely silent. Was he going to ask the famous young Master Shin to help him solve the problem between his legs? After a moment, Chen Yining helped Chen Zhilong to the back seat, and then helped the slightly drunk Yi Ziqing to sit in the passenger seat. Inadvertently meeting the handsome and noble profile of the man, her heart began beating like a deer and her eyes flickered slightly. Address, he asked Chen Yining who was sitting in the back seat. Xingfu community. She quickly answered after coming back to her senses. The black Land Rover started up, and there was silence inside the car, with only the mixed breathing of a few people. Yi Ziqing's head felt uncomfortable from drinking so much, as if it was about to explode, and her stomach was churning. She closed her eyes and said weakly, can you open the car window a little bit? Teacher Yi is very heroic when he drinks, why is he so weak now? With his eyes fixed on the road, Shin Shouting turned the steering wheel to the right and turned, his low voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. Leaning against the car window, she raised her hand and rubbed her unusually painful temple. Mr. Shin was already in the bar when I was drinking. Was he just watching the fun? Raising his eyebrows and saying nothing, Shin Shouting drove the car. He and Ji Chenyi had just entered the bar when they saw her and Zhang Hu talking. He was quite interested, so he watched the fun from the side. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for not standing by and watching me die. She shook her head, also with a hint of sarcasm. Shin Shouting curled the corners of his lips slightly, without saying a word, his eyes as deep as the sea. Chen Yining sat in the back seat, listening to every word they said. She couldn't get a word in, so all she could do was remain silent. However, when did Ziqing meet Shin Shouting? Her eyes met the man's perfect profile again, and Chen Yining's heart was moved and her thoughts were in a mess. After a while, the car stopped downstairs of Xingfu community. Chen Yining first helped Chen Zhilong upstairs, and then came down to pick up Yi Ziqing. Anyway, thank you Mr. Shin for what happened tonight. Yi Ziqing said while unbuckling her seat belt with one hand. Turning around, Shin Shouting stared at her with narrowed eyes. Why do I feel that Teacher Yi's thanks are a little insincere? That was just Mr. Shin's illusion. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. Thank you deeply. Teacher Yi was so angry that I rescued you. Yi Ziqing shook her head and said sincerely, no, Mr. Shin and I are not related at all, so it is reasonable for him not to help. Shin Shouting curled his lips, supported the steering wheel with one arm, his eyes were as mellow as red wine, and his voice was slow and slow. Teacher Yi is very charming when he speaks righteously. It was indeed quite charming. With a straight back and a serious face, Bai Shi's cheeks were flushed, and her pink little mouth moved seductively. So Mr. Shin was mesmerized by what he saw for a moment. She asked back, and laughed out loud with great amusement, Mr. Shin is really a joker, and the joke he made is so absurd. As soon as she finished speaking, that deep voice overwhelmed hers. You don't believe it, do you want me to show it? Performance? Performance of what? Yi Ziqing frowned, somewhat unable to understand his words. Shin Shouting leaned forward, clasped the back of her head with his big hands, and directly covered her soft lips with his thin lips. Her legs went weak and she stood there in a daze. Then she reacted and bit his lips hard, and while he was in pain, she quickly got out of the car. Standing outside the car window, she looked at him, gritted her teeth, and said, Mr. Shin, please don't tease teachers casually anymore. Then, supporting her weak and dizzy body, she walked forward quickly, but Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows and curled his thin lips slightly. Why don't you flirt with teachers anymore? It feels really good to flirt with teachers. Well, the taste of her mouth is as delicious as it was at the beginning. Because of drinking, Ziqing felt dizzy and fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. After a while, he lost consciousness. She really couldn't bear it anymore. She had held on for so long. As soon as she let down her guard, she collapsed. The next morning, her eyes slowly narrowed a little, and she picked up her cell phone dizzily to check the time, but as soon as she moved, a warm current flowed out of her body. He suddenly woke up, quickly opened the bedside table, took out the sanitary napkin, walked into the bathroom, took off his underwear, and found that the color of the blood was a little lighter, not as red as usual. After putting on the sanitary napkin, she frowned. Her period usually came on the 4th or 5th of every month, so why did it come a whole week early this time? But something like menstruation, whether it comes a week earlier or a week later, is normal, so I didn't think much about it. I drank too much yesterday. Now I can feel the dizziness and pain in my head, as if I was pricked by needles. Fortunately, today is Sunday, so I don't have to go to work. I can have a good sleep and recuperate. Lying on the bed, the scene from last night suddenly came to mind. He pressed her body and kissed her wantonly. Her cheeks felt a little hot and Ziqing let out a breath. He was really casual, he just leaned over and kissed her. Can people's teachers be flirted with so casually? She decided that it would be best to stay away from such dangerous men in the future. At this moment, a cell phone rang. It was Chen Yining calling. Ziqing, can you help call Mr. Shen? I want to treat him to a meal. Sitting up, she poured a glass of warm water. I already thanked him yesterday. After all, Mr. Shen has helped us so much. I don't think he is sincere in just saying this. You make the call and I'll find a restaurant. It's settled. Let's treat him to a meal together this afternoon. I'm hanging up first. Before she could say anything, the other end hung up the phone. Ziqing felt a little headache. As for the phone call, she didn't want to make it, but she couldn't ignore Chen Yining's request. It is only right that we treat him to a meal since he has helped a lot. After thinking about it, she decided to fight. She didn't like to owe favors to others. I asked Shen Lianjue for his phone number, thought about what to say for a moment, and then called him. After a moment, the call was connected. She spoke directly without hesitation. I am really grateful to Mr. Shen for what happened last night. I originally wanted to treat Mr. Shen to dinner today, but I also know that Mr. Shen is a big shot and is very busy. He definitely doesn't have time. However, before she could finish her words, the deep voice on the other end interrupted her. I have time, where do you want to eat? Chapter 16. How could I be pregnant? Ziqing was stunned and stood there in a daze. What did he say? After a long while, there seemed to be no response. Shen Xiaoting's voice came again, competent and concise. Time, place. Is he really eating? Coming back to her senses, she reported the name of the hotel that Chen Yining had booked in advance, Guangdong Hotel, 3 p.m. When inviting such an important person to dinner, you certainly can't go to a simple place. Yining must have spent a lot of effort to find a high-end and classy hotel, she thought. Then, the person on the other end hung up the phone without even saying hello, as if he was very busy. Frowning, Ziqing called Chen Yining back and told her that it had been agreed and asked her to book the hotel in advance. She looked at the time and it was only 8 o'clock. Such a good weekend morning was wasted like this. She had originally wanted to sleep until she woke up naturally, but now all her plans were disrupted. After drinking 2 glasses of warm water, she placed the glasses on the table, but before the water could leave her body, she was hit by a severe feeling of nausea. He covered his mouth, rushed to the bathroom in 2 steps, and then vomited violently, almost vomiting out the stomach acid. Panting, Ziqing turned on the faucet and felt a little relieved when the warm water splashed on her face. Afterwards, she went to the toilet again, but was surprised to find that the amount of menstruation this time was much less than usual and the color was lighter, which was very abnormal. While I was still daydreaming, Wei Yanfang's voice came in. Ziqing, come out and have breakfast. Here I come. She responded and walked out of the bathroom. There were fried dough sticks and soy milk on the dining table. She picked up the fried dough stick and took a bite. The familiar feeling of nausea came up again. She hurried into the bathroom and vomited again. When he came out, his face was pale. Wei Yanfang was a little worried, let's go to the hospital later. Maybe there's something wrong with his stomach. Sitting down on the chair with a limp body, Ziqing rubbed her uncomfortable stomach with both hands and nodded, I'll go to the hospital after breakfast. The sight of fried dough sticks made her feel greasy and nauseous, so she only drank a cup of soy milk for breakfast. She arrived at the hospital at 10 o'clock. There were many people queuing up. She registered and sat on a chair nearby waiting. As expected, there were a lot of people seeing the doctor on Sundays. An hour later, it was finally her turn. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally her turn. If she kept waiting like this, her butt would get stiff. The attending doctor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. After listening to her description of her condition, she directly wrote a prescription, go get a urine test first. Hearing this, Ziqing frowned slightly. She felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Why did she need to take a urine test? Although she was full of doubts, she did not say anything. She took the prescription to do a urine test and then waited for the test results. 5 minutes later, she went to the doctor's office. After the doctor nodded and motioned for her to sit down, he said, Miss, congratulations on your pregnancy. Suddenly, her body froze in place like a sculpture. After a while, she pulled a stiff smile at the corner of her mouth. How is it possible? Did you see it wrong? How could she be pregnant? Absolutely impossible. The doctor pushed the test report over and adjusted his glasses. There is absolutely no problem. Miss is already 3 weeks pregnant. It is clearly written on the test report. You can take a closer look. If you are still pregnant, you can do another checkup. With a trembling hand, she picked up the test report and quickly read through it from beginning to end, but still shook her head in disbelief, strongly denying it, her emotions a little out of control. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I took the birth control pill that day. When did you take the birth control pill? In 2 hours. Did you eat anything special that day? Ziqing's pupils shrank slightly, and she suddenly remembered, I drank several cups of pure tea. Miss, don't you know that strong tea can neutralize the effects of the drug? Pure tea is the strongest of all teas, and you drank several cups. The effects of the birth control pills must have been neutralized. Your uterus is very retroverted, so the possibility of pregnancy is very small. If you abort the baby this time, you may not be able to get pregnant again in the future. I'm afraid. Walking on the street in the cold wind, Ziqing recalled the doctor's words in her mind, feeling a little dizzy and dazed. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her calf. Before she could figure out what was going on, her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Don't you have eyes or ears? You can't see the car and you can't hear the sound. It's so unlucky. The young man cursed, turned over, got on his bicycle and left. Before leaving, he glared at Ziqing who was lying on the ground. Yunyu finally came back to her senses. She rubbed her painful leg and then stood up. Fortunately, her leg was not seriously injured. The cell phone rang at this moment. I looked down and saw that the caller was Chen Yining. I picked up the phone and she said hello. Ziqing, it's almost 2:30, why haven't you arrived yet? Chen Yining asked anxiously. Holding the phone in one hand and the test report in the other, she let out a sigh. What if I say I can't go at the last minute? Don't joke. Chen Yining's voice became a little flustered. Come here quickly, I'm hanging up. She never had the habit of standing others up, so she decided to go first and think about it carefully after she got back. When Ziqing arrived at the Yuhai Hotel, she saw Shen shouting drinking tea with his long legs crossed. His movements were casual but elegant. Chen Yining on the side looked a little embarrassed, nervous and unable to relax. 3:05. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and raised his eyebrows. Is this Mr. Yi's sincerity? When seeing him, Ziqing thought of the test report in his hand, and he was the culprit of that test report. It was because he was drunk and walked into the wrong room that she was put in this situation, caught in a dilemma. Thinking of this, her mood inevitably worsened. She stared at him and uttered sarcastic words completely uncontrollably. Since Mr. Shen feels that there is no sincerity, why should we continue to wait? Isn't it better to get up and leave? Hearing this, Chen Yining glanced at Shen shouting fearfully, and was so scared that she winked at her. What's wrong with her? Has she figured out the situation? It's a pity that Ziqing turned a blind eye to it. Instead of being angry, Shen shouting became interested and curious. He stared at her without blinking. Is Teacher Yi in a bad mood? Yes. She straightened her chest and looked at him provocatively. Why not? He changed his posture and faced her. This is my personal privacy, I am not obliged to answer. Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned, and asked naturally, is your period coming? Ziqing pinched her fingers and said nothing. She was also eager for her period to come, but that was impossible. Hearing this, Chen Yining was stunned for a moment, his face turning red. Chapter 17. Something left on the car. The word menstruation coming from the mouth of such an elegant and noble man really feels a bit out of place, and it makes people feel more anxious. Then, she quickly pulled over Ziqing, who seemed to be a little confused and looked like she had eaten explosives, and said, stop talking. The dishes have been ordered. Please take a seat. Ziqing knew in her heart that her reaction was a bit extreme, and it must be inexplicable in the eyes of the two. Perhaps she looked more like a psychopath, but she was out of control. After all, that incident happened too suddenly and shockingly, catching her off guard. She was a little panicked and had no opinion, but she instinctively wanted to vent. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress her restless emotions and sat down in her seat. The heating was turned on very high. She took off her down jacket and only wore a black base shirt. She stood up and wanted to hang up the down jacket, but an accident happened. The waiter standing behind her did not expect her to turn around suddenly and did not stop his feet, and as a result, the two of them bumped into each other. The waiter was holding a plate with 3 transparent crystal glasses filled with red wine on it, and an already opened bottle of red wine. With the sudden collision, the plate in the waiter's hand fell over, and all the red wine spilled on Ziqing's chest. Her body was knocked against the dining table and her feet slipped. She let out a cry and fell to the ground. Chen Yining was still standing there in a daze, but Shen Xiaoting had already stood up, his tall body slightly crouching on the ground, his big hands holding her shoulders. When his eyes met the view of her chest, they immediately darkened. Her skin is naturally fair, and with the addition of red wine, it looks even more beautiful. Shen Xiaoting's eyes seemed to be glued to the beautiful scenery before him. I'll go get some tissues. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yining hurried out. Ziqing panted slightly and came back to her senses from the shock. She looked up, only to see the man in front of her staring at her. Slightly startled, she followed his gaze and looked over. Then, her cheeks turned red as if blood was rushing to her chest, and she quickly covered her chest with her hands. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't look. Shameless." His Adam's apple rolled, his voice was unusually low and hoarse, and he raised his eyebrows and said, "If you react normally in front of a beautiful scenery, can you still be considered a man? Despicable. Do you think all men are as shameless as you?" Ziqing glared at him fiercely. "They will be more shameless than me, teacher Yi." All his hot breath fell on her ears, burning her earlobes and turning them red. "Shameless!" she cursed, pushing him away with all her strength. Leaning lazily on the dining table, Shen Xiaoting's hot tongue lightly brushed across his lips, as if he was still savoring something. Teachers can also swear. "Do I still have to say nice things to you?" she said angrily, glancing at his frivolous behavior and angrily scolded him, "Rogue. Teacher Yi, do you want to learn more? Or, I will personally show you what a real gangster is, huh?" Moving his long legs forward, he pushed her into the corner, smiling slightly, his eyes fixed on her. He is rarely impulsive and always thinks he has the best self-control. But at this moment, it was a bit collapsed. "Let me go, you hooligan. Let me go quickly." Her hands were held above her head by him. She couldn't move at all and could only shout anxiously. His eyes scared her a little. At the same time, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard, and Ziqing knew that it must be Chen Yining who came back. She couldn't help but become even more anxious. She twisted and struggled with all her might, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. But Shen Xiaoting had no intention of letting her go, and he curled his lips leisurely. Ziqing bit her lip, and while he wasn't paying attention, she raised her knee and kicked him hard. Shen Xiaoting groaned in pain and loosened his hands that were holding her. Taking 2 steps back, Ziqing quickly widened the distance between the two of them. Chen Yining pushed open the door of the private room at this time, not noticing the strangeness between the two people. "Tissues. Tissues are here. Hurry up and wipe off the wine, otherwise you will catch a cold. Do you need me to step aside?" Shen Xiaoting spoke, adjusting the lapels of his coat, so elegant and considerate, his eyes staring deeply at Ziqing. However, if you pay a little attention, you can find that his brows are slightly wrinkled as if in pain. No, she can just go to the bathroom. Please sit down, Mr. Shin. Chen Yining took over the conversation, fearing that he would be neglectful. Ziqing was so angry that she felt her teeth itching at the sight of a wolf in sheep's clothing, but she couldn't get angry. She took the tissue and said to Chen Yining, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I'll go home soon." "Okay, I get it." Chen Yining also knew that she had her reasons. She took off her down jacket, gritted her teeth, and left without looking back. Shin Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly, returning to his usual indifference, and moved his thin lips, arrogant and polite. "I'm sorry, Teacher Chen. I have a meeting at 5 o'clock. Let's have dinner another day. To express my apology, I will take Teacher Chen home." Although she was a little disappointed, after hearing his last words, Chen Yining became excited again and nodded quickly, "Thank you, Mr. Shin." The hotel manager also rushed over after hearing the news, and kept apologizing and offering cigarettes. Shin Xiaoting greeted him indifferently, waving his hand to indicate that he didn't smoke. "Everyone makes mistakes, be more careful next time, and the bill will be put in my name." Chen Yining stood behind him, her eyes fixed on his tall and straight figure. Listening to his conversation with the manager, her admiration for him increased even more. The other side. Wearing wet clothes, Ziqing stood on the roadside to hail a taxi. When she thought of that face, she wanted to bite him to death. The taxi didn't come, but a black Land Rover stopped in front of her, the window rolled down, and the face that she wanted to bite to death in the last second appeared in front of her the next second. "Get in the car." He raised his eyebrows and uttered two words efficiently and concisely. "Getting into a thief's car?" Ziqing sneered. "Is she that stupid?" Just as she was about to speak, the car door opened and Chen Yining waved at her. "Ziqing, hurry up and get in the car, Mr. Shin is taking us back." Since Chen Yining was also in the car, what could he do to her? It was not easy to hail a taxi in this area, so why bother being so hypocritical? After getting in the car, she and Chen Yining sat in the back seat. Along the way, the carriage remained silent. Ziqing didn't want to speak, and Chen Yining was afraid of Shin Xiaoting's aura and didn't dare to speak casually. Shin Xiaoting did not speak either. He wore a headset and seemed to be giving orders to the company's employees. His voice was low and powerful, without any hesitation. After a while, the car stopped outside the community. Ziqing opened the door and just as she stepped out, a deep voice came over. "Teacher Yi, you'd better remember to wear a bra when you go out next time." With red cheeks, Ziqing squeezed out her voice from between her teeth. "Thank you, Mr. Shin, for reminding me. Goodbye, I won't see you off." After getting out of the car, she could no longer suppress her anger and kicked the tire. However, he did not expect the tire to be unusually strong, and his foot was kicked so hard that it felt painful and numb, and he was afraid to land. Seeing her actions, Shin Xiaoting curled his lips and glanced at his legs again. She had used a lot of force that time and it still hurt a little now. He looked at her deeply again, then started the car, turned around, and left. On the back seat of the car, there was a small blue bag and a test report. Chapter 18. He knows about my pregnancy. Even when she walked into the living room, Ziqing's cheeks were still red and hot, and she cursed Shin Xiaoting for a long time in anger in her heart. Just because of what he said when he left, Chen Yining kept questioning her all the way. Is it true that she is not wearing any underwear? How does President Shin know that she is not wearing any underwear? The question made her blush and she had to answer. The steel ring inside her internal force was somehow exposed and it hurt. The pain was unbearable, so she took it off in the hospital bathroom, thinking that as long as she didn't take off her down jacket, no one would notice it. But who knew such an accident would happen? Guo Yanfang was sitting on the sofa watching TV with great interest. When she heard the voice, she turned around and waved to her. "Ziqing, come over and watch with us." Perhaps because of her age, Guo Yanfang doesn't watch TV much, but now she was watching it with such gusto. Ziqing was a little confused and walked forward, his eyes falling on the TV screen, which was playing "Where Are We Going, Dad?" Almost all the teachers in the school are watching this program. At first, she was not very interested in it, but after watching it for a long time, she found it very interesting. Wang Shiling is washing cabbages at the moment. The cabbages are small, round and tender. She puts a basin of cabbages in front of the faucet and washes them clean with great effort. Then she brought it out again, and when she turned around, a basin of freshly washed cabbage was all over the ground. Her black eyes rolled around, and she kept calling for her father anxiously. This child is really like you when you were a child. He always likes to rush to wash dishes and clothes, and always ends up getting himself wet all over. Wei Yanfang recalled with a smile. Yixiao said that she had no memory of her childhood, but her mother remembered it so clearly. Looking at the cute and well-behaved Wang Shiling on the screen, I suddenly thought of the baby in my belly. Her child was unconsciously a little confused. Not in the mood to watch TV anymore, she turned around and walked into the room in a trance. What should I do? Not only the heart, but also the mind is in a mess. This is not a simple problem. After just thinking for a moment, her head started to hurt, as if being pricked by needles, a dense and painful pain. I want to relax myself first, both my mind and my body. The year-end exams will be in 3 days. The school has sent out information about the time and subjects of the final exams, as well as some preparations for the exams. She plans to take a look at them. She reached for her bag but found nothing. She was startled and suddenly remembered that she didn't have a backpack when she went home. So where does the package get missed? Guangdong Hotel, or in Shen Xiaoting's car? If it was the Yuhai Hotel, it would be fine, but if it fell on Shen Xiaoting's car, then... Her face changed drastically and her heart started beating wildly as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She took out her cell phone and called the front desk of Yuhai Hotel. Then, the phone slowly and weakly slipped from her hand, and she fell to the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. The test report was left in Shen Xiaoting's car. The car made a beautiful turn and stopped directly in the garage. Seeing the bag and documents left on the back seat in the reflection of the mirror in the car, Shen Xiaoting frowned slightly. He moved his tall and strong body over the seat, stretched out his long arm, and picked up the bag and the test reports. His eye swept across the 3 words, Ziqing, and he became a little curious. He looked at the test report and browsed it. Then, his deep eyes fixed on a few of the sentences, and suddenly, his expression changed. That day, in front of him, she drank the contraceptive pills that her assistant brought. So there was no reason for her to be pregnant, but at this time, the test results from the hospital were in his hands and could not be questioned. Or, did she do something about it? With his brows furrowed, Shen Xiaoting clenched the test report in his bony hands, squinted his eyes, took out his cell phone and dialed. While her thoughts were still coming out of her shock, the cell phone suddenly rang, startling Ziqing so much that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She picked up the phone on the bed and saw the number displayed on it. Her heart beat even more wildly and she could hardly hold the phone. It's Shen Xiaoting's call. He must have seen the test results. Trembling and nervous, she hung up the phone with a slight tremor, trying to calm her overly rapid heartbeat. Suddenly, the screen lit up again and the ringtone echoed in the silent room again. Still without reaching out to take it, she just held it like that. After waiting for a long time, the screen went dark. Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew clearly in her heart that she had to make a decision as soon as possible about the child in her belly. Whether to keep it or take it away. There was a crack in the door of the room, and she could clearly hear her mother's happy laughter and the childish voice coming from the TV. When her hand fell on her belly, Ziqing's heart underwent subtle changes. He became one with himself, and his own blood was flowing in his body. It was so wonderful. Is she going to strangle the baby in her belly with her own hands? The doctor's words came to mind again. Her uterus was too retroverted. If she aborted the child, I'm afraid that she will never have another child in her life. No little ones will circle around her, calling her mom in a childish voice, or hug her legs to ask for candy. For a woman, is such a life still complete? As she thought about it, the idea became more and more vivid and certain, and the sense of urgency that had been making her confused and giving her a headache suddenly disappeared. You have a new text message, please check it. A clear and sweet female voice fell, and she opened it. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, Jiangnan Road Coffee Shop. There was only one sentence, efficient and concise, as if he was giving orders to his subordinates. This style is just like the aura emanating from that man, frivolous, elegant, and unresistible. With the corners of his mouth slightly curled upwards, Ziqing was surprised to find that he could still laugh out loud. Perhaps it was because he had made a decision that he felt so relaxed. She tapped the phone screen with her fingertips and sent a word, "Okay." Her mind was as clear as a mirror, and even if she tried to avoid him, it would be impossible. Where can she escape to his power in City S? There is nowhere to hide. As for the pregnancy, I should keep it a secret from my parents for now. I will tell them after everything is settled. After making the decision, Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief, then went to the bathroom, took a shower, and rested. No matter what, she needs a good sleep now. The next day, after asking for leave from the principal, she looked at the time. It was 1:30, and there was still half an hour until 2 o'clock. Ziqing hailed a taxi, reported the location, and headed towards the coffee shop on Jiangnan Road. Jiangnan Road is a famous street in S City. The entire street is lined with coffee shops from beginning to end. There are all kinds of coffee, but they are all very famous. Relatively speaking, the prices are naturally outrageously high. When she stepped into the coffee shop where they had an appointment, Shen Xiaoting had not arrived yet. She looked down at the time. It was 1:55. As soon as I sat down at the window seat, a sweet-looking waitress came over and said, "Miss, here is the coffee menu. Chapter 19. I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow." "Sorry, I'll wait for someone first." While speaking, Ziqing's eyes inadvertently swept across the coffee order. There were no coffees costing dozens of dollars at all. All of them cost hundreds, or even thousands. She smacked her lips in amazement. It was obvious that this was an excessive luxury. A moment later, Shen Xiaoting's figure appeared in sight. Ziqing looked at her cell phone. It was 1:59. This man really knew how to manage time. Sitting opposite her, he leaned his tall body casually on the sofa, squinting his eyes and staring at her steadily, saying word by word, "Teacher Yi, there are some things we need to talk about." Ziqing's heartbeat quickened, and she sat up straight unconsciously. Test report. "You drank the contraceptive pills that the secretary brought in front of me that day. How are you going to explain this situation now, Teacher Yi?" His black eyes were as sharp as arrows, staring at her like that, as if observing her expression, secretly and carefully. Without dodging at all, she calmly met his eyes, her gaze as clear as water. "My father happened to be back from a trip to Dali, Yunnan that day. He brought back a lot of pu'er tea. When I went back, he brewed a few pots of it. I forgot that strong tea and medicine are incompatible, so I drank a lot of it, and the medicinal properties of the contraceptive pills were neutralized. Also, I don't like President Shen's attitude towards me now." His eyes were clear and transparent like water waves, and he could see through people at a glance. He had seen countless people and could tell the true from the false. He believed her reason, but the last sentence made him a little interested. Raising his eyebrows, Shen Xiaoting casually changed his sitting position. "What is my attitude now?" "Your attitude of questioning." Ziqing twisted her hands together under the table and continued, "I was drunk that night and walked into the wrong room. It was President Shen who did the wrong thing, and I was the victim. What right do you have to question a victim? Go on." Shen Xiaoting looked at her, as if he wanted to see through her. He casually tapped the table with his joints, making crisp, regular sounds, one after another. The sound added a bit of tension to the air. She mustered up her courage and said, "The reason I agreed to meet him is because I wanted to express my thoughts to President Shen. I want this child." As if he heard a joke, he chuckled and then moved his thin lips. "What right does Mr. Yi have to make a decision alone? Because he grew in my belly, I have the right to decide whether he stays or goes." With his long legs elegantly folded together, Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I don't deny that Teacher Yi is a victim, and I certainly won't deny my faults, but without my efforts, how could you have achieved the results you have today? Since the mistake was caused by me, it is only natural that I should end it. I will compensate Teacher Yi for the harm caused, and as for the child, get rid of it." Although she had expected it in her heart, hearing it with her own ears was another matter. Her heart suddenly tightened and she felt a little painful, but she still straightened her back. "Because this is my own decision, I will bear the consequences. I don't need your compensation, and you don't have to worry that I will use the child to threaten you in the future. I won't tell him anything about you, not even a little bit. If you are still worried, you can write an agreement and I will sign it. If I can't do any of the terms in your agreement, you can do whatever you want." There was no trace of emotion on his handsome and upright face. Shen Xiaoting stood up and spoke in a low, clear voice that left no room for doubt. "This doesn't change the decision I made. I will pick you up and take you to the hospital tomorrow afternoon. Isn't President Shen curious about why I must give birth to this child?" Seeing that he wanted to leave, she got a little anxious, stood up quickly, stared at his back closely, and said word by word, "The doctor said that I may never be able to get pregnant again, so I want to keep this baby." Ziqing paused and turned around. Even though they were at a distance, he could clearly see her chest rising and falling, and the thin blood vessels in her neck were clearly visible due to excitement and tension. "I'm deeply sorry about Mr. Yi's situation, but it has nothing to do with me." His deep voice was cold and clear, without any emotion. "It is because this child is related to you that I came out to meet you today. I don't want anything, you don't have to worry. The only thing I want is this child." Her chest heaved, and she clasped the edge of the table with both hands to support her body. The sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and her whole body was in backlight, as if coated with a faint and soft yellow halo. The hair on both sides of her cheeks slid down, adding a touch of softness to her. His heart was gently touched and aroused. His eyes moved slightly, and his cold and indifferent voice softened a little. "What if the child is from another man?" Her voice was extremely firm. "I will still stay. And I would rather have the child be from another man than Detention." After a slight pause, Ziqing narrowed his eyes, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice suddenly became several degrees colder. "Well, I'd like to hear the details. If it were any other man, it would be easier for him and I to reach an agreement, even if I had to pay him some money. But Detention is a bit inhuman." Ziqing gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. "Teacher Yi can give birth to a child for a man she doesn't love, but I can't tolerate a woman I don't love giving birth to my child. Do you understand?" After staring at her for a long time, Ziqing spoke, but his tone was so indifferent. On the contrary, his eyes became deeper and deeper, like a whirlpool with no bottom. A dark light flashed by so quickly that people couldn't catch it in time. Ziqing was stunned for a moment. His words made her stand there in a daze. He moved his long legs and left. His tall and straight figure gradually disappeared from her sight and became blurred. Only that voice floated clearly into my ears with the wind. "I will take you to the hospital tomorrow. I also have a piece of advice for you. It's best not to try to provoke my patience." After returning to school, Ziqing was still a little dazed. She had actually expected such a result. How could a handsome man like him let an ordinary woman give birth to a child born from a one-night stand? What should she do now? "I will pick you up at the hospital tomorrow, and I have a piece of advice for you: don't try to test my patience." His words came back to her mind. They were not advice at all but a warning against playing any tricks under his nose. Her head ached a little. She gently rubbed both sides of her forehead with both hands, and her thoughts became confused again. Ziqing didn't sleep much the whole night because she had something on her mind and couldn't close her eyes at all. But it was useless, she still hadn't thought of a solution. Ziqing had already said so much yesterday that there was naturally no room for turning back. Headache, headache, headache feels like it's about to explode. Chapter 20: A sudden accident. If it really doesn't work, she will go out and hide for a while. Although it is not a good idea, it is the only useful way at this time. Meanwhile, her parents happened to have returned to their hometown in the countryside during this period. Even if Ziqing came looking for her, he had no leverage to threaten her for the time being. Thinking of this, the pain in his splitting head finally felt a little better. Ziqing got up from the bed and quickly packed his suitcase. There is no time left, she has to leave here quickly. Before that, she must go to school again to arrange matters related to the final exam. After a while, she pulled her suitcase out of the door and headed towards the school. Ziqing yawned lazily, stretched his waist, and looked up at his elder brother who had just walked out of the room. "Brother, are you going to the company now?" With his slender hands adjusting his iron grey tie, Ziqing raised his eyes slightly. "What's the matter?" "Mom came back last night and asked my brother and I to go home in the morning." "Well, go home first, and then let the driver take you to school." After taking the suit jacket and putting it on, Ziqing seemed to think of something and frowned and asked, "When is the final exam?" Hearing this, Ziqing coughed lightly and answered truthfully, "Tomorrow." "How are you preparing?" "It's okay. I shouldn't rank last in the exam again." Ziqing touched his nose. Nodding with satisfaction, Ziqing snorted with an obvious warning, "If you can't do it, come back and try for me." Brother is not kidding at all. It will be really miserable if I get last place in the exam again. Ziqing quickly assured, "Brother, I will try to get rid of the countdown this time and move forward straight ahead." His deep eyes moved slightly, and Shin Xiaoting asked casually, "How old is teacher Yi this year?" With some doubt, Shin Lianjue still said, 24 years old. He paused for a moment, picking up the document, then picked up his coat and the car keys on the coffee table. 24 years old, not really that old, 6 years younger than him. What? Is our teacher Yi very young and promising? Shin Lianjue boasted proudly. Shin Xiaoting didn't even look at him. He took a few steps with his long legs and walked out of the entrance. Turning around, Shin Lianjue followed anxiously. "Brother, wait for me, let's go together." But in a moment, the black Land Rover had stopped outside the Shin family villa, and the two men walked into the living room one after the other. "Well, when did you get engaged? Why didn't you tell me and your brother?" "Okay, I get it. Be careful on the road." Lydia Su was on the phone. When she saw her two sons come in, she hung up the phone with a festive smile on her face. "Mom, my aunt is engaged." "When did it happen?" Shin Lianjue had a look of shock on his face, and his eyes cautiously swept over his eldest brother beside him. He was a little afraid to look at his eldest brother's expression. Shin Xiaoting stood there stiffly, his handsome face was dark, his lips were straight, his eyes were full of turbulence, and the veins on the back of his hand holding the document were bulging. "We got engaged 2 days ago." Lydia Su frowned, with some dissatisfaction and rebuke in her words. "We are all family, but you didn't even tell me about the engagement, really." "Mom, did Aunt say anything else?" Shin Lianjue pleaded. "Didn't Aunt mention my eldest brother?" Lydia Su nodded. "She said that in 2 days, she will come back with her fiancé." The big hand clenched the document once again, but Shin Xiaoting's expression had returned to normal, his coat fluttering, and he had already walked forward. "Xiaoting, where are you going?" Sulan stared at his back. Could it be that he hasn't forgotten Shin Yuqing yet? He paused, turned around, and raised his eyebrows. "Bathroom." Carefully observing his expression, Sulan then said, "Your aunt asked me to tell you something, saying that you are not young anymore, and it is time to settle down." Shin Xiaoting looked calm, and his true emotions could not be seen. He raised his thin lips and said, "Mom, I'm going to the bathroom first." As soon as his long legs stepped into the bathroom, he punched the marble of the sink, his eyes cold and sharp, with a mocking sneer. "Shin Yuqing, you are really great." With his bruised hands, Shin Xiaoting took out his cell phone, and with a cold smile, he dialed the number that he had memorized by heart. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy, please try again later." On a call. With his eyes narrowed, Shin Xiaoting casually threw his cell phone on the sink beside him, then leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and took a few deep puffs. The tobacco lingers in the throat until it penetrates the internal organs. How could he not know that she hung up the phone on purpose and was not on the phone? He fished out an exquisite and elegant diamond ring from the pocket of his suit pants, glanced at it, and then, with a flick of his hand, threw the diamond ring into the trash can. The diamond ring fell into the trash can without any sound, just like his handsomeness at this moment, with a calm face. "Since Shin Yuqing has done this, it is best not to appear in front of me again, otherwise, I will definitely kill you." He walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Sulan smiled and said, "Xiaoting, the mayor's daughter has returned home. I have met her several times. She is well educated and beautiful like a flower. You can take some time to meet her tomorrow, and then we can arrange the marriage." Shin Xiaoting flipped through the documents without looking up, and just said, "There is an important meeting tomorrow, so I don't have time. Your grandparents have also met the mayor's daughter. In short, they are very satisfied with her. You can find time to meet her tomorrow and then get engaged." Sulan made arrangements on her own and said with a smile, "Also, your grandpa also said that if you don't go, he will force you to go. This marriage is already set in stone. He will come over in 2 days to personally arrange your marriage. You know, your grandpa always keeps his word. No one can change his mind once he has made up his mind. You'd better be prepared. Once you get engaged, plus your aunt will get married soon, it will be a double happiness." After hearing the last 2 sentences, Shin Xiaoting's eyes were filled with dark currents, and his whitening joints revealed his emotions. After talking to the principal, Ziqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little worried that the principal would not agree, but fortunately it turned out to be a good decision. Although the principal is a bit of a sycophant, he is also reasonable, which is quite good. Pulling her suitcase, she hurriedly walked out of the school, but after taking only 2 steps, she was stopped by Teacher Li. Where is Teacher Yi going in such a hurry? Back home. Ziqing lied casually and took 2 steps forward. Teacher Li grabbed her arm again. Teacher Yi, I introduced you to a girl. Now is a good time to meet her. Sister Li, I have already bought my train ticket and I'm in a hurry now. Why don't you wait until I come back from my hometown? She declined, wanting to leave in a hurry. Chapter 21. Want to keep the child and marry me. Hey! He's already at the cafe opposite our school. You can go meet him. It won't be too late to leave later. Teacher Li pushed Ziqing and took her out of the school. Ziqing dragged herself backwards, still looking for an excuse. Teacher Li, I haven't even washed my face, and my hair is a mess. I'll scare people. It's okay. If you don't tell me, no one will know that you didn't wash your face. Let's go. Teacher Li is broad and fat, and his size is equivalent to that of 2 Ziqings. He pulls her as if he is pulling a child. Forced to do so, she had no choice but to admit it, and repeatedly emphasized, Sister Li, let's make a deal. I will leave as soon as I show my face, otherwise I will miss the train. New. As a result, she was dragged by Teacher Li into the cafe opposite the school. A man about 27 or 28 years old was sitting by the window. He was of medium height and average looks, a very ordinary man. After walking over and introducing each other to Teacher Li, the man politely extended his hand. Hello, Teacher Yi. Just as she was about to extend her hand, Ziqing's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the familiar black Land Rover parked outside the school gate. Her body froze, her face turned pale in an instant, and her breathing became rapid in an instant. She wanted to dodge, but that deep gaze had already shot over, and the two of them looked into each other's eyes, unable to avoid it. Then, he narrowed his eyes, stretched out his long legs, and walked towards the cafe step by step. Ziqing's chest heaved violently, and the hands hanging by her sides slowly tightened. Sit down, why don't you sit down? Teacher Li looked at Ziqing in confusion as she stood there like a stone. As if she didn't hear what Teacher Li said, she still stood there motionless without any reaction. Teacher Li shook her arm in surprise. Teacher Yi. When Ziqing finally came to her senses, Xiaoting was already standing in front of her. He got straight to the point and said, let's go. He was dressed in a neat suit, radiating dignity and elegance from inside out, seeming totally out of place in this simple cafe. Her body trembled slightly, her nails dug into the tender flesh of her palms, and she tried her best to keep a calm face. I have something else to do right now. If she can delay a little longer, she will do so. As soon as she gets a chance, she will run away. Teacher Li looked at the man standing in front of her, and her potential as a matchmaker was aroused again. His figure and appearance were both top-notch. She had lived for most of her life, but had never seen such a handsome man. Teacher Yi, who is this? Teacher Li's eyes moved quickly. Student's parent. Ziqing answered evasively. With his brows slightly furrowed, Xiaoting was already feeling a little impatient, but he still waited. Sir, can you talk to Teacher Yi about your study problems later? She is on a blind date right now, so it may be inconvenient for her. Teacher Li spoke cautiously. It was obvious that this man was from an important background, so it was better to be careful with him. Xiaoting frowned, and then he noticed the man sitting opposite him. He was an ordinary man with no memorable features. The young man stood up. He looked a little embarrassed because of the strong aura. Hello. Xiaoting nodded indifferently, which was considered a response to him. His eyes fell on Ziqing again. Aren't you leaving? Teacher Yi. Obviously being ignored, the young man said to Teacher Li, since Teacher Yi has something urgent to attend to, let's meet another day. What is Teacher Yi's phone number? Ziqing gave the phone number to the young man. After saving it, the young man politely greeted her and left. Teacher Li didn't want to sit there any longer, but he did remind Ziqing to contact the young man on the phone first to get to know him better. There were only 2 of them left. Xiaoting pursed his thin lips, his expression was unfathomable, and he said without any expression, is this the procedure for a blind date? Ziqing said nothing, but just bit her lips, waiting for the opportunity to come. Teacher Yi always leaves his cell phone number to the other party every time he goes on a blind date. Xiaoting frowned, a little curious. Ziqing couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore. She took a deep breath and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Hearing this, Xiaoting took a long step to the right and blocked her way. He glanced at the suitcase and asked sharply, do you need to pull the suitcase to go to the bathroom? After a moment of silence, Ziqing simply said bluntly, I will definitely not get rid of this child. Absolutely not. Do you think you can be my opponent? He raised his eyebrows. This sentence hit Ziqing's sore spot. She lowered her eyes and then gritted her teeth and said, you are bullying me by taking advantage of your power. Well, I just bully you by taking advantage of my power. Shen Xiaoting didn't think it was wrong at all. He stared at her angry expression and gave her advice, you can bully me by taking advantage of your power. Are you deliberately laughing at me? Ziqing glared at him fiercely. This is said to those who have the capital, not everyone can do it. She was like a hedgehog with its hair standing on end, with all the spines standing up and her cheeks as red as apples. Quietly glancing at her, Shen Xiaoting took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it, and the red light of the cigarette butt flashed, and he said, do you really want this child? She was stunned, not quite understanding why he suddenly changed the subject. She said nothing, hugged her belly with both hands, and took a few steps back cautiously. This was obviously the answer. Shen Xiaoting put out the remaining cigarette, and the look in his eyes was dark and frightening. If you really want to keep this child, marry me, he said. It was like a bomb was dropped. Ziqing was blown to pieces and seriously suspected that she was hallucinating. What did you say? Shen Xiaoting's left eye was half closed sexily due to the swirling smoke, and he repeated, if you want to keep this child, marry me. The nails dug into the tender flesh of her palm, causing a sharp and clear pain. She exclaimed, are you kidding me? I have a meeting at 1 o'clock, a business meeting at 2 o'clock, and a contract with an American multinational company at 3 o'clock. Do you think I'm bored enough to stand here and joke with you? Frowning, he moved his thin lips, his eyes still staring at her. Indeed, he is a busy man. How could he have the time to chat and joke with her here? Ziqing took a deep breath and said, President Shen, are you sure you are in your right mind right now? What do you think? Shen Xiaoting asked calmly. What about him made her feel that he was mentally ill? The expression on his face was the same as usual, but it was precisely because of this that she felt confused and could not understand the situation at all. She felt that she needed to clear her mind and wondered whether he was crazy or she was crazy. I'm going to the bathroom first to sober up. As soon as he took a step forward, Shen Xiaoting reached out and grabbed her wrist accurately. He pulled her closer to him and forced her eyes, I am sober, and you are sober too. There is no need to go to the bathroom. You just need to answer yes or no. Chapter 22 Deciding whether it is right or wrong. His palms were burning, and they made her body tremble slightly. She couldn't feel the bottom and felt a little scared. After a long time, Ziqing's trembling heartbeat slowly calmed down, and she asked word by word, why do you want to marry me? She is not an 18 or 19-year-old girl still trapped in a beautiful fairy tale love story. He was powerful and wealthy, and he could call the shots in S-City. She was just an ordinary teacher, and they had met only 5 or 6 times. The only deep conversation they had was about the night they got drunk and went to bed without thinking. Just this once, he became obsessed with her body? Absolutely impossible. It's ridiculous even to think about it. So, why marry her? There was silence for more than 10 seconds, the fireworks on his fingertips were still flickering. He moved his thin lips and then spoke indifferently. For that reason, I need someone to marry, and I don't hate you. You are the best candidate. Looking into his eyes as deep as ink, Ziqing felt a faint sense of loneliness and some indescribable complex emotions lingering in them. When she looked carefully again, Shen Xiaoting had already let go of her hand. His eyes were calm and his words were low and sharp, I'll give you 1 night to think about it and give me an answer tomorrow. If you agree, take your household registration book and ID card to the registration office. If you disagree, I won't force you, but you must go to the hospital. Ziqing fell silent. She really needed to think about it carefully. Also, he paused and gave her some advice, don't think about running away. It's best not to do useless things. It's just a waste of effort. After he finished speaking, he left, leaving only her tall and upright figure. After a day of escaping, her train ticket was scrapped before she even had time to refund it. Dragging a fully loaded suitcase, Ziqing returned to school with a heavy heart. Night. Ziqing put the instant noodles on the table and started eating, but the thoughts in her heart were as heavy as a mountain pressing down on her. The development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations and caught her off guard. She had thought about getting married, but she had never thought about marrying Xiaoting in her life. He was not joking, and she really wanted to keep the child, so it seemed that his proposal was the best way to resolve the matter. While drinking the hot noodle soup, she was lost in thought, and his low voice rang in her ears without warning. I need someone to marry, and you, whom I don't dislike, are the best candidate. Her heartbeat was a little disordered. Ziqing shook her head and said to herself, it turns out that getting married is such a simple thing for him. As long as he doesn't hate it, he can get married. She thought that although marriage did not necessarily require mutual love, there should at least be some feeling between the two people. Obviously, his theoretical viewpoints are much simpler than hers. However, she felt that there seemed to be some complex and deep emotions in his eyes, which she could not see through. The next morning. The sky was still grey, the cold wind rustled the branches, and salt particles fell from the grey and black sky, adding a bit of chill. A black Land Rover was parked downstairs of a residential building, with many cigarette butts lying around the car, and it was obvious that it had been waiting for some time. Xiaoting put his left hand on the steering wheel, took out his cell phone with his right hand and dialed. After a long time, the call was finally answered. The person on the other end seemed to be still asleep and spoke with a thick nasal voice, "Hello. I'll give you 5 minutes, either you come down or I go up." He frowned and said efficiently and concisely. He never liked waiting, but today was an exception. He had been waiting for more than half an hour and his patience was running out. Ziqing was instantly frightened awake and took a deep breath. How could it be him? 5 minutes. If you agree, come down immediately with your stuff. If you don't agree, we'll go to the hospital right away. We still have 4 minutes. She reminded her of the time again, and then Xiaoting hung up the phone without waiting for her to say anything. Thinking of her taking a deep breath, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it that scary? With 1 minute left, Ziqing appeared in front of the black Land Rover, gritted her teeth, and opened the car door. Maybe because of the pressure from sleeping, her hair was still curled up, and there was still some oil stains on the corners of her mouth that hadn't been wiped off. Xiaoting was stunned for a moment, but he recovered in just a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? She was in a bad mood when she woke up and her attitude was a little unfriendly. I slept too late last night and was woken up before dawn and threatened. Naturally, I was not in a good mood. Another gust of cold wind mixed with salt grains blew in Ziqing's face. He shivered his shoulders and sat in the back seat spontaneously. Raising his eyebrows, Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly, moved his thin lips, and said slowly, "You seem to be no longer afraid of me now." "I've never been afraid of you before, I just don't want to have anything to do with you," Ziqing answered as a matter of course. He glanced at her and stretched out his big hand. "I asked you to prepare the household registration booklet and ID card." Ziqing particularly disliked his firm tone and self-confidence. It was as if she was a prey in his hands and she couldn't escape at all. She frowned and looked at him, deliberately provoking him. "Why do you think I will definitely agree to you? If you don't agree, you can still sleep." He curled the corners of his lips slightly and narrowed his eyes lazily. Her emotions were written on her face. "Is there any need to guess?" After that, he paused for a moment and continued, "Also, you can be so casual with me and even dare to lose your temper in front of me." Ziqing was speechless. How could this person be so sensitive and sharp like a wild beast? Feeling somewhat unwilling and dissatisfied, she handed him her household registration booklet and ID card in a bad mood. Starting the car, the black Land Rover backed out of the parking space and drove forward. Sitting in the back seat, she looked out the window, her hands twisted together, feeling a little nervous and at a loss. Was this choice right or wrong? But things have developed to this point now, so why bother thinking so much? It's better to just take one step forward at a time and think about what will happen in the future later. The car drove forward for a while. Xiaoting's eye swept across the corner of her mouth, and he pulled his thin lips and said, "Are you sure you want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau in this state?" Not noticing the strangeness on her face, she frowned and asked coldly, "What do you mean by honorable appearance? Don't you think it's too late for President to consider this aspect now? Since Teacher Yi doesn't mind, there is naturally no reason for me to mind." His voice was low and he did not show any emotion towards her excessiveness. Ziqing then realized the hidden meaning in his words and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Without saying a word, he held the steering wheel with his left hand, stretched out his right arm, and tapped the mirror above the car with his big, bony hand, motioning her to look up. Staring at his inexplicable behavior, she straightened up puzzledly and put her cheek to the mirror. Chapter 23. Are you a mouse? Then, her cheeks suddenly turned red and so hot that she was almost too embarrassed to face anyone. I was really tired last night, so I ate instant noodles and went to bed without washing my face. Plus, he threatened her so early in the morning, and she was afraid of waking up the neighbors next door, so she hurried downstairs, but who knew? With her face flushed, she patted his seat from behind. President Shen, could you please turn your head? What to do? The corners of his lips curled up slightly, knowing the consultant. Go, wash your face. The voice was so soft that it sounded like a hum. Teacher Yi doesn't mind, and I don't mind even more, so let's just leave it at that. He said casually and had no intention of stopping the car. Ziqing felt so embarrassed, but she couldn't do anything to him, so she threatened him, if you don't turn around, I won't get off the car even if we get to the Civil Affairs Bureau. His deep eyes swept around. Shen Xiaoting raised his handsome eyebrows, turned around, and parked the car on the opposite side of the road. Get off. He dropped 2 words. Ziqing glanced around and shook her head firmly. I want to go home. Shen Xiaoting threatened directly. Do you want to get off the car on your own initiative, or do you want me to take you out of the car forcefully? Her answer is always the same, go home. With a look of helplessness on his face, Shen Xiaoting got out of the car and went to a small supermarket just 2 steps away on the opposite side. When he returned, he brought a bottle of mineral water. He unscrewed the cap with his slender fingers and poured a small amount of mineral water into his palm. The palm of the other big hand was wet, and the slender body leaned slightly, and the fingertips with thin calluses fell on the corner of her mouth, rubbing slowly to wipe off the oil stains. Not expecting him to do such a thing, Ziqing stood there in a daze for a moment, forgetting to react. He was very close to her, and his mature masculine scent mixed with a hint of tobacco enveloped her. She felt like she was suffocating and couldn't breathe. There was something intimate about the rough fingertips moving like that. Her cheeks became even redder, more radiant and rosy, but it seemed as if all the strength in her body was drained away, and her whole body felt numb, as if she had been electrocuted. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, she looked up, her eyes involuntarily falling on him. He didn't look at her, but just wiped the place, his eyes dark and deep, focused and gentle. Instantly, the place in her heart softened, like a stone hitting the water, causing ripples. After a while, Shen Xiaoting stood up, and his fingertips stayed there for several seconds before leaving. His eyes swept over her face, and her cheek was white, with only the red mark of friction there. Her skin was a little too delicate, and he didn't use much force, but that part had already turned red. However, the touch was indeed very good. Are you turning back? He looked at her. She met his gaze, but looked away quickly and unnaturally, more docile and obedient than before. No need. He glanced at her red cheeks, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if he was very happy. The car continued to move forward, but this time the car was completely quiet, without a single sound. Ziqing felt her cheeks burning, especially the places where he wiped them. They were so hot that even her ears felt burning. When we arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, perhaps because it was too early, there were only 3 couples in line. After a while, it was their turn. Shen Xiaoting's eyes were unfathomable, and it was impossible to fathom the emotions in them. They were somewhat gloomy, but the pen in his hand never paused, and his signature was written in a flamboyant style. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her head, as if she had made a great decision, and signed her name stroke by stroke, fairly and seriously. It was just such a simple procedure, but the relationship between the 2 people changed dramatically. From a relationship that was a little more familiar than strangers, it suddenly became a relationship where they could sleep in the same bed together. It was already 8:30 when I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The snow that was originally like salt grains has turned into flakes of snow, and the ground is covered with white. She took a deep breath, the cold air rushed into her nose, and she couldn't help shivering. It's only been 1 night and the weather has become so cold. Think about it again, she went from being single to being married overnight, let alone the weather. It is enough to see that many things can change overnight. While he was daydreaming, Shen Xiaoting walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, followed by 2 staff members who seemed to be talking about something, and their attitudes were extremely respectful. Get in. He opened the door and motioned for her to get in. Ziqing still felt a little uncomfortable. She pretended to check the time and said, "It's already 8:30." I have to rush to school. You must be very busy too. I can just take a taxi. As if he hadn't heard it, he frowned slightly and spoke again, get in the car. Gradually, more and more people gathered around, and many of them looked at the man in front of them. They talked in low voices, showing expressions of surprise and admiration. He is undoubtedly the most eye-catching, and wherever he goes, he attracts a lot of attention. Thinking of her unwashed face, she could no longer stand, so she bent down and got into the back seat. The deep voice then fell beside my ear again, sit in the front, I'm not the driver. She gritted her teeth. What's wrong with this guy? He even wants to know whether to sit in the front or the back. In the end, she was the one who compromised. The car moved forward steadily. Xiaoting's eyes fell on her and he said with his thin lips, I have an important meeting this afternoon. You pack your things and the secretary will take you there. With a slight tremor in her heart, Ziqing shook her head and subconsciously refused, I haven't told my parents about this yet. I will move there after I tell them. These decisions came too suddenly, and she was not mentally prepared yet. Thinking about living with him from now on, I couldn't help but panic a little. After looking at her for a few seconds, he turned the steering wheel to the left, turned, and said with a deep look in his eyes, I haven't told you here either. Take some time out these few days to go to your house first, and then to my house. It's better for me to talk about this kind of thing. She agreed with this statement, I also think it would be better for you to say it. With the corners of his lips raised slightly, Xiaoting slowly parked the car in front of the school gate and said, the secretary will wait for you in front of the apartment in the afternoon. Can't we wait a couple more days? Why? He asked back, raising his eyebrows. She answered truthfully, I'm not mentally ready yet. Xiaoting looked at her deeply for a while, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a hoarse voice, what kind of preparation? Mental or physical? This guy. Ziqing glared at him, her heart beating a little faster. Of course it's psychological preparation. So, your body is ready, huh? He said as a matter of course, taking advantage of the opportunity. Her cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth, are you a rat? Do you think it's fun to deliberately take advantage of the loopholes? Chapter 24, Calling Other People's Names. Yes. There was a hint of frivolity in his deep voice. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, as a teacher, I should be good at on-the-spot performance and adaptability. As for Teacher Yi, I naturally have 100% trust in him. President Chen, who told you that teachers should be good at on-the-spot performance and adaptability? Do you think I'm an expert in wilderness survival? She retorted angrily. Teacher Yi really knows a lot. Xiaoting curled his thin lips, started the car and left. How could this person be so dictatorial? She couldn't listen to anyone else at all. She frowned and muttered to herself. However, the slightly raised corners of his mouth when he left for the last time, in Ziqing's eyes, made him even more charming. After get off work in the afternoon, Ziqing walked out of the school, and a middle-aged man in a suit came towards her and blocked her way. She frowned, somewhat puzzled. When she was about to speak, the man spoke first, Teacher Yi, I'm Secretary Chen. The president asked me to take you to the apartment. There was no way to refuse, so Ziqing had to get in the car and first went back home to pack some daily necessities and clothes. Afterwards, he went to the apartment with Secretary Chen. The huge and luxurious apartment was empty. She stood in the living room with her suitcase. Secretary Chen had already left. Standing there, Ziqing was a little dazed and hesitant. When she thought about the two of them living in the same room, she felt a little unnatural and nervous. But then she thought that she couldn't escape it anyway, so she gritted her teeth and walked into the room carrying her suitcase. Charm bar. The dynamic music sounded shrilly, and the men and women in the dance floor swayed their bodies wildly. In the private room, Chen Haiyu and Ji Chen's eyes fell on the man on the sofa at the same time, without blinking for a moment. The suit jacket was placed casually on the sofa. Xiaoting was only wearing a black shirt with his sleeves slightly rolled up, showing his strong arms and beautiful lines. He picked up the wine glass with his big hand, raised his chin slightly, and finished the glass of wine. Damn, this is Polish vodka with an alcohol concentration of 96%. Why hasn't he fallen down drunk yet? Chen Haiyu touched his chin. Compared to that question, I'm more curious about how he got involved with Teacher Yi and got married to her. Ji Chen shrugged, feeling surprised. I am also curious about this question, but I am even more curious that tonight is his wedding night, but he wants to come here to drink. Could it be that he is thinking of his aunt? The wine glass in Xiaoting's hand paused slightly, but only for a moment, and then returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. But Ziqing caught it with his sharp eyes, and gently bumped Chen Haiyu's shoulder, lowering his voice. Do you really want to run into the muzzle of the gun? With a light cough, Chen Haiyu realized something and immediately stopped the subject. 1 o'clock in the morning. Ziqing was still sitting on the sofa, not asleep. Perhaps it was because of the change of environment, she found it difficult to fall asleep for a while. And Xiaoting hasn't come back yet. She frowned slightly, unable to describe the feeling in her heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and she stood up from the sofa in surprise. Who could it be at this late hour? Could it be Xiaoting? She walked forward and opened the door, and saw Ziqing and Chen Haiyu standing beside her. Xiaoting stood in the middle, supported by two people, with his hair slightly hanging down, obviously drunk. Teacher Yi, long time no see. Chen Haiyu smiled and said, young Master Shen just finished a business party and got a little drunk. Ziqing echoed, we are here, so let's send him back. Ziqing was still stunned by the call of sister-in-law. She watched in a daze as the two men helped Xiaoting to the bed in the room and walked out again. Master Shen will be handed over to Teacher Yi. You can treat him however you like. Before Chen Haiyu finished speaking, Ziqing kicked him lightly from behind and said helplessly, Teacher Yi, don't take it to heart. Good night. Then, he pulled the outspoken Chen Haiyu away. Walking into the bedroom, Ziqing's eyes fell on the bed. He seemed to have drunk quite a bit of wine and was now unconscious. His handsomeness was added with a touch of decadence and casualness, which made him even more deadly. Walking over, she squatted slightly and took off his leather shoes. This man always looks mature and steady, but why is he so drunk today? Her eyes swept over his slightly dry thin lips, and after a pause, she turned and walked out. When she returned, she was holding a glass of warm water in her hand. Sitting on the bed, Ziqing reached out and poked his shoulder unhappily. Hey, get up and drink some water. His brows were furrowed, but he didn't react at all, so she poked him a few more times with greater force, without any mercy. Suddenly, his eyes half opened, with some reddish bloodshot, but mostly black as indissoluble as ink, dark, gloomy, and bottomless. She was a little frightened by being stared at, so she looked away and held out the cup of water. Here. No one answered for a long while. She frowned in confusion. When she was about to look over, an arm suddenly pressed her down on the bed. With a clang, the cup of water fell to the ground. She was startled and was embraced by that arm again. Before she could react, she was kissed. She felt limp all over and her hands involuntarily grabbed his shirt on his chest. After a long time, he finally let go. Finally able to breathe some fresh air, her chest heaved. Her cheeks felt like they were burning, and she felt a little shy when she recalled how she had just indulged in his passionate kiss. She twisted her body and struggled to get out of his arms, but after struggling for a long time, she couldn't move him at all. Hey, let go. She lowered her voice and hit his chest. Still no reaction, all she got in response was a steady and regular breathing sound. He actually fell asleep again. Ziqing just felt helpless and unable to break free. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Unable to resist the sleepiness that came over her, she leaned against his chest that was like a furnace and finally fell asleep. In the silent room, there was only the sound of two people's breathing rising and falling. After a while, Xiaoting on the bed moved slightly, hugged the woman in his arms tighter, buried his handsome face in her neck, sniffed the faint orange fragrance emanating from her, and murmured with satisfaction, Shen Yuqing. Yuqing. Qing. The unusually low and hoarse voice became as gentle as water at the end. However, the woman in his arms was already fast asleep and did not hear it. The next morning, when Ziqing woke up, she immediately met the face of the man opposite her. Xiaoting was already awake. His tall and muscular body was slightly tilted, with one hand supporting his head. The hair on his forehead had fallen down, there was still some bloodshot in his eyes, and stubble appeared on his chin. His black shirt was no longer smooth as before, but had wrinkles on it, but it looked sloppy and lazy, making him look extremely charming. He seemed to be half awake, and he just squinted his half-open eyes and glanced at her quietly. His eyes were too deep, she couldn't see through them at all, let alone know what he was thinking at this moment. Thinking of her current situation, Ziqing coughed lightly and explained, "It's not that I wanted to sleep here on purpose, but you insisted on holding me. He hid all the emotions in his eyes and curled his lips lightly. Teacher, you doesn't plan to sleep here, then where do you plan to sleep? Ziqing was speechless. Shouldn't a couple sleep in the same bed? He continued to ask calmly. She licked her lips, which made her seem unreasonable. I thought it would be inconvenient for you. Raising his eyebrows, he asked back, are you worried that it will be inconvenient for me or for you? This man was really bloody and stabbed her in the throat. She continued unhappily, I have a bad sleeping posture. I always roll around and I'm shy. If there's suddenly a man in my bed, I won't be able to sleep. He was quite generous, it doesn't matter if you roll on me. Besides, you will get used to it if you sleep more. It's a waste if you don't become a lawyer with such good eloquence. Ziqing frowned and snorted. Thank you for the compliment. As he spoke, Xiaoting supported his body with his hands behind his back, sat up slightly, revealing his chest, which was firm and smooth. Her cheeks felt hot and she looked away. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was Gui Yanfang calling. She picked up the phone, called out, Mom, and then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and talked on the phone. After making the call, she turned around and saw Xiaoting staring at her, our uncle and aunt back. Uncle and aunt. After being stunned for a moment, she realized that he was talking about her parents. She felt a little awkward, but nodded. Now that you're back, pack up and we'll go to your house right away. Startled, Ziqing asked quickly, so sudden? Do you still want to keep it secret? He stepped off the bed with his long legs, and took off his shirt and trousers in front of her. He had a strong body and deep lines. No, I'm not mentally prepared yet. She turned her eyes away, knowing that truth would come out sooner or later, but she was more afraid that her family would be frightened. It doesn't matter whether you are mentally prepared or not, but they have to know about this matter anyway, no matter how early or late. Get ready and set off immediately. After speaking in a low and decisive voice, he walked into the bathroom. Truth cannot be hidden, and it is better to say it later than earlier. She understands it completely in her heart. But this matter is completely different from other things and cannot be compared. If her parents knew that she, who had never had a boyfriend, not only got married overnight but also had a child, I'm afraid they will be really scared. Thinking of the chaos they are about to face, she has a headache. But it was too late to say anything at this time, because the car had already stopped downstairs of the residential building. Taking a deep breath, Ziqing was very nervous. After preparing herself mentally, she opened the car door and got out. But there was no movement behind her. She turned around in surprise and saw Xiaoting still sitting there, tapping lightly on the steering wheel with his slender fingers, his eyes slightly fixed. Aren't you leaving? She asked. It was he who suggested coming here, so why didn't he move now that he was downstairs? Wait a moment. He began. What are you waiting for? She was a little confused. 20 minutes later, I saw Secretary Chen, whom I met last night, getting out of a black car, holding 2 large gift boxes in his hands. Secretary Chen stepped forward and handed over the gift box. President, this is what you asked me to prepare in advance. Chapter 25, we'll have a wedding later. Yeah. Xiaoting responded calmly and took it. Never thought that he would be so attentive. Ziqing stared at him in surprise for a few more seconds, feeling a slight movement in her heart. When they walked into the living room, Wei Yanfang and Yi Jinglin were setting the table. When they saw Xiaoting, who was wearing a dark cashmere coat, elegant and tall, they were puzzled and stunned. Finally, Yi Jinglin came back to his senses first. Xiaoqing, who is this? Hearing this, Ziqing bit her lips in embarrassment, not knowing how to start. Taking a step forward with his long legs, Xiaoting embraced Ziqing in his arms. She had not expected him to do such a thing, and she trembled slightly, raised her head and looked at him. He did not look at her, but stared straight ahead, pulled his thin lips, and smiled. Uncle, aunt. Such an intimate and ambiguous action has indirectly explained everything. Yi Jinglin and Gui Yanfang looked at each other in shock. When did Xiaoqing get a boyfriend? Then, Yi Jinglin winked at Gui Yanfang, and Gui Yanfang understood. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at Xiaoting. Are you my Xiaoqing's boyfriend? Aunt, Ziqing and I have registered our marriage, and she is already 1 month pregnant. Xiaoting's words were gentle, neither humble nor arrogant, elegant, and able to control his emotions, revealing his nobility and cultivation. In contrast, Ziqing was very nervous, especially after he said this. she felt that she was no longer calm and her body became even more tense. Marriage? Pregnancy? Yi Jinlin was stunned, standing there like a stone. Wei Yanfang's reaction was even more intense. She swayed and quickly held onto the table behind her. She panted lightly and asked Yi Ziqing, were the words he said true or false? She has watched her daughter grow up since she was a child, and she hasn't even taught her about having a boyfriend. Now she says she is married and pregnant. As a mother, how could she not know anything about this? Things have developed to this point and there is no possibility of turning back. Gritting her teeth, she gave it her all, nodded, and admitted, "Mom, those are all true." Reaching out, Wei Yanfang gently patted her chest, which was rising and falling violently. Then, she pointed her finger at Yi Ziqing and said sternly, "What is going on? Explain it to me clearly." Frowning, Shen Xiaoting moved his thin lips slightly. When he was about to speak, he suddenly felt something soft and smooth on the palm of his hand. It turned out that her hand went into his big palm and her fingers were intertwined with his. His joints were distinct, his palms were hot and a little rough, while her, she, was soft as if she had no bones and a little cool. His eyebrows raised, his eyes narrowed, with a hint of surprise, and looked at her playfully, his eyes deep and dark with dancing light. Yi Ziqing didn't look at him, but took 2 steps forward and looked straight at Wei Yanfang. She looked very serious and solemn, with a firm gaze, and said word by word, "Mom, everyone has to be crazy once in their life, maybe for someone, maybe for a relationship. From childhood to adulthood, I have always listened to you. This is the only time I rebelled, and I don't regret it." Hearing this, Wei Yanfang was slightly startled, but her originally intense emotions calmed down. She looked at her and said, "Do you know what you are doing now?" "I know," Yi Ziqing answered solemnly. Wei Yanfang said nothing more, but turned and walked towards the room, saying to Yi Ziqing, "Come with me." In the room, Wei Yanfang sat on the sofa, her expression calm. "Have you met the other party's parents?" "I have." Yi Ziqing lied and secretly observed her expression. When he found that her expression had eased, he felt relieved. "Why didn't you tell me and your dad before you registered?" She choked, coughed, and said coquettishly, "I'm just afraid that you won't agree." Wei Yanfang still looked at her and asked, "What about the wedding? Are you not planning to have it?" "The doctor said the first 3 months are a dangerous period. We were afraid something might happen to the baby, so we didn't plan to hold a wedding. But he said he would hold one after the baby is born." Yi Ziqing walked forward without blushing or beating her heart, and hugged Wei Yanfang. "Mom, don't be angry anymore, okay?" Patting her hands, Wei Yanfang sighed softly, "Girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. I have watched you grow up since you were a child, but you actually hid such a big thing as marriage from me. Do you think I should be angry?" Of course, Mom, do you want to hit me a couple of times to calm down?" Just like she did when she was a child, she turned around with a smile, raised her hips towards Wei Yanfang, and waited for her hand to fall. She laughed, and all the anger in her heart disappeared. Wei Yanfang held her hand and said, "This is your own decision. I will not ask about it anymore. As long as you live well, that's all." With tears in her eyes, she walked forward, hugged Wei Yanfang, and gently called, "Mom." If there are people in the world who treat you well for no reason, they must be your parents. After talking for a while, the two walked out of the room and saw Yi Jinlin and Shen Xiaoting playing chess. Yi Ziqing looked at him in surprise for a few seconds before looking away, and Wei Yanfang did the same. After lunch, the two left. Wei Yanfang stood in front of the window, looking through the window at the black car gradually disappearing from her sight. Yi Jinlin held the gift box as if he had found a treasure. "Daunting Biluochun, this is really a rare and good tea." Hearing this, Wei Yanfang turned around and glared at him. Tea, just tea." Smiling, Yi Jinlin handed over another gift box. "Suzhou silk shawl, try it. Aren't you worried about your daughter? That's the most famous Shen family in S City. Will Xiaoqing be wronged if she marries there? I think the eldest son of the Shen family has excellent upbringing and manners. Besides, the Shen family is a famous family, so his upbringing should be about the same." Yi Jinglin's energy was all on the tea leaves at the moment. "This is top-grade Dongting Biluochun. I'll go make a pot and try it first." In the car, Yi Ziqing sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window, his thoughts wandering. The lie was told and the matter was resolved, but she didn't feel relieved and still felt a little depressed. The cell phone rang and Shen Xiaoting picked up. It was a very brief call, but his handsome face changed slightly. Then, the car braked suddenly and drove in another direction. Seeing his slightly changed expression, she was curious and confused. Where are we going now? Shen's house. He threw 2 words at her. Ziqing sat up straight immediately, her spirit tense. Didn't you say we'll go tomorrow? I haven't prepared a gift yet. An emergency. Shen Xiaoting rubbed both sides of his forehead with his big hands, as if he had a headache. Just let the secretary prepare the gifts. The Shen residence is located halfway up a green mountain, surrounded by woods, with fresh and quiet air and pleasant scenery. Those who can live among the green mountains must be either rich or noble, and it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Chapter 26. Where should we find it now? The car was driving on the winding road and stopped after a while. Secretary Chen's car arrived at this time. He got out of the car and handed her 2 gifts. She sighed inwardly. The efficiency of secretaries in large companies is indeed different. Passing through the large carved iron gate, the 2 walked into the white villa one after the other. As soon as I reached the entrance, I heard a strong, stern, but angry voice. How dare that boy get married behind my back? How dare he get married behind my back? When he comes back, I will break his legs. Dad, Xiaoting will be back soon. It won't be too late to ask him in detail then. Don't get yourself hurt by getting angry. The female voice was gentle and soft. It was Sulan. So, the owner of that male voice was his grandfather. Just by listening to his voice, one could tell that he had a hot temper, and Ziqing couldn't help but tremble slightly. Grandpa, are you going to break my legs? Shen Xiaoting said lazily and casually threw the car keys on the table. Hearing this, Su Jinghua, who was wearing a military uniform and had grey hair on his temples, turned around, glared with anger, and shouted in a stern voice, "Stand at attention." Ignoring him, Shen Xiaoting took off his cashmere coat and hung it on the hanger beside him. However, Ziqing behind him stood at attention reflexively after hearing it, standing straight. The only thing missing was a salute. Su Jinghua looked just like the school coach, and she couldn't help but do so. Chuckling, Shen Xiaoting stretched out his hand to embrace the slender figure standing upright in his arms, looked at Su Jinghua, and raised his eyebrows. Grandpa, you scared her. When she came to her senses, she realized what she had just done. Pressing against his broad chest, she could even feel the vibration from his chuckle. Her face flushed, she felt a little embarrassed, and stepped on him lightly out of anger. Ziqing's reaction obviously made Su Jinghua very satisfied. As a soldier, he naturally liked soldiers who obeyed orders. Sulan frowned slightly, and looked Ziqing up and down calmly. Xiaoting, who is this? Shen Xiaoting lowered his eyes slightly, and brushed away the hair scattered on both sides of her cheeks with his slender fingers, pinching her nose intimately. Why don't you call for help? The sudden intimacy made Ziqing's heart beat rapidly. Then, she licked her lips slightly and called out in an extremely awkward and uncomfortable voice, Mom. Miss, please don't recognize the wrong person. I never remember having a daughter. Sulan's voice was cold, and she looked at Ziqing in a half-cold manner, without showing any mercy. Such words made Ziqing's situation extremely awkward and embarrassing. Mom, you naturally don't have a daughter, and she is even less likely to be your daughter. Otherwise, should the baby in her belly call me daddy or uncle? Hearing this, Sulan's usually delicate and elegant face showed a rare look of shock. Little baby. Su Jinghua also turned around, frowned, and said in an unhappy voice, How long has it been? 1 month. Shen Xiaoting pulled his thin lips. His attitude was casual, but when he looked at Ziqing, he was extremely gentle. Are you tired? Do you want to sit for a while? The deep black eyes seemed to contain traces of affection, soft and deep. It was like a picture that enveloped Ziqing. If she didn't know the truth, she would have thought that he loved her very much. He is indeed a master of acting. Staring into his affectionate eyes, she was slightly lost in them and shook her head. Not tired. Miss, can I talk to you? Sulan regained her former elegance and nobility. Wouldn't it be better to talk in front of me? Shen Xiaoting looked at Lydia Su, as if he had thought of something, and continued, Also, we got the marriage certificate yesterday. Sulan, even Su Jinghua's expressions turned ugly, and extremely ugly. If Su Jinghua still had a hint of satisfaction with her just now, it has now completely disappeared. Ziqing saw it clearly. Sighing slightly in her heart, she thought that the days ahead would certainly not be easy. At this moment, a rough voice suddenly interrupted. Are those words true? The gazes cast on her were like needles. Ziqing turned around, only to see Shen Lianjue standing behind her with bloodshot eyes, his hands clenched into fists, staring straight at her, and saying word by word, "Teacher Yi, are those words of my eldest brother true or false?" She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Lianju. Teacher Yi, are you married or not?" Shen Lianjue shouted directly, with a little more bloodshot in his eyes. Shen Xiaoting took a step forward and pulled Ziqing behind him. He spoke in a low voice with narrowed eyes, "Is this how you talk to your sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law, he. With a sarcastic sneer, Shen Lianjue stepped back step by step, ran out of the living room and left. Sulan was a little exasperated. "Lianju, come back to me." But Shen Lianjue turned a deaf ear and didn't even turn his head. "Lianju!" Ziqing shouted, and moved her feet, intending to chase after him. But just as he moved, his arm was grabbed by Shen Xiaoting from behind. His eyes were dark and raised. "He is not young anymore, so there is no need to worry." She was still a little worried, but he leaned over, folded his arms lazily, and glanced at her leisurely. "After you catch up, what are you going to say? Let me hear it." Ziqing was speechless. It was a fact that they were already married. Even if she succeeded in catching up with him, how would she explain it? Su Jingguo's eyes suddenly showed dissatisfaction. He looked at her coldly for a few times and walked away in anger. Sulan naturally didn't like it either, so she followed Su Jingguo upstairs. The situation had become extremely tense and there was no need to stay any longer, so Ziqing turned around and left. "Are you excited?" Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows, staring at her slender back. "No, I've already prepared myself mentally." She didn't look back. "You are quite self-aware." Ziqing said unhappily, "The most important thing about me is self-knowledge." It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the apartment. Before I had time to sit down, my cell phone rang. Shen Xiaoting picked up the phone, and his handsome face immediately became gloomy. He responded calmly twice and picked up the cashmere coat directly. "What's wrong?" Ziqing was puzzled. "Go find Shen Lianjue." "I'll go with you," she said quickly. Without saying a word, but without refusing either, Shen Xiaoting put on his coat and walked out. Since there was no refusal, it was considered as consent. Ziqing hurried into the room to take out her bag and then chased after him. There had been little snow the entire winter, but it has been snowing continuously in the past few days, as if to make up for all the snow that had not fallen. It was too late at night and the weather was too cold, so there were few cars on the street, let alone pedestrians. Ziqing looked out the window. "Where should we look now?" He wants to hide, so he won't go to a place where he can be easily found. Shen Xiaoting pulled his thin lips and said lightly. Chapter 27. You became my sister-in-law. This is indeed true. She frowned and asked curiously, "Have you thought of where he might go?" "No." He answered competently and directly, then looked straight at her again, and said in a deep voice after a while, "However, there is one person who will definitely answer the call." The direct gaze said it all. Ziqing was stunned for a moment and looked at him. What if he doesn't answer? He hooked his lips, tapped the steering wheel with his bony fingers, and asked, "What if he picked up the phone?" After thinking for a moment, she threw out for words, "It's up to you." "So, what if you lose?" Her answer obviously satisfied him very much. His handsome eyebrows raised, revealing his innate confidence and arrogance. "Teacher Yi, do you think I will lose?" "Why not?" She snorted in annoyance, feeling that his appearance at the moment was really an eyesore. "It's up to you." He smiled lightly and shrugged, looking very elegant. "If I lose." Only then was she satisfied. Ziqing took out her cell phone and dialed the number in front of him. Then, after a moment, the phone was connected. It was quiet, without a sound. Ziqing could clearly hear breathing and even the sound of falling snow. Unexpectedly, he actually accepted it. Her eyes swept across the man's profile next to her, which had deep and perfect lines and a slight smile, and she gritted her teeth slightly. However, the tone of the person on the other end of the phone was cautious. "Lianju, where are you?" "I'll go look for you now, okay." I thought he would remain silent, but I didn't expect him to agree. However, he requested that only she go through. Weiyang Lake located in the center of the school, Ziqing immediately saw Shen Lianjue sitting on a bench. It seemed like he had been sitting there for a while. A layer of white snowflakes fell on his body. He just sat there quietly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Lianju. Ziqing called softly as she approached. Looking up and standing up, Shen Lianjue walked towards her step by step. Then, unexpectedly, he hugged her tightly in his arms. Her body trembled slightly, and she was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she pushed the boy's body, but her eyes were evasive and looked behind the trees not far away. Someone is still standing there. Although he was only a teenager, he was a head taller than her and naturally his strength was not hers to contend with. Lianju, let the teacher go first, okay. Giving up struggling, Ziqing sighed softly, stretched out her hand, and wiped off the snowflakes on Shen Lianjue's body. He buried his frozen face in her warm neck and said in a hoarse voice, "Teacher Yi, did you come here alone?" She felt a little flustered and guilty, but she still nodded. Finally let go, Shen Lianjue sat on the bench, wearing a thin school uniform. Looking up, he clenched his fists and suppressed his emotions. When did Teacher Yi and my eldest brother know each other? Ziqing sat down next to him and told the truth, at a friend's wedding banquet. So, you knew each other before you became my tutor? She nodded. Shen Lianjue looked at the white snowflakes drifting into the calm lake and then disappearing. Why did you get married? As he knew, his elder brother was not someone who would marry casually, not to mention that he still had his aunt in his heart. I'm pregnant with his child for a month. She had no intention of hiding these things from him. The hand hanging by his side suddenly tightened, and the boy's breath fluctuated violently in an instant. His eyes were bloodshot. Why did you get on the bed? Ziqing's face was slightly red, but she still said, it was just a mistake. On the night of the wedding banquet, he was drunk and walked into the wrong room, and I was drunk too. The night was too cold. In just a moment, her cheeks had turned blue from the cold, and her hands were so cold that she rubbed them without feeling. Paying attention to her movements, Shen Lianjue took a deep breath, suppressed his restlessness and pain, took off his gloves, took her hand, and slowly put them on. She was slowly startled and tried to take it away, but failed because he held it too tightly. In the dark, Shen Xiaoting's tall body leaned lazily against a tree trunk, staring at the two people's actions, his dark eyes as dark as the impenetrable night. At the same time, every word of the conversation between the two people came into his ears. His flickering eyes fell on the two people's hands, and he curled his thin lips in sarcasm. And this pair of gloves was knitted by her, but he has been wearing them all the time. Some things gradually became clear and then appeared in Ziqing's mind and could not be ignored. Was it my elder brother who proposed to you? He continued to ask questions even while wearing gloves. Yes. Why? He didn't say, and I didn't ask. Only then did she realize that the boy's hands were so hot, but his body was so thin. Shen Lianjue let go and stared at her deeply. Why did you agree? I wanted to give the child a complete family, with a daddy and a mommy, so I agreed. The boy's compelling gaze actually made her feel a little panicked. You don't love my elder brother, do you? The boy's face suddenly brightened, and his heart, which had been depressed for a day, suddenly became clear. After careful consideration, she answered vaguely, no one can tell clearly about feelings, whether it is now or in the future. But, Lianju, you can't do this anymore. I am your teacher. She originally thought that he was just being rebellious in high school and that his feelings for the female teacher were immature and vague, but she didn't expect that he would be so deeply involved. She was careless and neglectful about this matter. So what if he's my teacher? The boy disagreed. Since they didn't marry for love, their relationship would not last long. When my aunt came back, my eldest brother. Lianju, I'm 4 years older than you. Isn't there a saying that goes, a girl 3 years older than you is a treasure, and 4 years older is just right? Ziqing exhaled a breath of white air, wanting him to break this relationship. Lianju, according to the conditions of the Shen family, you don't need to hold the gold bricks at all. Besides, I am your sister-in-law now. Without saying a word, the boy just smiled, hugged her again, and his lips fell on her forehead unexpectedly. Now she is my sister-in-law, but how long can she remain such a sister-in-law? Standing there like a wooden statue, Ziqing came to her senses and was about to speak when Shen Lianjue let her go and said to the tree, brother, come out. Unexpectedly, he had already realized that she did not come alone, so he asked that deliberately. Thinking about her answer just now, Ziqing felt a little embarrassed and felt like her face was burning. Shen Xiaoting walked closer, brushing off the falling snowflakes on his body. His dark cashmere coat was still stained with snowflakes, but it did not affect his maturity and handsomeness at all. However, when his eyes swept across Ziqing, a chill arose in them, mixed with undulating dark waves. Then, Shen Lianjue said that he had something to say to his elder brother alone. So Ziqing avoided it. Standing not far away, she could only see the two people's mouths moving, but she couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Chapter 28. I hope you can set him free. Since you don't love her, I hope you can set her free as soon as possible. The boy's face, blackened by the cold, was full of seriousness as he spoke every word. She is your sister-in-law now. You don't need me to remind you what you can or shouldn't do. Frowning, Shen Xiaoting spoke in a cold voice, but the majesty in it could not be ignored. Brother, if you treat her well in the future, then so be it. Otherwise, I will definitely not stand idly by. Looking deeply at the slender figure not far away again, Shen Lianjue said, also, from today on, I will live in the school dormitory. Brother, tell mom for me. She and her brother are already married, so they might run into each other no matter whether they are at Shen's residence or the apartment. In that case, she might as well live on campus. The black Land Rover drove straight ahead. Fiddling with the gloves on his hands, Ziqing thought of the young man in the snow and sighed inwardly. Shen Xiaoting first glanced at her with his eagle eyes, then his eyes darkened and he stared at the gloves. How many men have you given the gloves you knitted to? He frowned, his eyes dark. Pulling her thoughts back, she looked at him blankly, and then said truthfully, 2, one was given to Lianju, and the other was given to you. Although, the gloves given to him were originally knitted for his father. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoting's eyebrows slightly raised, and his deep and handsome face turned sideways, staring at her. How does it feel to be with your brother-in-law in front of your husband? Ziqing raised her chin slightly, yawned a little sleepily, and also stared at him. President Shen, why are you laughing at me when I am the only one who is not me? I did not expect Lianju's actions, but you already knew what Lianju was thinking, so you were sure that he would answer my call, right? Her cheeks were white and rosy, and she looked a little lazy, like a lazy kitten. The collarbone on her neck was white, tender and seductive, making people feel itchy. His eyes were like a hunter's. His big hands unexpectedly took her into his arms, and he pursed his thin lips as he gradually moved closer to her. She quickly turned her face away. But his big hand grasped the back of her head, and his voice was as deep as a wooden dulcimer. It's up to me, huh? Ziqing's body stiffened slightly. She was angry when she remembered her previous promise. He was deliberately plotting against her. I'm already married, so calling me Teacher Yi is unfamiliar to me. How about Mrs. Shen? He tucked the long hair that fell on her cheeks behind her ears. That saying is indeed true, when men get excited, they are worse than beasts. Regardless of time, place or occasion, you can do whatever you want. However, this man is elegant, handsome, noble and arrogant, mature and sexy, but his actions at this moment are so obscene. Mrs. Shen, don't you know that this word can be a stimulus to men at certain times, like now? His narrow eyes were raised upwards, his voice was hoarse and low, and with a beautiful drift, the car parked perfectly in the garage. Then, his big hands lifted her up and leaned her back against the steering wheel. Mrs. Shen, please call Brother Shen, okay? Get lost, shameless. The next morning, Ziqing was awakened by the continuous ringing of the doorbell. She propped up her weak body and sat up from the bed. She was the only one left in the room, and the man beside her seemed to have left long ago. Everything that happened yesterday came to her mind. She bit her lip and wiped her face with her hand. She wished that the woman yesterday was not herself. At this time, the doorbell rang again hurriedly. It's only 7 o'clock, who could it be? She took a deep breath, put on her pajamas in no time, and walked slowly to the door with her still unrecovered body, and opened it. The person who appeared in front of her was Sulan. She was wearing a mink coat and holding a purple tassel bag. She looked gorgeous and noble. Ziqing was stunned for a few seconds. After coming to her senses, she called out awkwardly, Mom. Hearing this, Sulan frowned. Why did this word, Mom, sound so uncomfortable? His eyes fell on Ziqing again, and after a glance, she asked, just woke up? Embarrassed, she reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear and nodded in response. Lydia Su glanced at her twice, and didn't say anything else. She just glanced at the time and said, 7:30. Ziqing could naturally understand the hidden meaning in the words, but she didn't know what to say, so she kept silent. Passing her, Sulan walked forward, looked around the living room, and sat down on the sofa. Where is Xiao Ting? Going to the company. While answering, she was busy pouring water. No coffee. Sulan stared at her. Ziqing paused and looked around carefully. Mom, there is no coffee, only wine. Forget it then. Lydia Su leaned lightly on the sofa behind her. I came here to tell you something. Is there something you want to tell her? Although Ziqing was somewhat puzzled, she still said respectfully, Mom, please tell me. The new year is coming soon. You and Xiao Ting should move back to the Shen residence starting today. Sulan said. Move back to Shen's house. Her heart started beating disorderly and Ziqing suddenly felt like she was not feeling well. The old man doesn't like her at all, and the nominal mother-in-law in front of her is also a powerful figure. If she moves back to the Shen residence and lives with them, can she still survive? It's impossible to refuse directly, so I'll just say it in a tactful and vague way. Mom, wait until Xiao Ting comes back, I'll tell him. She didn't say yes, nor did she say no. The best answer was to let President Shen do it. Even if he offended her, there wouldn't be any problem. Hearing this, Lydia Su was dissatisfied. What do you mean by this? Are you unwilling to move in and live with me, your mother-in-law? Ziqing quickly explained, No, Mom, that's definitely not what I meant. Since that's not what you mean, then I'll assume that you agree to move to the Shen residence. Pack your things and my driver will pick you up this afternoon. Sulan made the decision on her own with a shrewd look in her eyes. Mom, I'd better call Xiao Ting first and tell him. However, before she could finish her words, Lydia Su had already stood up and said directly, I'll make the call, you just pack your things. There was absolutely no turning back, so having said this, she turned and left. Ziqing sent her out the door. She really felt that she was not calm at all. This mother-in-law was really not easy to fool. After moving back to the Shen residence, she felt as if everything in front of her was pitch black. Today is also the last day of the final exam. She forced herself to be vigilant and went to school. By the afternoon, all subjects had been examined, and there were special teachers responsible for grading the papers, so she didn't have to worry about it. So, it's winter vacation from today. As I was tidying up the table, Chen Yining walked in. Ziqing, let's go shopping in the mall later. Everything in the mall is on sale. Okay. She agreed at first, but then she thought of what Sulan said in the morning and declined, saying that she had other things to do in the evening. Chen Yining didn't ask any more questions and left first. When Ziqing walked out of the school, the black car had indeed been waiting for a long time. With a sigh, she had no choice but to walk over and get in. Chapter 29. Ask your sister-in-law to accompany you. As I stepped into the living room of the Shen residence, I saw Sujing was sitting on the recliner opposite me, reading a newspaper. He was already dignified, and in his military uniform, he looked even more solemn and imposing. Pursing her lips slightly, Ziqing said, Grandpa. Hearing this, Su Jinghua didn't even raise his eyebrows. He looked indifferent, as if he hadn't heard it, and continued reading the newspaper. This kind of attitude was expected, so Ziqing didn't think much of it. Sulan was making coffee, her delicate face showing the result of years of luxury. Her mature charm and gracefulness still remained. She called out again, Mom. You're back. Sulan's attitude was better. I've asked the maid to clean up the room. I'll ask her to take you there later. At this moment, a charming voice came over. Ansu, is she Brother Shen's wife? Immediately afterwards, the beautiful dark figure appeared in front of Ziqing, looking her up and down. Then, Lin Yirong frowned, looking a little disgusted. She doesn't look that good, why would Brother Shen like her? Yirong. Sulan's voice was a little stern. She turned her gaze to Ziqing and said, Yirong is young, and her words and temper are very straightforward. You have to bear more with her. Ziqing smiled faintly, looked at Lin Yirong, and then said, Mom, I know, but Miss Yirong is really beautiful, with a beautiful face like a flower, and I'll go to my room first. Lin Yirong didn't hear the hidden meaning in the words and actually thought that he was praising her. She looked very proud. A piece of shit like her had no right to compete with her for Brother Shen. So what if they get married? She can still make them divorce. Lydia Su's hand that was pouring the coffee paused for a moment, but it returned to normal in just a moment, and she said calmly, Go ahead. The room was spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing a lush forest. All the leaves had fallen, covered with a layer of white snow, which was very beautiful. But Ziqing was not in the mood to appreciate it. Living here was a real torture for her. She took a shower first, and then sat on the sofa in her bathrobe to watch TV. He heard the sound of footsteps and turned around in surprise, only to see Ziqing walking in with his long legs, untying his tie with one hand. She sat on the sofa without moving, still watching TV. With a raised eyebrow, Ziqing stood in front of her, his thin lips moved, and his voice was low. "Mrs. Shen, unbutton your shirt." Ziqing tapped his hand with her chin and said unhappily, "Aunt President Shen's hands idle. I'm a little tired. Also, there are too many buttons on the shirt, it's a waste of time." He pinched his eyebrows slightly with his left hand, but pulled her up forcefully with his right hand. Ziqing gritted her teeth. "If you think the shirt has too many buttons, don't wear it." She had seen that Mr. Shen, the dignified president of S City, actually had such a lazy side. He placed her hand on the shirt button on his chest, and curled the corners of his lips slightly. "Naked running. I am very satisfied as Mrs. Shen wishes." Improper. Ziqing cursed in a low voice, but her hands were still moving to unbutton her clothes. Her black eyes were smiling, and he looked down at her from above. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower. Her Baishi's cheeks were pink, and her black hair was sticking to her cheeks with water droplets, so tempting. The bathrobe was a little too big for her, and her delicate collarbone was exposed. However, Ziqing did not notice the changes in his eyes and body, and just continued to unbutton his shirt. When Ziqing's big hand was about to fall on her waist, there was a knock on the door, and then the door of the room was pushed open. Standing at the door of the room was Lin Yirong, holding a fruit plate in her hands. Seeing the ambiguous and intimate behavior of the two at this moment, her face was full of dissatisfaction, and she secretly glared at Ziqing several times. Wearing 7-centimeter high heels, Lin Yirong walked in, twisting her hips and deliberately pushing Ziqing aside. "Brother Ziqing, this is the fruit plate I just peeled. I heard from my aunt that you were back, so I brought it over. When did you come to City S?" Ziqing glanced at Ziqing beside him, his eyes flickering, and then he spoke to Lin Yirong. The smile on Lin Yirong's pretty face was like a flower, and she couldn't wait to say, "Today, Brother Ziqing, can you take me to S City for a stroll tomorrow?" "No time." As he spoke, his tall figure sat down on the sofa with his long legs crossed. He took a sip of boiled water, then frowned with a slight discomfort. "It seems that she is just a blank in the eyes of both of them." Ziqing leaned aside and looked at the two of them unhappily. "Brother Ziqing and Sister Lin, do they think they are Lin Daiyu and Jia Baiyu? Brother Ziqing bullied me. I finally came to S City, but Brother Ziqing refused to accompany me for even an hour. I'm going to tell the old military commander." Lin Yirong spoke coquettishly, but with a hint of seriousness in her voice. She knew that the only person who could make Ziqing obey her was the old army commander. The old army commander and her grandfather had been in the same army since they were young, and they had a very good relationship. Moreover, she also heard that her grandfather had saved the life of the old commander, so the old commander had doted on her since she was a child. As long as it was her request, the old commander would satisfy it, so of course she was confident. His narrow eyebrows slightly raised upwards, with a hint of impatience. Then, the corner of his eyes accidentally swept over the woman who was watching the show. His big hand stroked the water cup and he said with his thin lips, "If that's the case, then let your sister-in-law accompany you." The spearhead was suddenly pointed at herself. Ziqing was slightly startled. After coming to her senses, she glared at him with gritted teeth. Ziqing glanced at her, raised his thick, dark and domineering eyebrows, and smiled. Lin Yirong was naturally unwilling to do so. What she wanted was Brother Ziqing's company, not that trampoline man. "Brother Ziqing, my sister-in-law and I are not familiar with each other." Ziqing raised his thin lips slightly. "Choo-choo fell asleep naturally, or do you not want to go shopping with your sister-in-law?" "No." Lin Yirong's hands, which were painted with orange nail polish, grabbed her skirt with some hatred. At this time, what else could she say to be reluctant? "That's good." Ziqing picked up the cup of warm water on the table, took a few sips, his brows still slightly furrowed. "He really doesn't like this taste. Am I just air?" Ziqing said dissatisfiedly. He made the decision for her directly without even asking. "Is she transparent?" Hearing this, he leaned on the sofa, crossed his arms over his chest, looked lazy and casual, and glanced at her leisurely. "Isn't the school on vacation already?" Ziqing admitted truthfully, "Yes, but I might have other plans tomorrow. Maybe there are other arrangements." He raised his eyebrows. She nodded. She really didn't have much good feelings towards Lin Yirong. Then we'll discuss this when you have other specific plans. He raised his thin lips slightly, and said it so, reasonably. Ziqing. Chapter 30. He actually walked towards me. At this time, Lin Yirong interrupted. Sister-in-law, are you reluctant to take me to S City? No, it's my honor to go shopping with such a beautiful sister-in-law. She smiled with a fake smile and her attitude was very friendly. Sister-in-law? Did she really think she was the young mistress of the Shen family? How ridiculous. Lin Yirong sneered in her heart and then left. Retracting her gaze, Ziqing looked up at the man on the sofa, frowned and smiled. It's really a considerate brother Shen. He stared at her for a moment, then raised the corner of his lip slightly. You are so sweet, call me Mrs. Shen again. The next morning, when Ziqing woke up, she was the only one left in the room. She had just finished washing up and had not had time to eat breakfast when Lin Yirong came in and took her shopping. There was no way to refuse in front of Su Jinghua and Su Lan, so he had to agree reluctantly, picked up his down jacket, and left the Shen residence with Lin Yirong. And Lin Yirong really intended to make things difficult for Ziqing. Even though he knew that she hadn't had breakfast yet, he still dragged her around the brand name stores from 8 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon. His stomach was growling with hunger, so Ziqing took advantage of the time when Lin Yirong was changing clothes to go to the KFC across the street to buy a hamburger. She didn't mind and started eating her burger while standing in the store. The waiter looked at her several times. Lin Yirong felt extremely embarrassed and was the first to walk out of the store. How could there be such an rude woman? Ziqing ate the hamburger leisurely and even ordered a bowl of cross-bridge rice noodles. Helpless, Lin Yirong had to sit opposite and wait. This was the first time in her life that she had entered such a simple and noisy restaurant, and it was all thanks to this intruder. If it wasn't for the purpose of torturing her better, she would never have set foot in here. The rice noodles were chewy and the soup was rich and fresh. Ziqing smiled and picked up the vibrating phone. It was Chen Yining calling. I'm shopping in Gangnam, do you want to come over? Okay, I'm also planning to buy some clothes. Wait for me for a moment, I'll be right there. Then, Chen Yining hung up the phone. Lin Yirong naturally heard the content of the call, but she had no intention of leaving. Instead, she asked, Sister-in-law, can I go shopping with you and your friends? So what if her friends come? They will still embarrass her and make her unable to leave. Ziqing smiled gently and friendly, of course. She probably knew what Lin Yirong was thinking. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Yirong's cell phone rang. She picked it up, softly and obediently. Aunt Su, do you want to go to the Xintiandi cinema to watch a movie together? Yes, okay, I'll be there right away. The corner of her eyes accidentally glanced at Ziqing opposite her, but she deliberately said, Aunt Su, my sister-in-law is in front of me now, do you want to say a few words to her? Okay, I know, I will tell my sister-in-law. Putting the phone into the bag, Lin Yirong looked at Ziqing with a hint of pride and boasting in her eyes. My aunt asked me to go to the movies with her, so I can't go shopping with my sister-in-law anymore. Also, my aunt told my sister-in-law to pay more attention to her own safety. Watching her leave like a peacock with its tail spread out, Ziqing just found it funny and even chuckled out loud. She is so childish. Half an hour later, Chen Yining arrived, but she looked very bad, tired, with severe dark circles under her eyes, as if she had not slept all night. Frowning, Ziqing looked at her face worriedly. What happened? Why do you look like this? Sitting down, Chen Yining's eyes were moist, but she didn't cry. Her voice was choked with sobs as she cried to her good friend, Jihao was arrested again because of that woman. Didn't you persuade him last time you came back from the bar? How could I not have tried to persuade him? I even asked my friends to introduce many girls to him, but he seemed to be drugged and refused to wake up no matter what. Chen Yining felt very disappointed with his younger brother, but he was his only younger brother after all. No matter how bad he behaved, this was a fact that could not be changed. Ziqing, since you have a good relationship with President Shen, please help me. I don't know what's going on with Jihao right now, and I'm so restless. Listening to her good friend's pleading, she felt upset. Actually, he and I are not that familiar with each other. We have only met a few times. The marriage was too sudden, and she hadn't figured out how to tell her yet, so let's not mention it for now. Furthermore, if Yining was told that they were already married, and if Shen Xiaoting refused when she asked, it would only be more embarrassing and awkward. Instead of doing this, it would be better for her to wait until she returns to the Shen residence in the evening and then talk to Shen Xiaoting about this matter, even if it means begging. Didn't President Shen answer your call last time? Ziqing, I really can't think of anyone else who can help me except you. Chen Yining's face was filled with pain, and even his voice was hoarse. With a soft sigh, she patted Chen Yining's shoulder comfortingly and took out her cell phone. Don't worry, I'll try it first. I called, but the tone was no one answered. Glancing at her hopeful friend, she gritted her teeth and pressed the call button again. This time, she answered the call. She looked happy, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, I have something I want to tell you. I'm not in a position to answer the phone right now, I'm hanging up." His deep voice was as capable and concise as usual, and he hung up directly. Not convenient to answer the phone. She frowned. Although she had thought that he might not agree, she did not expect that he would hang up the phone so quickly. Biting her lip slightly, she looked at Chen Yining and explained, "President Shen seems to be very busy at the moment." The hope in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Chen Yining forced a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. You and President Shen are not familiar with each other. It's impossible for him to help us again and again." Ziqing felt distressed. "Sit down first, I'll go buy some coffee." In the evening, she needed to have a good talk with Shen Xiaoting about this matter. Nodding, after she left, Chen Yining looked around casually with a dim gaze. She accidentally glanced at the parked black luxury car and was slightly startled. 6666, this license plate number, she remembered it belonged to President Shen. At this time, the car door opened and a tall and straight figure walked down. It was Shen Xiaoting. Their well-tailored suit and black coat made him look even more handsome. His perfect face and elegant temperament made people around him turn their heads frequently. He was holding a cell phone in his right hand and was still talking to the other party. His eyes swept over Chen Yining and his long legs moved forward. As the figure got closer, Chen Yining felt like he couldn't breathe, and what he felt more was disbelief and indescribable ecstasy. He actually walked towards me. Chapter 31. The punishment method is very special. Teacher Chen. Shen Xiaoting put away his phone and greeted him lightly. President Shen. Chen Yining stood up immediately, her cheeks slightly red, and she looked a little embarrassed. Where's Ziqing? Stunned, Chen Yining was just shocked. Ziqing, President Shen actually called her so intimately. I went to buy coffee. After a while, she couldn't resist the huge doubt in her heart, and finally asked, President Shen seems to be very familiar with Ziqing. Indeed, we are very familiar with each other. He raised his eyebrows and said with his thin lips, we are already married. Chen Yining's face changed drastically, his heart felt like it was pricked by a needle, blood was gushing out, and his breathing was rapid. Then, thinking of Ziqing's words, unfamiliar, she clenched her fingers, digging deeply into the tender flesh of her palms, leaving marks. Is she deliberately making fun of her? At this time, Ziqing came over with 2 cups of coffee. Seeing Shen Xiaoting, she was surprised and stunned. Why are you here? Then, she glanced at Chen Yining tentatively and slightly nervously. Did she already know the relationship between her and Shen Xiaoting? Chen Yining naturally noticed Ziqing's gaze, and suppressed the sharp and painful emotions in his heart, and pulled the corners of his mouth. Ziqing, why didn't you tell me that you were getting married? I've been waiting to eat your wedding candy. It turns out that she already knew everything. It must have been Shen Xiaoting who told her. But, looking at her attitude, she didn't care and even made jokes, so Ziqing put her worries aside. Pulling Chen Yining's hand, she looked serious and apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide this matter, I also have my own difficulties. Hardships. She actually said she had her own reasons for marrying a man like this. Was he deliberately mocking her? Chen Yining sneered in his heart, but his face looked gentle. Silly boy, what's there to be sorry about? Have a happy wedding. President Shen must have something to ask you. Go quickly. Ziqing smiled, turned around, and looked at Shen Xiaoting. She saw that his eyebrows were lazy, his thin lips were raised, and he glanced at her leisurely, asking, I am somewhat curious about Mrs. Shen's difficulties. Why not tell me, Mrs. Shen? He did it on purpose. She was angry and glared at him with gritted teeth. How you and Shen Ya are back from their honeymoon, let's go over for dinner. Shen Xiaoting stopped teasing her, pulled his thin lips, and glanced at Chen Yining again. His voice was light and gentlemanly. Teacher Chen is also coming. Chen Yining bit her lip, a little hesitant. Is it a little inconvenient? Since it's a dinner party, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Let's go together. Ziqing reached out and pulled Chen Yining, leading her towards the car. The place for the dinner was chosen to be the mise bar. In the presidential suite, Chen Haoyi and Shen Huaye were sitting on the sofa, while Ji Cheni and Chen Yuanyuan were playing billiards. Chen Yuanyuan was wearing 10-centimeter high heels and a hip-hugging dress. Chen Yuanyuan, do you know what you look like now? Unsatisfied. Shen Huaye clicked her tongue. I think you've been pampered too much. That's ridiculous. There's a long line of men waiting to be favored by me. How could I be short of men? Chen Yuanyuan sneered disapprovingly. Ji Cheni raised his eyebrows, seeming to be a little unsatisfied. Seeing this, Chen Yuanyuan sneered and snorted, if you dare to take advantage of me again, I will dig out your eyeballs. At this moment, Shen Xiaoting walked in with his long legs, followed by Ziqing and Chen Yining. Cao Cao has finally arrived. He's secretly making plans right under our noses. He's really capable. Teacher Yi appears to be as pure as paper, but behind her back, TSK. Chen Yuanyuan stared at Ziqing. She didn't dare to do anything to young Master Shen, but she could start with Teacher Yi. Upon hearing this, Ziqing felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Chen Yuanyuan, you'd better stop. What does it mean to stop at the right time? I don't quite understand. I just didn't get to sit at the wedding banquet, nor did I get to eat the wedding candy. You should at least compensate me in some way. Teacher Yi, I'll punish you by making you kiss young Master Shen for 2 minutes. Start. She just felt a headache, stop it. Don't make a fuss. Do you think that's possible? Chen Yuanyuan raised her eyebrows. As your closest friend, I was the last to know about your marriage. Don't you think it's too much? Ziqing said nothing, but she felt in her heart that it was a bit too much. Shen Huaye also expressed her opinion at this time. I also think it is too much, so I agree with the punishment. As she finished speaking, she lightly bumped into Chen Haoyi next to her. The guy was simply a henpecked husband and immediately nodded, punishment. Ji Cheni raised his hands, I agree. Very good, 4-2, a complete victory. Chen Yuanyuan snapped her fingers, smiled, and looked at Shen Xiaoting, President Shen, this punishment is not excessive, right? Shen Xiaoting smiled faintly and moved his thin lips, not too much. As expected, President Shen is still happy, but just kissing with tongue is a bit too monotonous, so while kissing, President Shen feeds this glass of red wine to Ziqing. She leisurely swung the red wine glass in her hand, set the time on her phone, and added something else. Start, the longer you delay, the longer the kiss will last. With his thin lips curled upwards, Shen Xiaoting took the red wine glass, stood in front of Ziqing and leaned over. Seeing his handsome face leaning down, Ziqing's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She quickly reached out to cover his thin lips, preventing him from getting any closer, and whispered, Shen Xiaoting. So he lowered his head and moved closer, pouring all the red wine in his mouth into her lips. The friends around were all staring. Chen Yuanyuan was whistling, Ji Cheni raised his eyebrows, Shen Huaye and Chen Haoyi were discussing that this way of kissing was good. Only Chen Yining clenched his hands, stared at Ziqing and gritted his teeth. With a buzzing sound, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Ziqing turned his head, trying to avoid it. But his big hand firmly but gently grasped the back of her head, staring at her deeply, his hot breath falling on her numb lips. Close your eyes. She could clearly see her own reflection in his deep eyes, and listening to that deep voice in her ears, she seemed to be bewitched. Slowly, close your eyes, your heart beating gently and quickly. At this moment, the only thing I could smell was his light and pleasant masculine scent. Apart from that, all the scents in my mouth were his, including the rich aroma of red wine. Finally, he let her go and uttered 2 words, okay. Chen Yuanyuan was unwilling to let them go. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds. There are still 30 seconds left. Keep going. Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows, staring at the face that was as red as a shrimp, and said in a low and soft voice, she is a little thin-skinned, and she is almost cooked. Hearing this, Ziqing, who had lowered her head, was slightly startled, but a ripple appeared in her heart. Chapter 32 You're really cheap. Chen Yining's chest heaved violently, and all his anger was concentrated there. Now that young Master Shen has spoken, who would dare to continue making trouble? So gentle and kind to women, wow. Chen Yuanyuan exclaimed in admiration, completely mesmerized by the gentle tone. Chen Haiyu snorted in dissatisfaction. On the wedding night, I was almost beaten to death. Isn't this punishment from Master Shen too good? Chuckling, he spoke lazily, elegantly raising the ending tone. So what do you want to do? With a light cough, Chen Haiyu listened to the tone and changed the subject. How about playing billiards? Hearing this, Ziqing looked at him and smiled faintly. You have no guts. Then do you have the guts to try it once? Chen Haiyu looked at him provocatively. I'll try again after I get married on the wedding night. Ziqing said as a matter of course. He was also afraid of being killed on the wedding night. Chen Haiyu rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, okay, it's just the pot calling the kettle black. Afterwards, Shen Xiaoting, Ziqing and Chen Haiyu started playing billiards, while the woman sat on the sofa and chatted. After a moment, Shen Xiaoting stood up and walked out with his long legs. Looking up, Chen Haiyu asked in surprise, where are you going? Bathroom. His deep voice floated in. Glancing at that place, Chen Yining lowered his eyes. A dark light flashed across his eyes quickly, and then said to Ziqing, Ziqing, I'm going to lie down in the bathroom. Following behind, Chen Yining deliberately kept a distance, neither too far nor too close so as not to be discovered. Standing behind the green flowers in front of the bathroom, she waited quietly. Originally, she regarded Ziqing as her best and closest friend. But now, she doesn't think so. If Ziqing regarded her as her best friend, then he would not have lied to her today. She hasn't had a good night's sleep for a long time because of her brother's affairs. Moreover, she had begged her so much, but she still had no mercy at all. Even though he was married to President Shen, when he faced her, he said that they were not familiar with each other and had only met a few times. If you don't want to help her, just say so. Why do you deliberately treat her like a fool and play with her in the palm of your hands? Is there a reason for getting married? This was probably the funniest joke Chen Yining had ever heard. It was so ironic. If she doesn't help, does she think that Chen Yining won't ask President Shen herself? She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her peripheral vision accidentally glimpsed the tall figure. She took a deep breath and suppressed her restless emotions. Watching him getting closer, Chen Yining's heart beat faster and faster. Nervousness, uneasiness, shyness, and excitement filled her entire chest. Taking a step forward, Chen Yining nervously whispered, President Shen. Hearing this, his long legs paused slightly. Shen Xiaoting raised his head, his eyes were deep, and his voice was light, Teacher Chen. Chen Yining's heart stopped beating, and his mouth was dry, but he did not forget the business. President Shen, can you do me a favor? Shen Xiaoting's eyes paused for a moment, and he raised his chin slightly, motioning her to continue. He's my brother. President Shen met him once in a bar. He was captured by Zhang Hu again. Now he's not sure whether he's alive or dead. President Shen, can you help me get him out? After hesitating for a while, she spoke word by word with difficulty. If President Shen is willing, I can do anything. This is a woman's invitation to a man. Chen Yining said this with her eyes lowered. She didn't dare to meet his deep eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Shen Xiaoting's narrowed eyes fell on her, very dark and heavy like a whirlpool, with no bottom to be seen. His eyebrows moved slightly, but he said nothing. No one knows what he is thinking at this moment. Chen Yining could clearly feel that gaze, and as the words were finally uttered, her emotions became even more tense. As tight as a string, it will break if pulled. For a long while, there was no sound at all, only silence flowed in the air, which undoubtedly made Chen Yining's heart even more tense. But there was a voice in her mind telling her, this was her only chance to get close to President Shen. If she let it go, she would be afraid. The thoughts that emerged became clearer and clearer, and at the same time more and more determined. Anyway, it has come to this point and there is no room for turning back. Moreover, she does not regret the decision she made, but is happy about it. What else could she not be satisfied with being with a man like this? Gritting his teeth and taking a deep breath, Chen Yining reached out and suddenly hugged Shen Xiaoting from behind, tightly, yet so excited. If the last time was a hint, then this time it was a blatant invitation. Although there was a black coat between them, Chen Yining could still clearly feel the abdominal muscles under her hands. They were so strong that she blushed and her heart beat fast. This was the first time I was so close to him, and my nose was filled with his scent. She felt like she couldn't breathe. She was so crazy about everything about him. Shen Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled her hand away unnoticeably, his voice much deeper than before. Since Teacher Chen is Mrs. Shen's friend, I will certainly help you. Hearing this, Chen Yining was filled with ecstasy. He agreed. He actually agreed. Look, even without Ziqing, she can still do it, and President Shen also has feelings for her. However, when she thought about his words again, she froze, her joy faded, her face turned pale, and was replaced by speechless embarrassment. Since Teacher Chen is Mrs. Shen's friend, I will certainly help her. He would help her only because she was Ziqing's friend, that's all. In an instant, all the embarrassment surrounded her, her cheeks turned red as blood, and she was unable to raise her head. This was the most embarrassing moment in her life. Especially, in front of him. You are Mrs. Shen's friend. You don't need me to remind you. I will pretend that what happened just now never happened. I hope it won't happen again. Teacher Chen. Shen Xiaoting said it lightly, his low voice was faint, distant and indifferent. After he finished speaking, he didn't look at her again, turned around and left, with a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Only Chen Yining was left standing there. Her cheeks were burning, as if someone had slapped her hard in the face, and she felt numb and painful. When she returned to the private room, Ziqing, Shen Huaye and Chen Yuanyuan were still chatting, so no one noticed her abnormality. Chen Yuanyuan's blood immediately boiled, her eyes reddened. President Shen is such a man. How did you win over such a beauty? Shen Huaye also exclaimed in admiration, it's so powerful. Speaking of this, Ziqing gritted her teeth a little, it's you? Chen Yuanyuan was puzzled, what's wrong with me? On the night of Shen Huaye's wedding, where did you go after you helped me into the room? I left. The point is, what happened next? Then he was also drunk, walked into the wrong room, and then got on the wrong bed. Chen Yuanyuan, I really want to strangle you to death. Her cheeks were a little hot and she spoke with gritted teeth. It was all her fault. Chen Yuanyuan leaned over and said, how could I have missed such a romantic and bloody encounter? TSK, you, a teacher, got such a good deal. Chapter 33 I always feel that he is a little strange. Ziqing was silent. Is this what a person should say? But Chen Yining's attention seemed to be attracted by something, with a dark light flashing in his eyes, and he stared at Ziqing deeply. No one knows what she is thinking at this moment. In fact, sometimes, the topics discussed between women are more open than those between men. With the addition of a woman like Chen Yuanyuan, the topic's temperature simply can't be lowered. However, from beginning to end, Chen Yining did not say a word, and his expression and eyes were very serious. After a long time, the sky was getting darker and darker. After receiving a phone call, Chen Yuanyuan picked up the red fur coat on the sofa and left. Shen Xiaoting, Ji Chenyi and Chen Zhihao also walked into the room after playing billiards. With a suit jacket casually hanging on his arm, Chen Haoyu gracefully embraced Shen Huaye and said goodbye. Ji Chenyi squinted his peach blossom eyes as if looking for someone. Shen Xiaoting beside him narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at him a few more times. Several people left one after another. Chen Yining did not look at Shen Xiaoting. His eyes were too intimidating. Or rather, he did not dare to look at them, especially after experiencing that incident. Ziqing, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After she finished speaking, she quickly stopped a taxi without waiting for Ziqing to speak. When Ziqing came to her senses, the taxi had already disappeared from her sight. With her brows slightly furrowed, Chen Yining felt something was not right tonight and was always absent-minded. She thought it must be because of Chen Zhihao being arrested. The black Land Rover moved forward in the night, and white snowflakes fell from the sky. After hesitating for a moment, Ziqing spoke slowly and tentatively, you should have met Teacher Chen's brother, right? Shen Xiaoting's eyes moved slightly. He knew what she was going to say next. He raised his handsome eyebrows but said nothing. Well, he was captured, can you help bring him out? She clenched her hands together slightly. His eyes fell on him, his thin lips twitched, and his voice was low, I am a businessman, and I have to pay attention to interests in everything. Where is Mrs. Shen's reward? After pondering for a while, Ziqing replied cautiously, it's within my ability. Also, don't make any ridiculous requests. Finally, she raised her eyebrows in annoyance and gave him 2 words, destroy the merchant. There was silence for a few seconds, and then he laughed softly, well, there is no negotiation without fighting. Ziqing's eyes couldn't help twitching, but he thought it was natural. Do you have a close relationship with Teacher Chen? After a moment, Shen Xiaoting asked casually. She was a little confused as to why this was suddenly brought up, but she still said truthfully, "It's very deep, what's wrong?" As he spoke, he turned the steering wheel to the left and drove into the gas station. His eyes flickered with a deep meaning. "How well do you know her?" After thinking for a while, Ziqing said seriously, "Higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea." His narrow eyes raised upwards and his thin lips curled up, but he inadvertently glanced at the employees who came to refuel. His eyes became deep, and then slowly narrowed. Following his gaze, Ziqing also looked over curiously, and then stood there in a daze. It turned out to be Shen Lianjue. He is a handsome yet somewhat unruly young man. At this time, he was wearing work clothes and walked over in the snow, showing a bit of maturity and steadiness, which reduced some of the youthful handsomeness. "Hello sir, can you fill up your tank?" he asked, his handsome face slightly pale because the weather was too cold. When the car window rolled down and a familiar face came into view, Shen Lianjue froze for a moment. "Brother." When he saw Ziqing's surprise again, Shen Lianjue looked at her deeply for several times but said nothing. He didn't want to call her sister-in-law. However, this small action has been seen by Shen Xiaoting. His eyes moved slightly, and he said with his thin lips, "Why don't you call me sister-in-law?" His eyes dimmed a little, and where the two of them couldn't see, Shen Lianjue's hands hanging by his side tightened slightly, and he spoke, "Sister-in-law." Ziqing responded, but she was still a little uncomfortable. When she was about to speak, Shen Xiaoting's low voice came out, "Give me a reasonable explanation for your current situation." "Brother, work and study. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the Shen residence, so I don't have to be bothered by Madame Su every day." Shen Lianjue shrugged his shoulders casually, stretched out his hand to brush off the snowflakes that fell on his hair, smiled sweetly, and returned to his usual unrestrained self. "Also, big brother, I'll fill up your tank, but you have to pay for the gas. This is my first day at work, and I absolutely cannot do business at a loss." Shen Xiaoting narrowed his deep eyes and glanced at him, saying in a light voice, "Since it is your decision, you should take control of it. Brother is indeed very reasonable and has lived up to my expectations," Shen Lianjue said with a bit of ruffian nature, with the corners of his mouth raised mischievously. "Going back to the Shen residence tonight?" He tilted his tall body slightly and handed the money out of the window. "I'm not going back tonight. I'll be back in 2 days. Brother, I have something to tell you." Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Shen Lianjue stopped talking, looked at Ziqing for a few times, and finally did not speak again. With his eyebrows slightly furrowed, Shen Xiaoting tapped the steering wheel with his slender fingers. "What's the matter?" "No. It's okay, be careful on the road, big brother." Shaking his head, he waved his hand, saying goodbye. Blinking slightly in confusion, Ziqing always felt that he seemed to have something to say, but because of her, he did not open his mouth. Could it be that she was thinking too much? Not until the black car disappeared from sight did Shen Lianjue slowly retract his gaze and exhale a breath of white air. His aunt came back. He saw it today, but his eldest brother certainly didn't know about it and didn't know that his aunt had come back. Presumably, his aunt didn't tell him either. He had wanted to tell his elder brother just now, but in front of her. Let the eldest brother find out about this matter himself. The only thing he can do is to protect her and wait. The next morning, 6 o'clock. It was still dark and Ziqing hadn't woken up yet, but the door of the room was slammed loudly. Unable to resist the noise, her eyes slowly narrowed into a slit, and she immediately met the man's strong and smooth chest. Looking down again, her legs were still wrapped around his strong waist like vines, clinging tightly to him. Suddenly, all sleepiness disappeared. She woke up immediately, blushed, and quickly moved her legs away. When did her sleeping posture become like this? Fortunately, he hasn't woken up yet. After adjusting her pajamas a little, she walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was Su Jingbo. She was slightly startled, but after she came to her senses, she stood at attention immediately, held her head high and straightened her chest, and then she called out, "Grandpa." Chapter 34: A Sudden Scandal. Su Jingbo gives people a feeling that is too majestic, which makes people react instinctively. Gather in the living room in half an hour. You and Xiaoting come down together. Their voice was strong and powerful. Su Jingbo glanced at Ziqing's actions, turned around and left. She breathed a sigh of relief, and when she returned to the room, the man on the bed had woken up, with his chin supported by his arms, looking unusually lazy. He seemed to be still a little conscious, his eyes half closed, glancing at her, his voice with a unique hoarseness, "Mrs. Shen, good morning." The lines on his handsome face seemed softer and more casual than usual, making him look even more charming under the pale yellow light. Ziqing's heart beat faster uncontrollably, her cheeks slightly hot, and she turned sideways. "Grandpa asked us to meet in the living room in half an hour." Then she turned and went to the bathroom, washed her face, and when she was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open. The man is naked, with broad shoulders and narrow hips wrapped in a tight underwear, which makes him look round and straight, with distinct skin tones and smooth lines, enough to make a woman blush and her heart beat faster. Ziqing saw him walking towards her step by step, frowning, with foam in her mouth, and her words were a little unclear. "What are you doing here?" "Brush your teeth." He stood side by side with her, looking at her leisurely. "Mrs. Shen, what do you think I'm doing here? Can you please get out first? I'll be there soon." With a raised eyebrow, Shen Xiaoting's handsome face was full of casualness. "Can't the bathroom accommodate two people?" Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Ziqing didn't waste any effort and just leaned to the side, brushing her teeth even faster. His thin lips curled upwards, his eyes staring at her, and he was satisfied to see that her earlobes and neck turned red together, as if she was extremely happy. "Disgusting." She cursed in a low voice without any good intention, her face flushed, and she quickly left the bathroom. On the other hand, the curve of his thin lips widened, and there was a slight smile between his eyebrows. She thought Su Jinghua had something very important to do, but she didn't expect that he wanted her to do morning exercises. It was 6:40 and the sky was still dark, a little dark, and mostly cold. Because she was pregnant, Su Jinghua was particularly lenient with her. She could jog or walk, but she had to do for laps. She was wearing a down jacket and wrapped herself tightly, but she still felt the cold wind blowing in. However, Shen Xiaoting was only wearing a grey sports suit, which made him look handsome and casual at the same time. In just a moment, he had left Su Jinghua far behind. Ziqing was shaking with cold and breathing out white air, but when Su Jinghua glanced at her, she was startled and no longer dared to be lazy, so she quickly moved. Thus, the three of them formed a special picture. Shen Xiaoting was in the front, Su Jinghua was in the middle, and Ziqing was at the end like a snail. She didn't run much, but after walking for laps, she already felt warm all over and felt extremely comfortable, especially the fresh air, which made her feel very relaxed. Her eyes met the man across from her and she stared. His long legs leaped forward powerfully, while his arms drew graceful arcs backwards, like a running lion, agile and graceful. At the collar, sweat had soaked the white vest inside the jacket, which stuck tightly to the body, making her look sexy. She had never noticed that running for men could be so sexy. As if he felt her gaze, he turned around and deliberately swept his narrowed eyes over her, the arc slightly widening. Their eyes met. Ziqing came back to her senses and quickly looked away. Then she thought of the scene in the bathroom, shook her head, blushed, and gritted her teeth. When this man becomes elegant, almost everyone can feel ashamed of themselves, but when he becomes evil and vulgar, naturally no one can compare to him. The final result was that from then on, morning exercises had to be done every morning. Su Jinghua said this to Ziqing personally after Shen Xiaoting went to work. Hearing this, she felt a headache, but she didn't dare to disobey. Among all the people in the Shen family, the one she feared the most was old man Su Jinghua, because he was intimidating without even getting angry. At noon, she called Chen Yining. "Yining, how is Zhihao?" "I've gone home." There was no emotion in Chen Yining's voice. Ziqing didn't care, but Cushion let it go and chatted with Chen Yining for a few more words before she hung up the phone. The other side. Chen Yining held the phone tightly, her face looking slightly ferocious. She dialed the number and made the call. But I don't know who she called. Ziqing naturally couldn't stay at the Shen residence, so she decided to go home. After getting in the taxi, she told the location, but before the car started, her cell phone rang. The call was from the Dean of Studies. The results were out and he asked me to prepare the notices and send them to all students before noon tomorrow. She told the taxi driver the location and the car turned around and drove in the opposite direction. When they arrived at the office, all the teachers were busy tidying up. Seeing Chen Yining, Ziqing walked over lightly and patted her shoulder unexpectedly. With a pop sound, the information in Chen Yining's hand fell to the ground. Obviously, she was scared. "Are you really scared? When did you become so timid?" Ziqing teased, put her bag on the table and sat down. Chen Yining glanced at her twice, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. He bent down, picked up the information and said, "Hurry up, the workload today is not small." "Okay, let's get started. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades, we still need to work hard. Let's finish the work quickly and have a good new year." Hearing this, Chen Yining said nothing, but just smiled without any emotion. His eyes always fell on his phone, and no one knew what he was looking at. Silence returned to the office, with only the sounds of turning papers and breathing. Because they were too busy, they had to order lunch. One of the teachers stretched and turned on the TV, relax, and then continue. The teachers all turned around, holding lunch boxes in their hands and watching TV. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Isn't that Teacher Yi? Teacher Yi is on TV." Suddenly, Chen Yining turned his head and looked over. Yi Ziqing was concentrating on eating her lunch box. When she heard their conversation, she just found it funny. She was not a celebrity, so how could she be on TV? But, the next second, the host's voice came clearly into her ears. "The moral character of teachers is a matter of concern to parents." Today, a newspaper revealed that the private life of a female teacher at the #1 high school in City S is particularly chaotic. She often goes to bars, flirts with her superiors, and her family is addicted to gambling. It is also reported that she sent herself to bed in order to marry a rich man. The following are photos and information provided by a newspaper. Chapter 35. She was framed like this. There were so many photos that Yi Ziqing was surprised. She didn't even know when some of them were taken. The first set of photos were taken after they came out of the KTV. The dean of studies supported her intimately as they got into the taxi. Her face flushed and she snuggled in his arms, while the dean's fat hand fell on her waist. Her brows were tightly furrowed and she clenched the water cup with both hands. She had never gone out with Director Zhang, the only time was at a teacher's dinner party. Then, there is no doubt that Director Zhang must have taken advantage of her being drunk to do something inappropriate to her. The second set of photos that followed was the scene of her coming out of the hotel early in the morning. Her clothes were wrinkled, her hair was messy, and she walked unnaturally. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what had happened. The last video played was in the Mise bar, where Zhang Hu held her in his arms and touched her all over. All the teachers in the office looked at Yi Ziqing with contempt, sarcasm and disdain. I never expected that Teacher Yi looked so innocent, but what she did behind the scenes was really like that of a wanton bitch, so disgusting. It wasn't that Yi Ziqing didn't see the looks of those teachers, but she knew it very clearly in her heart. At this point, no matter how much she spoke or explained, it would be of no use. The only thing she wanted to find out was who took these photos and which newspaper the host mentioned. Who was targeting her in this matter? Her thoughts were still wandering when she heard hurried footsteps. Before she could even look up, she was slapped on the face with a slap. Her cheek felt numb and painful. Then came the rude screams and curses. "You stinky bitch, whose husband are you seducing?" Yi Ziqing even felt that the left side of her face had gone numb and she looked up, and saw the wife of the head teacher standing in front of her. In order to avoid making things worse, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She was in her 40s and very fat. She was furious, her fat face was shaking, and the fire burning in her eyes seemed to want to burn her to death. "I didn't seduce Director Zhang." Yi Ziqing moved her painful left cheek and said word by word. "No. Could it be that my husband seduced you, a bitch? You look decent, but I don't know how many men have fucked you behind your back." Mrs. Zhang is sarcastic and mean, and what she says is simply disgusting. Of course I know what kind of person I am, but I'm afraid Mrs. Zhang still doesn't know what kind of person Director Zhang is. It's really sad. She smiled lightly and spoke in a lukewarm tone. Director Zhang relied on the fact that the principal was his father-in-law and was a notorious pervert in the school. He liked to touch young female teachers the most. Mrs. Zhang must have been kept in the dark at the moment. She never repented until her death. She is indeed a shameless vixen. She let all those reporters in. Mrs. Zhang sounded like a plucked hen. Her voice was so sharp that it pierced the eardrums. This stinky bitch actually dared to laugh at her. The reporters who had been waiting for a long time suddenly rushed in like a tide and surrounded Yi Ziqing. Is Mr. Yi's private life so unrestrained? As a teacher, you behave so shamelessly. Do you still have the face to face your students? How many men has Teacher Yi slept with? Excuse me, does your husband, who got pregnant before marriage, know about this? Apart from the case of teachers sexually assaulting young children, teachers have become the hottest topic of concern for some time now. Which reporter would not want to be on the headlines of such news? The number of reporters was so large that the teachers in the office were squeezed so tightly that there was no room to stand. But no teacher spoke up for Ziqing. Firstly, there were too many reporters present, and secondly, they were afraid of offending the principal's daughter. As for the third point, they had no idea what kind of person Ziqing was. So watch the fire from the other side of the river to avoid getting burned yourself. Ziqing was also pushed back, staggering from side to side, unable to stand steadily, but she instinctively protected her abdomen with both hands as she was afraid of hurting the baby. Chen Yining, who was standing not far away, saw her actions clearly, and her white teeth were deeply sunken in her lips. Suddenly, she got hot-headed, pretended to stumble, and stumbled forward with an unstable body. The reporter standing in front of her was caught off guard and was knocked forward with great force. Unable to withstand the impact of the crowd behind him, Ziqing fell to the ground, especially her abdomen, which hit the edge of the table hard. An indescribable cramp came from her abdomen. Her face turned pale with pain. She sat there and found that she couldn't get up due to the pain. Even after all this, the reporters still had no intention of stopping and were still crowded and noisy. There was a buzzing sound in her head and she felt dizzy. She could hardly bear the dizziness and pain. The reporters were like crazy, and some of them accidentally stepped on the back of Ziqing's hand. Through the gap, Mrs. Zhang stared at Ziqing, who was gasping for air, with satisfaction. She twisted her plump buttocks and snorted coldly. Let this shameless bitch act arrogantly in front of her again. At this moment, a deep, cold voice came over, "Get out of the way." The aura of their voice was so strong that the reporters couldn't help but stop what they were doing. Looking in the direction of their voice, everyone was standing there like a statue, without exception. Why is he here? Shen Xiaoting was only wearing a grey sweater and seemed to be exhausted. His handsome face was covered with frost, his eyes were cold, and his voice was sinister. Standing still. Do you want me, Shen Xiaoting, to repeat what I just said, huh? His aura was too intimidating. All the reporters dared not speak, let alone meet his eyes. They just stepped aside spontaneously to make way. Who in City S dares to offend Shen Xiaoting? But then again, what is the relationship between Teacher Yi and Shen Xiaoting? But who dares to ask? Who dares to touch the earth on Tai Sui's head? Shen Xiaoting walked over quickly with big strides, his thin lips stretched into a straight line. He bent down and hugged Ziqing in his arms, his movements subconsciously very gentle. Surprised and shocked, Ziqing looked at the familiar and handsome man's face in front of her. She grabbed his sweater tightly and called softly, "Shen Xiaoting." She thought it was an illusion, but when she touched the warmth of the sweater, her heart gradually warmed up and softened. Kindness. He raised his voice and glanced at her cheek, which was red, swollen and pale, without a trace of life. Chapter 36. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Compared with the usual faint pink in his white face, he felt that the palm print was too annoying, and his big hand suddenly tightened in displeasure. Facing him, she pulled the corners of her mouth somewhat forcefully, smiled gently, and then looked at the reporters. I have the right to hold you accountable for the harm you have done to me today. Wait and see. Although her breath was weak, her expression was extremely firm. As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched the corner of his clothes with her fingertips, raised her head, and gritted her teeth. My stomach hurts so much, the hospital. Hearing this, two balls of anger jumped in his black eyes. Shen Xiaoting took a step with his long legs and walked out quickly without stopping for a moment. Seeing this, the reporters behind him moved their feet and wanted to leave. President Shen was too intimidating, so it was better for them to leave quickly. Shen Xiaoting paused, turned around, looked back, and said coldly without any warmth in his eyes. Where are you all going? I still want to treat you all to tea. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the office. Hospital. Ziqing was pushed into the emergency room and had not come out yet. Shen Xiaoting's tall body was leaning against the wall, his expression cold and gloomy. Brother, Mr. Yi, how is my sister-in-law now? As soon as Shen Lianjue saw the news, he rushed over without even changing his work clothes. He looked anxious and worried. While they were talking, the doctor opened the door of the operating room and walked out, taking off his mask. President Shen. How is she? Shen Xiaoting frowned and stood up straight immediately. Fortunately, although there is some bleeding, the impact was not too serious. I will be fine after a few days of rest. The doctor spoke up and advised, after all, you are pregnant now, so you should be careful and pay attention to everything. Turning around, he looked at Shen Lianjue, go to the ward first and take good care of your sister-in-law. Nodding, Shen Lianjue asked, where are you going, brother? Go take care of some things. He twitched the corners of his thin lips and narrowed his eyes slightly. After a long time, Ziqing, who was lying on the hospital bed, blinked her eyelashes gently and her eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. Seeing this, Shen Lianjue's handsome face was filled with joy. In his excitement, he held her soft, boneless hand tightly in his big hand. Where is the child? She asked anxiously, her breathing rapid. It's okay. The doctor said that you and the baby are fine. You just need to rest for a few days. After a brief pause, he continued to ask anxiously, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to call a doctor to come and see you? Where's the water? Do you want some? When they were together, he deliberately didn't call her teacher Yi or sister-in-law. The stone hanging in the air fell safely to the ground. Ziqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body finally relaxed. Shaking her head, she began to cough uncomfortably, one cough after another, dry and hoarse. The next second, Shen Lianjue's big hand fell on her back, patting it gently and asking carefully, does it hurt? It's okay, Lianju. I just felt a little uncomfortable in my throat. I feel much better now. As he spoke, Ziqing glanced across the ward, but did not see that figure. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of loss in his heart. At this moment, a cell phone rang. Shen Lianjue picked up the call. It was Su Lan calling. Lianju, can I get through to your brother's cell phone now? Su Lan's tone didn't sound very good. Shen Lianjue naturally heard it, and frowned in confusion. Mom, what happened? Turn on the TV and you'll find out. Also, contact your brother and ask him to go back to the Shen residence first. And at this time in Shen's house. Xu Qinai sat on the sofa in the living room, looking around, touching things, overjoyed. It turned out that rich people are different. Ziqing may come back at any time. I'll call you when she comes back, okay? Su Lan frowned. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of time. Let's wait here for her to come back. Is there any coffee? Xu Qinai was still looking around. Bring me a cup of coffee. Su Lan did not hide the disgust on her face at all. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lianjue turned on the TV in surprise. Ziqing also looked over curiously, only to see that Shen Xiaoting was still wearing the grey sweater. Facing the reporters, he raised his thin lips coldly, slowly and elegantly. As my wife, you were rumored to have seduced them. The newspaper that published this news thinks that I, Shen Xiaoting, am not as good as them. The reporters looked at each other in silence. Anyone with eyes can see that the woman in City S would not seduce Shen Xiaoting, but which type of man would she seduce? There's no comparison at all, okay? But what shocked them even more was when did President Shen get married? Excuse me, when did President Shen get married? Where was the wedding held? A brave reporter finally asked the question that everyone was most curious about. With a frown on his face, he spoke in a low but powerful voice, and the aura emanating from him was like that of a king of the world, who would not tolerate provocation. The wedding press conference will naturally be held, but what we are talking about today is a piece of news. I will definitely investigate who is behind this news. The TV has been turned off, but Ziqing's thoughts are still wandering and dazed. It turns out that this is what it feels like when a man holds up the entire sky for you, making you worry-free because what you worry about will not collapse. However, thinking back to what he said to the reporters, her eyebrows couldn't help but twitch slightly. As my wife, I was rumored to have seduced them. Did the newspaper that published this news think that I, Shen Xiaoting, was not as good as them? I'm afraid only Shen Xiaoting could say such wild and arrogant words, and he could make everyone believe him unconditionally. School office. All the reporters' cameras had stopped filming. Shen Xiaoting turned his handsome face with deep features and stared at the reporter next to him. Play back the footage you just captured for me. The reporter dared not say a word and turned on the camera, and the footage began playing from the moment he entered the office. Chen Yining's heart began to beat wildly. She was afraid that Shen Xiaoting would find some clues from it. Nervous, her eyes were fixed on the screen, her hands clenched subconsciously, and she was worried. Fortunately, however, her movements were very natural and small, so she didn't notice anything unusual. Plus, there were so many people crowded together, and everyone was pushing and shoving each other, so it was impossible to tell who the culprit was. Only then did I feel relieved. After turning off the camera, Xiaoting swept his deep eyes over everyone present, but said nothing. He then stood up and walked out of the office. However, when he walked past Mrs. Zhang, he paused, his sharp eyes fell on her, and then sank, as if he wanted to pierce her whole body. The surroundings were silent and quiet. Mrs. Zhang's arrogance was instantly suppressed and she didn't even dare to raise her head. After a long time, that gaze disappeared, her legs went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 37. Such a young aunt. Seeing Xiaoting, Lianjue, who was sitting on the sofa, walked over and said, "Brother, Mom asked you to go back to the Shen residence." Hearing the sound, Ziqing, who was lying on the hospital bed, quickly turned to look over. Xiaoting responded softly, his eyes fell on her face and took a look at the redness and swelling. "I want to go home first." She sat up and said. "With such a big thing happening, my parents must have been scared and might even be feeling very restless right now." Retracting his gaze, Xiaoting asked Lianjue, "What did the doctor say?" Before Lianjue could say anything, Ziqing quickly responded, "The doctor said that as long as you are careful, you can walk." Afterwards, Lianjue went to handle the discharge procedures. Ziqing carefully got out of bed and moved forward step by step. Seeing this, Xiaoting frowned, took a few steps forward, and held her horizontally in his arms. She was startled, and when she looked at his beautifully curved chin, her heart beat fast and her cheeks felt slightly hot, but she was not pretentious. She stayed quietly in his warm arms with a smile on her face. He lowered his eyes, glanced at her, and hummed slightly. She knew how to enjoy it. Following behind, Lianjue watched quietly, his Adam's apple rolling, and finally turned his eyes away bitterly. When Ziqing stepped into the living room of the Shen residence, she was startled when she saw Xiaoting sitting on the sofa, and then her brows furrowed. How did she find this place? When Xiaoting glanced at the gentle woman standing behind the sofa, his hands tightened, his facial expression suddenly changed, and undercurrents surged in his eyes. Lianjue stood there like a stone. When did his aunt return to the Shen residence? Since Ziqing's attention was all on Xiaoting, she did not notice anything unusual about Xiaoting. However, in just a moment, Xiaoting returned to his usual indifference, so fast that no one could catch it. After passing Xiaoting, she saw the woman standing in front of the window. Just looking at her back, she felt she was very young, no more than 28 or 29 years old. As if she heard footsteps, the woman turned around and instantly stunned Ziqing. She had never seen a woman with such a clean temperament and yet so beautiful. She had an oval face, thin and curved eyebrows, eyes like clear springs, small lips that were red without any makeup, and shiny black hair that casually fell on her shoulders, like a classical beauty who had walked out of the misty rain of Jiangnan. Even wearing a simple black down jacket, it couldn't conceal the calm temperament emanating from her. "Aunt, when did you come back?" Finally, it was Lianjue who spoke first, breaking the silence. "Now that my aunt is back, my brother." "Aunt?" Lianjue actually called her aunt. Ziqing was shocked. How could there be such a young aunt? "Earlier than you." Xiaoting's voice was also very pleasant, clear and gentle. "Xiaoting, is this Ziqing?" There was no emotion on Xiaoting's handsome face, and his eyes were as deep as a black pool, with no bottom to be seen. He looked at Xiaoting, moved his thin lips, and replied lightly, "Yeah." With a smile on her face, Xiaoting walked up to the two of them, looked at Ziqing, and praised, "Ziqing is so beautiful, Xiaoting has a good eye." Hearing this, Ziqing didn't know how to respond properly. After coughing lightly, she said with a little embarrassment, "Aunt is the real beauty. It's really awkward to call such a young woman auntie." Ziqing's words are really interesting. "I'm going to the kitchen to see if the food is ready. You guys sit down and chat for a while." After their voice fell, Xiaoting smiled and turned to go to the kitchen. With his long legs moving, Xiaoting placed Ziqing in his arms on the sofa. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he took off his black coat and walked upstairs. The expressions of both of them were too calm, so Lianjue, who had been watching them, could not guess what they were thinking. He couldn't guess what his aunt was thinking, let alone what his elder brother was thinking. It was not until Shen Xiaoting's tall figure disappeared from her sight that Xu Qian'ai reluctantly withdrew her gaze. That man was simply too charming. Just one look and you'll be deeply attracted to her and unable to extricate yourself. Every part of her body is charming. In the kitchen, Shen Yuqing stood in the corner, her slender white hands resting on her chest, steadying her breathing. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened and she could not control it. Yes, meeting again after 3 years, how could she really be as calm and peaceful as she appeared to be? Why are you here? Ziqing looked at Xu Qian'ai without any politeness in her attitude. After what had happened before, she had become extremely disgusted with her. Why can't I come here? I'm your sister-in-law, but I heard about your marriage on TV. Do you really regard me as your sister-in-law? With the corners of her eyeliner raised, Xu Qian'ai snorted in annoyance, but her heart was full of resentment. I don't know what kind of shit luck this stinky girl Ziqing has. She can actually marry Shen Xiaoting. In terms of appearance, Xu Qian'ai is hundreds of times more beautiful than her. Ziqing answered without any hesitation, and was extremely decisive, no. Xu Qian'ai was so angry that flames were rising. If he hadn't considered that she was still useful, he would have slapped her twice. People really do despise the poor and love the rich. Now that you're married well, you look down on people like us, don't you? Looking at Xu Qian'ai, she smiled sarcastically, I just looked down on you. If it were usual, Xu Qian'ai would have exploded long ago, but now he could only take a deep breath and endure it. At this moment, Shen Yuqing came over, patted Shen Lianjue on the shoulder, and said, Lianjue, go upstairs and call them down to eat. Yeah. Shen Lianjue walked briskly and went upstairs in a few steps. Sitting down next to Ziqing, Shen Yuqing's voice was very gentle, are you feeling better now? Nodding, Ziqing responded, much better. While the two were talking, several people had already gone downstairs. Shen Xiaoting seemed to have just taken a shower, his hair was still wet. He was wearing a black V-neck sweater and grey casual pants, looking lazy and casual. Walking behind him was Sulan, who had clean makeup but looked very bad. Seeing that Xu Qian'ai had no intention of leaving, Ziqing frowned and said, don't you have something else to do? It's time to leave. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing smiled and said softly, dinner is ready. No matter what, we have to eat dinner before leaving. Okay. Xu Qian'ai secretly glared at Ziqing several times. Sitting around the dining table, Sulan's eyes accidentally glanced at Xu Qian'ai and she immediately lost her appetite. Mom, where's Grandpa? Shen Lianjue glanced around the dining table. Your Uncle Lin asked me to come over and have a gathering. Sulan's eyes fell on him, and her brows furrowed immediately. What's wrong with your clothes? Chapter 38. This is the first time I heard this sentence. After a moment's pause, Shen Lianjue remembered that he forgot to change his clothes. He smiled and said carelessly, is he so handsome that I can't even take my eyes off him? The oil stains are still on your clothes. Go upstairs and change them quickly. Sulan said this without thinking too much. With a nonchalant smile, Shen Lianjue stood up, turned his back to Sulan and winked at Shen Yuqing, telling her not to cross his line. Shen Yuqing naturally understood what he meant. She nodded and waved her hand, signaling him to go upstairs and change clothes quickly. Yuqing, didn't you say you would bring your fiancé back to the Shen residence? Sulan picked up the fish soup and took a few sips. The work over there is not finished yet, sister-in-law will definitely see it, otherwise, let me see a photo of him first, sister-in-law, do you want to see it? Shen Yuqing looked up and said as she watched Sulan serve the fish soup. Lydia Su smiled, look, since he can win the heart of my sister-in-law, he must be very handsome. How can he be so handsome? He is just like an ordinary person, without 2 more eyes or a mouth. As she spoke, Shen Yuqing took out her cell phone. On the screen was a man standing under a tree, hugging her shoulders. The man had an angular face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, and there was a kind of handsomeness and gentleness between his eyebrows and eyes. He is indeed a handsome man. Yuqing has always had good taste. Xiaoting, take a look. Sulan said, deliberately handing over the phone with a tentative look. Shen Xiaoting looked indifferent, his eyes fell on the screen, he glanced at it indifferently for a few times, and pulled his thin lips, not bad. I think it's good too. Sulan smiled, as if she had thought of something. She looked at Ziqing with an unusually serious expression, what's the news about? Ziqing had been trying to be transparent. When the topic suddenly fell on herself, she was slightly startled. When she was about to speak, the deep voice had already spoken before her. I have already started to investigate that matter. Hearing this, Sulan's eye swept over Shinyuqing vaguely before she said, I hope the truth is not what is reported on TV. These words were obviously directed at her, and Ziqing understood clearly. Shuqinai didn't care about the atmosphere at the table and pressed the issue. It seems to be quite late. Can I stay here tonight? Don't you have something important to do tonight? Ziqing couldn't help but grit her teeth. Who said I have something important to do? It's snowing and there are no taxis here. Can't I stay for one night? Things have come to this point. If I refuse again, it will definitely sound bad if it gets out. Sulan hated people talking about the Shin family behind their backs, so she immediately asked the servants to prepare the room. After dinner, Sulan went straight to the second floor. There were too many people in the living room that she didn't want to see, such as Shuqinai, Ziqing, and Shinyuqing. At the dinner table, she had been trying to observe Shinyuqing and Xiaoting, but both of them looked very normal and there was nothing unusual about them. Although he was her son, Xiaoting's thoughts were too deep and she couldn't figure it out from beginning to end. So, I still can't be completely relieved. Ziqing didn't want to stay with Shuqinai. Because she was not feeling well, she could only walk towards the second floor in small steps. Shin Xiaoting narrowed his eyes slightly, strode forward, and carried her upstairs sideways, just like he did in the hospital. In the living room, Shinyuqing glanced at the tall figure vaguely, and the corner of her eyes was slightly dim. After saying hello to Shuqinai, she also returned to her room. So, Shuqinai was the only one left in the living room. She crossed her left leg with her right leg, with a cup of coffee and a plate of fresh fruit in front of her, as if she was the owner of the place. Room. Ziqing sat on the bed, thinking about the news over and over in her mind. When her eyes inadvertently swept across the man on the sofa, her attention was attracted. The man's sweater was slightly rolled up, revealing his bare arms with strong and deep lines. He was reviewing company documents, his eyes slightly half closed, and his left hand holding the pen was moving in a flamboyant, capable, and decisive manner. It had been so long before she realized that he had always used his left hand and it was still so charming. Have you seen enough, Mrs. Shin? He raised his eyebrows but did not look up. Being caught in the act, Ziqing coughed lightly and said, I feel something is fishy, it's about the time I made the headlines. Go on. Shin Xiaoting raised the last line of his voice, indicating that she should continue. This incident gave me the feeling that someone was deliberately targeting me, and it was someone I knew, she said of her reasoning. There was no way a stranger would frame her like this since they had no connection to her. Furthermore, whether it is the photos taken at the KTV party or the videos of the bar, how could they have been taken if they were not taken by people around her? Thinking of this, she suddenly slapped her thigh and said, could it be Mrs. Zhang? He looked up from the documents and glanced at her. Why? Mrs. Zhang went to the school to see Director Zhang twice, and both times Director Zhang bought me coffee. She must have been furious, so she paid someone to follow me, take those videos and photos, and then sent them to the TV station. After carefully thinking back to the things that happened around her in the past, she felt that this was the most reasonable reason. With his thin lips raised, Shin Xiaoting said meaningfully, the seemingly most reasonable reasons are often the most untrue. Ziqing keenly grasped the key point, you have something else to say, why not tell me? The results of the investigation will come out tomorrow. As he spoke, the pen in his hand moved again. Obviously he didn't want to talk to her any further, so Ziqing gave him a slightly unpleasant look. After a whole day of tossing and turning, she was really sleepy at this moment. She fell on the bed, closed her eyes, and hummed softly, Mr. Shin, good night. The soft voice was like a feather brushing past. He stared at the slender figure for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, good night. After a long time, the room became quiet, with only the faint sound of breathing floating around. Ziqing on the bed seemed to be fast asleep, with light breathing and gentle snoring. Putting down the pen, Shin Xiaoting's big, bony hands fell on his forehead and rubbed it, then he stood up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It was late at night, snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the ground was covered with a layer of white snow. His eyes were as deep as the night outside the window, dark and thick, yet you could never see to the bottom. After a long time, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and the smoke rose up, making his left eye half closed sexily. Shinyuqing. These three words rolled over on the tip of my tongue thousands of times before finally floating out and blending into the night. His thoughts were like a lingering black fog, impossible to see through or guess. The next morning, Ziqing opened her eyes and picked up the mobile phone from the bedside. It was 7 o'clock. The other side of the bed was empty. I reached out and touched it, and it was cold. It was obvious that the person had been gone for some time. She stretched and got up. Compared with yesterday, her abdomen felt much better and the pain was gone. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she walked out of the bathroom, pushed open the door of the room, and the man walked in, still wearing casual sportswear. "Good morning, Mr. Shen." Ziqing greeted with a smile. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, Shen Xiaoting frowned slightly and raised his head. "Good morning, wait for me 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into the bathroom. About 5 minutes later, Shen Xiaoting came out. His well-tailored suit wrapped around his tall figure, handsome and noble. "Let's go." Ziqing was slightly startled. "Where are we going?" Seeing her puzzled look, Shen Xiaoting's voice deepened a little. "The investigation results will come out today." So fast? She was surprised, but she was very curious about who was behind this. The black Land Rover moved forward. Ziqing's eyes fell on the window, watching with boredom. Suddenly, she frowned, stared at a familiar-looking pedestrian on the side of the road, and said, "Isn't that my aunt?" Without saying a word, Shen Xiaoting glanced over, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stopped the car on the side of the road. Being blocked, Shen Xiaoting was forced to stop, looked up, and smiled gently. "Ziqing, Xiaoting. Where is Auntie going?" "Go to the municipal government and get some information." "It's just right on the way, Aunt, let's go together." Ziqing opened the car door politely. After getting in the car, Shen Xiaoting sat in the back seat. On the way, none of the three spoke a word and there was silence in the car. When passing by a breakfast shop, Ziqing asked to stop the car. She hadn't eaten anything in the morning and was really hungry now. Shen Xiaoting smiled and said, "You must not have had breakfast yet, let's go together." The environment of the breakfast shop is very elegant and quiet, with the music flowing slowly, making people feel comfortable instead of noisy. Ziqing ordered a lot, including soy milk, fried dough sticks, pickled mustard tubers, and a basket of steamed dumplings. Shen Xiaoting ordered a glass of juice and a piece of freshly baked bread. Looking over, she saw that the man only ordered a bowl of porridge and ate it elegantly and slowly. A grown man, but only eats so little. Frowning, she handed over the fried dough sticks and pushed them in front of him. Before she could say anything, Shen Xiaoting had already spoken. "He never likes fried food." "Oh, I see." Ziqing handed over the steamed bun again. "What he hates eating the most is onions." Shen Xiaoting spoke again. "What about pickled mustard tuber?" "Don't like it either." "He doesn't like carrots." Hearing this, Ziqing glanced at Shen Xiaoting and raised her eyebrows and said, "How can a grown man be so picky about food?" Shen Xiaoting explained with a smile, "Everyone has their own taste, and this is normal." Shen Xiaoting seemed not to hear what the two were talking about. He glanced at the pile of food in front of Ziqing, bent his slender fingers and tapped the table lightly. "Eat quickly." "Are we in a hurry?" "Why do you ask?" He raised his eyebrows. From beginning to end, the corner of his eyes never glanced at Shen Xiaoting. "Haven't you heard that it's rude to rush others while eating?" He curled his lips slightly, a little curious. "It's the first time I heard it, but who said this?" Ziqing actually thought about it carefully for a moment, but not only did she not come up with anything, her cheeks turned slightly red. She coughed awkwardly, then she calmed down and stopped talking, just quietly eating breakfast. Chapter 39, Every family has its own trouble. As a teacher, you can't answer the questions you asked yourself. He casually changed his posture and asked lazily, "Mrs. Shen, don't you think your knowledge needs to be improved?" Ziqing. "Mrs. Shen." The stab hit the painful spot, and Shen Xiaoting smiled faintly, but only she knew how bitter the smile on her lips was. Since returning to the Shen residence, he has never even looked at me. And the two of them actually get along so happily. After breakfast, Shen Xiaoting said that this place was very close to the municipal government and insisted on taking a taxi. Seeing how persistent she was, Ziqing did not try to persuade her to stay. After saying goodbye, he left. Shen Xiaoting was wearing a black cloak and a long skirt. As she walked, her step swayed, and she was as beautiful as a picture. Ziqing exclaimed in admiration. It was the first time she felt that a woman could be so beautiful that even the way she walked was like a poem or a painting. As the car drove forward, she looked at the surrounding scenery and felt more and more that something was not right. What are you doing in my house? You will understand in a moment. He refused to say more, parked the car, and then walked forward. Although her heart was filled with great doubts, she did not ask any more questions and just followed him closely. Her home was on the 3rd floor. He did not stop at the stairs on the 3rd floor, but went straight to the 4th floor. 4th floor? On the 4th floor, the only person she knew was Chen Yining, and the reason he brought her here was to find the culprit. Suddenly, her heart began to beat faster, her pace quickened, and she reached out to grab the corner of his clothes. Do you have any evidence? What does Mrs. Shen think? He asked instead of answering. She looked at him intently, clenched her hands, walked past him and forward. The door of the room was not locked and opened easily. She walked in lightly and saw Chen Yining packing his suitcase. Where are you planning to go? She stood behind Chen Yining and asked. The sudden voice startled Chen Yining. She calmed herself down, turned around and pretended to be worried. Why are you here? Are you okay? Do you know that I was almost scared to death that day? Looking at her, Ziqing slowly uttered a sentence. Are you really that worried? Certainly. Chen Yining's answer was firm, but his eyes were a little evasive. He lowered his head and looked her up and down. However, when the corner of her eye accidentally swept across the tall and slender figure standing outside the door, she felt as if she was electrocuted. She stood there in a daze, and the blood on her cheeks disappeared. Shen Xiaoting did not step into the room, but just stood outside the door casually. Chen Yining's reaction said it all. Ziqing pushed away her hand on her. Why did you do that? Give me a reason. Hearing this, Chen Yining smiled lightly and said sarcastically, if you want a reason, why don't you look for it in yourself? Is it because I lied to you that time? She said. This was the only reason she could find from herself. Now that the truth has been revealed, Chen Yining has decided to go all out. Nodding, she remained noncommittal. This is just one of them, not all. There is still everything. Ziqing took a deep breath. How much dissatisfaction with herself did she hide in her heart? Do you know what I hate most about you? I have done just as much as you have, and I believe that I am no worse than you in terms of appearance or figure, but you are always the one who gets liked, praised, and affirmed. I can tolerate all of this, but the only thing I cannot tolerate is your deception. Chen Yining sneered and sat on the sofa. I think you are my best friend. Whenever you encounter difficulties, when have I not helped you? When she couldn't come to school, she substituted for her in the class. As long as she asked, Chen Yining never refused. Since she had no place to live, she helped her contact people immediately and even took time off to help clean up the room for her. I'm in trouble and have asked you for help. You are obviously capable, but you lied to me. Ziqing, what are you thinking? What made her even more humiliated was that she had come so close to him, but he had never even looked at her. She trampled on her only self-esteem and deliberately seduced him, but the final result was so terrible. I'm afraid that in his heart, he thinks that a woman like her is like trash, but she is not as good as Ziqing in that respect. But Ziqing never knew that Chen Yining was thinking this about her behind her back. I've already told you that I didn't hide that matter on purpose, but I really had my reasons. Chen Yining laughed out loud as if she had heard a funny joke. You actually said you had your reasons for marrying the CEO of CTS. Are you deliberately showing off or trying to stimulate yourself? Hearing this, Ziqing said calmly. We have been friends for 3 years and thought we knew each other well enough, but I didn't expect that it was just a self-righteous joke. You think my difficulties are incomprehensible and ironic, and I won't explain. The word friend is obviously no longer appropriate for us. I can only say one thing, to you, Chen Yining, I, Ziqing, have a clear conscience. Some things are not suitable to be brought to the table, it will only distort the meaning. For example, her tuition for the last 2 years of college, and her brother's tuition. She knew that Chen Yining was arrogant by nature. If she told such things to others, her self-esteem would not allow her to accept it, and her thoughts would become even more distorted. At this point, there is no need to say those words. You have always felt that I have blocked your view and made you a shadow. So starting today, I will stay away from you. You will have a chance to shine, but... She paused, walked forward, raised her hand, and slapped Chen Yining hard in the face. Then, she spoke word by word. This slap is the price you must pay for what you did. After she finished speaking, she strode out of the room without even looking at Chen Yining. When they reached the third floor, Ziqing paused and looked at Shen, shouting, "I want to go home." His eyes swept over her. Her cheeks were slightly blue, but her emotions were calm, and her eyes were dark and bright, which made people want to touch them for some reason. "Yeah." He looked at her for a few times, then he responded softly and looked down at the time. "I'm going to the company." "Be careful on the road and stay safe," she warned. Only after watching his tall figure disappear from sight did Ziqing raise her foot and walk forward. It was Xu Qian'ai who opened the door. Her expression changed immediately. "Why are you here? This is my home. If I'm not here, where else should I be?" Xu Qian'ai was applying nail polish, and the smell was pungent and unpleasant. Ziqing walked past her and went straight into Yi Jinglin's room, asking, "Dad, why did she move in here? What did you and Mom promise me?" Chapter 40. A sudden scene. Yi Jinglin was drinking tea. Hearing this, he sighed. She said she had no place to live and promised not to make such a mistake again. "After all, we are family. Your mother and I can't kick her out." "You believe her words? Haven't you learned enough lessons before?" When Xu Qian'ai was mentioned, she was filled with anger. "You are just too soft-hearted. She can poke your soft spot in one go. People become more affectionate as they get older. When you reach your mother's and my age, you will naturally understand." Yi Jinglin pounded his leg and pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ziqing took a deep breath. "All I know now is that Xu Qian'ai is like a piece of taffy. I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try." What is the point for Ziqing to be cruel alone? With them indulging Xu Qian'ai behind her back, even if she throws Xu Qian'ai's luggage out, they will definitely pick it up right after. After traveling around with Xu Qian'ai for so long, she ended up back where she started. She felt exhausted both physically and mentally. Yi Jinglin did not continue the topic, but asked, "How is your matter going?" "It's been resolved." She downplayed it and avoided the main point. She didn't want to bring up this topic again from now on. "That's good, don't be angry my girl, there is a basketball game today, go watch it with daddy." Patting her shoulder lovingly, Yi Jinglin smiled, pulled her, who was still angry, to the living room and sat her down. As soon as I turned on the TV, Shen Shouting appeared on the screen, sitting on a dark red sofa, which made him look even more handsome and charming. He was being interviewed by a reporter. Ziqing reached out, snatched the remote control from Yi Jinglin and turned up the volume. "We are all very curious about when President Shen got married. Why is there no news at all?" the host asked with a smile. His body was half leaning against the sofa, his legs elegantly crossed, his delicate facial features showed no emotion, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his voice was deep. "I didn't expect everyone to be so interested in my marriage. I had said before that I would hold a press conference. It's better to do it today than today. Tomorrow night at the Park Hyatt Hotel, my wife and I will host everyone. I hope everyone will enjoy it. This is indeed something to look forward to. This is the first time that President Shen and Mrs. Shen have attended together since their marriage. Here, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to President Shen for accepting our interview. I also wish President Shen and Mrs. Shen a happy marriage, a long-lasting marriage, and a baby boy." He nodded his chin slightly, and smiled, "Thank you." The interview ended here. Ziqing came to her senses, threw the remote control aside, walked to the balcony and dialed the phone. After a moment, the call was connected and footsteps were heard. It seemed that he had just walked out of the studio. People around him could be heard greeting him. "Mr. Shen, can you explain what you said in the interview just now?" "Literally, tomorrow night, Mrs. Shen and I will attend the banquet at the Park Hyatt Hotel." Ziqing took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Shen, we were together 2 hours ago. It was just a casual remark. How much do you value your words? It's a temporary decision. Since Mrs. Shen already knows about it, I don't need to tell her again. I have a meeting to attend. I'm hanging up." He seemed really busy. While he was talking to her on the phone, he was also instructing his secretary to get documents and negotiate the contract. When they returned to the living room, Wei Yanfang had already returned from shopping and was picking vegetables. Xu Qian'ai was also being attentive and sat there picking vegetables as well, whispering something from time to time. Seeing her coming over, Wei Yanfang paused and said, "I heard that you are going to hold a banquet at the Park Hyatt Hotel tomorrow night. I just found out about it at the last minute. What's wrong, Mom?" At this time, Xu Qian'ai put down the vegetables she had picked and gently patted Wei Yanfang on the back. Mom, I'm counting on you. After she finished speaking, she hummed a little tune and went to the bathroom proudly. Ziqing stared at her for a few seconds, then looked at Gui Yanfang. Mom, what did she say to you? She asked you to bring her some invitations. She also wanted to go in and take a look. I don't have an invitation. Ziqing said directly. Hearing this, Gui Yanfang said, think of a way to see if you can get her a few. Mom, why do you indulge her like this? How could I indulge her? You know what kind of personality she has. If you don't give it to her, she might make something embarrassing tomorrow. The people who will go there must be big shots from City S. I can't let my daughter lose face and be embarrassed. Wu Yanfang lowered her voice so that only 3 people could hear her. Yi Jinglin also agreed, based on her temper, she will definitely go to the hotel and make a scene tomorrow. Give her a few. Ziqing felt a splitting headache, as if it was about to explode. Whenever Shu Qinai was mentioned, the fire in her chest burned more violently. Shu Qinai poked her head out of the bathroom and pressed the issue. Ziqing, can you ask someone to send me another evening gown? I don't have a decent evening gown. Without saying a word, Ziqing just stared at her coldly, without blinking. If you don't want to send it off, then don't. What's the big deal? Feeling a little nervous when being stared at, Shu Qinai snorted coldly and muttered. After staying at home for the whole day, she returned to the Shen residence at 8 o'clock in the evening. Except for the servants, no one else had returned. She walked back to her room and fell on the bed. Nothing that had happened in the past few days had gone as she wished. She was irritated for half an hour and finally fell asleep in a daze. Mr. Shen has been coming back later and later these days. It's just that she has become accustomed to leaving a light for him. Shen Xiaoting sat on the sofa, unbuttoning his shirt, with a stack of documents in front of him. Shen Yuqing walked into the living room with the sound of footsteps and saw the handsome and tall man sitting on the sofa at a glance. When they were alone, they didn't expect it to be so awkward. It is obviously not right not to say hello, so if you do say hello, what should you say? After a short pause, Shen Yuqing smiled and said politely, Xiaoting, have you had dinner? The pen tip was still moving, he didn't raise his eyes, but just responded indifferently. I'm going to make some coffee, do you want some? The corners of his lips twitched, and he spat out 3 words in a cold voice, no need. With a stabbing pain in her heart, Shen Yuqing turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Inadvertently, the wallet in her coat pocket slipped and fell to the ground. But she didn't notice it. Leaning against the cold wall, she felt a chill on her back and even her heart. His attitude was exactly what she wanted. Polite, indifferent, not close, with a little alienation, just like a gentleman to other women. However, when these emotions were applied to her, she felt so unwilling, sad and lonely. Putting her emotions aside, she started drinking coffee, then thought of the 2 missed calls at noon and reached for her phone. After searching all the pockets of her coat but still couldn't find her wallet, Shen Yuqing frowned and began to look for it in the kitchen. Chapter 41. As if nothing had happened. Are you looking for it? Shen Xiaoting appeared in the kitchen, holding a cigarette in his left hand and shaking his wallet in his right hand. Startled for a moment, Shen Yuqing nodded and said with a smile, so Xiaoting picked it up. I have been looking for it here for a long time and thought it was really lost. Shen Xiaoting leaned forward and flicked the ash off his cigarette, saying casually yet meaningfully, there is something you should explain to me. Panicked, Shen Yuqing pretended to be calm and puzzled. What's going on? I don't quite understand. With the cigarette between his lips, he used his bony hands to pull out a photo from the secret compartment of his wallet. The photo is very small, but you can clearly see the 2 people hugging each other intimately. The man is Shen Xiaoting and the woman is Shen Yuqing. Taking a big step forward, Shen Xiaoting moved closer to Shen Yuqing, forcing her against the door, and his voice became even deeper. Didn't you say that we should break up completely? Then, why do you keep this photo, huh? Shen Yuqing didn't dare to look into his deep eyes. She turned her head away and breathed slightly. Spreading his arms, he imprisoned Shen Yuqing within the door and his sphere of influence. Shen Xiaoting curled his lips and smiled slightly evilly. Is it because you can't forget the old love, or do you want to keep in touch, aunt? I didn't. Shen Yuqing shook her head and clenched her hands. No. His fingers lifted Shen Yuqing's chin, and his narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to try, aunt? As soon as he finished speaking, before Shen Yuqing could react, he had already kissed her lips. His hot tongue quickly hooked around her tongue and sucked it hard. Silver threads stretched along the corners of their mouths and then flowed down. Shin Yuqing struggled to resist, pushing the man's body hard, pushing him away, gasping for breath, but her words were unusually cold. There is nothing between us now, so don't deliberately test or tease me. These words reached Shin Shouting's ears, which made him chuckle. However, his voice was cold and without any warmth. Are you testing me on purpose? Are you teasing me? Heh! He sneered, stretched out his hand and pinched Shin Yuqing's chin, wishing he could strangle her to death. You have the ability to avoid me in the United States for 3 years. Since you choose to avoid me, then stay as far away as possible and never appear in front of me. After 3 years, you suddenly appear in front of me, reminding my wife what I like to eat or what I don't like to eat, and wandering around in front of me every day. Shin Yuqing, who is deliberately testing and teasing whom? Hearing this, Shin Yuqing lowered her head silently, without looking at him, and just said softly, I know what to do. Shin Shouting narrowed his eyes, anger rising, how to do it? At this moment, Shin Lianjue's voice came from the living room, brother, are you there? Your phone is ringing. With another sneer, Shin Shouting let go of her and walked out. Shin Lianjue was still holding his phone and shouting towards the bathroom, I thought he went to the bathroom, but it turns out he went to the kitchen. Your phone keeps ringing. Taking the phone, Shin Shouting glanced at his clothes and asked, how long will it take for the part-time job to end? I don't know. It should end after school starts next year. What's wrong? Are there any universities in China that you would like to attend? Please list a few, or universities abroad so that I can make a comparison. Shin Lianjue's expression became serious for the first time. Brother, I want to do it myself, whether it's school or major, I can be responsible for my own life. This is what you once said to me. Patting him on the shoulder, Shin Shouting did not continue the topic, obviously leaving him alone. Thank you, brother. Shin Lianjue smiled. He already had his own plans in mind. The living room fell completely silent, but Shin Yuqing leaned there with weak legs and tears in her eyes. She doesn't want this to happen, but who can understand her difficulties? How much more difficult would it be for her to overcome her difficulties? The next morning. Maybe because she went to bed early last night, Ziqing woke up very early. The man next to him was still sleeping, his coldness had melted away a little, and he looked a little softer. Gently, she stretched out her hand and pinched his straight nose, then let go. Mr. Shin, good morning. Since she couldn't sleep anyway and there was nothing to do just lying in bed, she changed her clothes and planned to take a walk along the path beside the Shin's garden. The snow had stopped after a night of snowing. The air was cold yet fresh. I took a deep breath and the air went straight to my lungs, making me feel extremely comfortable. Forget all the annoying and unpleasant things that should be forgotten. She hadn't walked a few steps forward when her cell phone rang. She picked it up and said, Mom, why are you calling so early? Wu Yanfang was extremely helpless. She kept pestering me and asked me to call you because she was afraid you would forget about it. Mom, can you ask her to stop bothering me? Ziqing's good mood, which had just improved a little, immediately fell, and she sat down on the bench. Just give her a few perfunctorily. The dinner should be over soon and she won't be able to cause any trouble. I understand. I'll call you later. After walking around the garden a few times, Ziqing walked back bored, only to see that the black Land Rover had already started. Seeing her coming over, Shin Shouting threw his down jacket over to her, get in the car. Where are you going? Try on an evening gown. After a while, the car stopped outside the store and the two walked in one after another. Evening gowns were indeed beautiful, but she had never imagined that one day she would wear such a dress. Seeing Shin Shouting, the waitress smiled sweetly and came over, very enthusiastically, President Shin, do you want to see evening gowns? Shin Shouting responded softly, and his big hands with distinct joints flipped through the evening dresses on the hanger. After a while, he picked out several. Ziqing didn't say anything, just stood there quietly, staring at his actions. Her heart was beating uncontrollably and her face was slightly red. Well, she really liked seeing him being serious. After a moment, she opened her mouth and said deliberately, Mr. Shin. What? He glanced at her. Nothing, I just think Mr. Shin is a little too familiar with what he does. Does he often come to places like this to choose evening gowns for his female companions? Looking up, he ignored her and handed the evening dress to the waiter behind him, his eyes narrowed slightly, take her to try on clothes. Yes, President Shen. Sitting lazily on the sofa, Shen Xiaoting casually flipped through a magazine. Thinking of the scene last night, he pursed his thin lips slightly. Taking out his cell phone, he pressed a number and dialed. Is she gone? At 6 o'clock in the morning, Miss Shen had already left the Shen residence and went to Shan County. Shan County. Yes, Miss Shen volunteered to be transferred to Shan County as the county magistrate's secretary assistant, that is, the master's secretary assistant. His big hands clenched the phone tightly, the arc at the corner of his lips was cold and sarcastic, chilling to the bone. 3 years have passed, and Shen Yuqing has not made any progress. He asked her to disappear and never appear in front of him again, so she really packed her suitcase and left the Shen residence before dawn. Oh, he is really obedient. Since she regarded him as a jackal, a tiger or a leopard, if she wanted to avoid him, he would naturally help her. If she wanted to hide, he would let her hide. At this time, footsteps were heard, and Shen Xiaoting's expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, and he looked up. Chapter 42. Why don't you let me accompany you? Royal blue is the color that best sets off her skin tone. Her skin, which is already fair, looks even whiter than snow, which is dazzling. Their high slit design on the left side makes Bai Shi's beautiful legs faintly visible between the hem of the skirt, looking slender, long, sexy and charming. I never expected that she could wear something so seductive. There was a moment of shock, and then the blood rushed up. Shen Xiaoting's eyes became dark, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he only uttered one word: change. The fork at the left leg almost reached their waist. He frowned. Why are the dresses here becoming more and more vulgar? Is it really that ugly? Ziqing looked at herself in the mirror a few more times and felt that, apart from the fact that she was exposed, she was still pretty good. After going back and forth for a long time, she had tried almost all the evening dresses that the lady brought, but none of them could satisfy the man outside. She spent a long while trying on each dress in the fitting room, but he only glanced at them briefly and threw out a word in a cold and heavy voice, and then she had to start all over again. Gradually, Ziqing became a little annoyed. She sat in the fitting room, breathing slightly, and said with great dissatisfaction, "Does it look so bad on me? Why not just pick something at random? He's ordering the maid around like a big shot. Doesn't he think changing clothes isn't tiring?" This made the lady holding the dress laugh. Mrs. Shen has a good figure. She looks beautiful in any dress. I think the blue one is the most beautiful. The first time Ziqing heard the words Mrs. Shen from someone else's mouth, she didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. In short, it was very subtle. President Shen must have felt that Mrs. Shen looked a little revealing in those dresses, so he has always been dissatisfied. Men are possessive. Really? Ziqing raised her eyebrows, looked up and smiled at the young lady. She clearly understood that some things were slowly going off track, such as her heart. At first, I agreed to marry him in order to protect the baby in my belly. But now, her heart has sunk. She is involuntarily and uncontrollably attracted to him and falls for him little by little. Of course, Mrs. Shen, why don't you try this red dress? I think it's very beautiful and very suitable for Mrs. Shen. The night is hazy and luxurious. Park Hyatt Hotel. The parking lot is already filled with world-famous cars, and a red carpet stretches from the fountain to the glass revolving door. Reporters swarmed in like a beehive, and the security guards had to work hard to maintain order. The hotel is dominated by golden color, exuding a strong Mediterranean style, and it looks even more luxurious at night. Xu Qinai was wearing a purple long dress and there were two friends beside her. The three of them were looking around in amazement. In the middle of the banquet hall is an Italian musical fountain. The water column rises and falls with the music. Famous paintings are carved on the French bronze columns. The transparent crystal lamps hanging in the air reflect colorful light, which is noble and magnificent. This was the first time Xu Qianai had ever stepped into such a place since she was a child. She was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and her friends around her praised her highly. Many upper-class nobles had gathered in the banquet hall, dressed in their best clothes, holding wine glasses, and chatting with smiles. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause. Xu Qianai looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes widened involuntarily. His mouth was wide enough for an egg to fit in. Is that little bitch Lin Ziqing? Ziqing was wearing a red strapless chiffon dress, which exposed Bai Shi's graceful neck and collarbone, making her skin look as smooth as cream. On the right shoulder, a red veil was tied into a knot, which fluttered in the air as she walked, drawing a beautiful arc. She wore light makeup, and her shiny black hair was tied into a ponytail with the same red gauze and fell on her shoulders. Beautiful, clean, and pure. Although she was not wearing anything revealing, she gave people an indescribable feeling of sexiness, contradiction, and yet so deadly, with a kind of Athena's beauty. Her hand was on Shen Xiaoting's arm. He was wearing a neat suit, with a sharp face and deep and sharp eyes. His innate elegance and dignity made him stand out among the crowd. The cameras in the hands of the reporters kept filming. Since the two people appeared, the dazzling white light has never stopped. Chen Haiyu whistled loudly, stared at Yi Ziqing, and said with a click of the tongue, "How come I never knew that teacher Yi was so attractive?" Hearing this, Shen Huaiye grabbed his ear with one hand and said, "Where are you looking?" It's on you, it's on you, it's on my wife." Chen Haiyu quickly admitted his mistake. Ji Chini smiled faintly, raised his eyebrows, and said without comment, "Teacher Yi is indeed a beauty." Chen Yuan raised her hips and pushed his body, "What do you think of me?" Before Ji Chini could say anything, Chen Haiyu's voice floated over, "Feng Saw." Chen Yuan glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and shot him a vicious look. Standing on the stage, Shen Xiaoting glanced at the many guests below the stage, his thin lips slightly curled, his voice mellow and sexy. "My wife and I would like to express our gratitude to everyone for attending the banquet today. We hope that everyone will enjoy themselves." Although it was just a simple polite remark, the audience burst into applause and roared continuously. Afterwards, Shen Xiaoting walked down from the stage calmly, leading Yi Ziqing, and walked towards the guests with elegant steps. If it weren't for his arm holding on, Yi Ziqing's legs might have gone weak. She had never experienced such a situation before, especially when she was the protagonist. "Relax, don't be nervous, I'm here." His warm and dry hands rested on her waist. He leaned over, his hot breath spraying beside her ears, his eyes filled with amazement. It was as if she had taken a reassurance pill. She relaxed, smiled naturally, clenched the corner of his clothes with her fingertips, and stayed inseparable from him. He kept shaking hands and greeting the guests around him. No matter who he was talking to, Shen Xiaoting's expression was always indifferent and polite. Yi Ziqing called out whatever his name was. If a guest asked her to drink, Shen Xiaoting would respond calmly, hand her a glass of juice and let her drink instead. She didn't know if it was because she drank too much juice or the heating in the banquet hall was too strong, but she felt her cheeks burning. Shen Xiaoting naturally noticed it as well. Bai Shi's cheeks seemed to be covered with a layer of light pink clouds, which looked soft and attractive. There were already many men around looking at her, and although they didn't dare to look at her openly, their prying eyes never stopped. His narrow eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure, and he brought Yi Ziqing to Shen Huaiye's side. "You stay with her." "Okay." Shen Huaiye responded with a smile and supported Yi Ziqing, who was feeling a little uncomfortable. "Why don't you let me come with you?" Chen Yuan was unhappy. Chapter 43. She couldn't guess what he was thinking. Shen Xiaoting glanced at her calmly. "You have no sense of security." "Mr. Shen, what are you talking about? I'm not a man. Am I going to eat her? Is she that unreliable?" Chen Haiyu is the best at finding opportunities to take advantage of others. "Let me make it clear first, the wedding candy boxes and the wedding banquet are fine, but I must make a scene in the bridal chamber tonight." Ji Chini also agreed, "Young Master Shen, you'd better be prepared tonight. You will definitely not be able to escape this level." His eyes swept over the two people who always liked to join in the fun. Shen Xiaoting frowned slightly, turned around and left without saying a word. "Not denying means you agree, right?" Chen Haiyu lightly bumped into Ji Chini's shoulder. "I think so. The wedding night should be exciting. If you have any good ideas, please provide them." Listening to the slightly excited conversation of the two grown men, Shen Huaiye shook her head helplessly. Yi Ziqing reached out and gently rubbed her slightly painful brows. Su Lan didn't want to show up, but it was a bit unreasonable not to show up. Shen Jinxiong, the father, is not here. If she, the mother, doesn't come either, who knows how the media will make a big fuss about it. So, she had no choice but to come, and after saying hello to everyone, she left. Shen Lianzhu saw Yi Ziqing at first sight. He never knew that teacher Yi would be so beautiful in a red dress. She was so beautiful that he was mesmerized. Well, his teacher Yi is very beautiful, delicate and clean even without wearing a red skirt. However, when his eyes swept over the eldest brother who had been hugging her, the smile on his lips turned bitter, and he drank one glass of wine after another. In the corner closest to the wall sat a woman, with a pot of green flowers in front of the table. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice that there was someone sitting there. There was a cocktail in front of Shen Yuqing. She looked through the gaps between the green flowers and her gaze was fixed on Shen Xiaoting. It's like it's been contaminated and can't be removed. She bought a high-speed rail ticket to Shan County in the morning and was already on the train, but she missed him so much. After one stop, she got off the bus and then turned back. She also wanted to ask herself, why bother? But she is out of control. Xu Qinai loved this kind of occasion the most. Looking at Ziqing, who was dressed so beautifully and looked like a different person, she felt angry and unwilling. Gritting her teeth, she turned around, not paying attention to her steps, and fell backwards. At the same time, a scream sounded behind her. What the hell? A glass of red wine spilled all over Lin Yirong's white dress, and she cursed in a low voice in displeasure. Xu Qinai was already in a bad mood, and he was also a troublemaker. When he heard the curse, he immediately got angry. Who are you cursing? Lin Yirong was also spoiled since she was little, and she couldn't stand being scolded at all. I'm scolding you, what? Don't you have eyes? Do you have eyes behind your back? Xu Qinai was quite good at scolding. You, after all, she was young, and Lin Yirong was speechless. She glanced at Xu Qinai and immediately looked disdainful. Did you pick up the dress you are wearing? This one sentence touched Xu Qinai's sore spot. She felt like someone had stepped on her tail, and her words became vicious. She's wearing such a high-end custom-made dress at such a young age. Could it be that she's being kept by that man? Lin Yirong's eyes were red with anger. Do you know who I am? Do you believe that I will ask Brother Shen to throw you out? Brother Shen, do you believe that I can let my brother-in-law throw you out? Xu Qinai narrowed his eyes and didn't buy her nonsense at all. Unable to stop scolding, Lin Yirong finally got angry and started to fight, and Xu Qinai didn't suffer any loss. Some people around were already looking over curiously. Shen Huaye stared at it for a few seconds, then poked Ziqing's arm. Hey, why is your sister-in-law making trouble again? Ziqing was resting with her eyes closed. Upon hearing this, she opened her eyes and looked over, and sure enough, she saw Xu Qinai taking action. As long as she is there, you will never have peace. Walking over, she frowned, pulled Xu Qinai by one hand, and said in a cold voice, have you had enough of Xu Qinai's trouble? I haven't made enough trouble yet. If I don't scratch her face today, I won't be named Xu. Damn it, you dare to scratch my face. Ziqing warned Xu Qinai word by word, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will ask the security guards to throw you out. Hearing this, Xu Qinai restrained himself, but Lin Yirong smiled with gloating. Come if you have the ability, I'm waiting for you to catch me in the act. At this moment, the flames that had just subsided a little suddenly rose up. Xu Qinai picked up the red wine on the table and poured it at Lin Yirong without thinking. Unexpectedly, Lin Yirong was splashed with red wine, which flowed down her face. Like a madman, Lin Yirong picked up the red wine on the table and poured one glass after another at the table like water. Only some of the wine splashed on Xu Qinai, but Ziqing's face, neck, and chest were all covered with red wine, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of a wine jar. Ziqing couldn't help shivering due to the sudden alternation between hot and cold. Her body felt even more uncomfortable. Her already dizzy head became even more dizzy. Her feet tilted and her body fell to the side. Shen Lianjue walked over quickly, took off his suit jacket, put it on Ziqing, and put his arms around her slender shoulders to steady her body. Before he took a step, a deep voice came, I'll do it. Shen Xiaoting leaned forward and picked up Ziqing. His eyes narrowed sharply and slammed into Lin Yirong. If you make trouble again, go back to Beijing. Lin Yirong trembled slightly, a little scared. Brother Shen had never spoken to her like this before. This was the first time he said such harsh words to her. Xu Qinai was also intimidated by those eyes. A bone-chilling chill flowed through her body, making her feel a little cold. That sentence was clearly directed at the little violent person opposite, but she could feel the sharp breath coming towards her and couldn't utter a word. Such a simple sentence completely calmed the two of them down instantly. Shen Lianjue looked at his arm that had fallen in the air, forced a twitch of his mouth, raised his eyes, and returned to his seat, mixing beer with cocktails. The colors were bright and the alcohol was so strong that he drank several glasses in a row without even blinking. He was drunk and dizzy, and then his teacher Yi appeared in front of him, slowly turning into 1, 2, 3. Shen Yuqing saw the scene happening before her clearly. I saw him gently pick up Ziqing, and I also saw him deliberately covering up the glare that slipped out from her chest. He pursed his lips tightly, and seemed to be very unhappy. What is he unhappy about? She couldn't guess. Raising her neck, Ziqing picked up the liquor on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Because she was not used to it, she even choked and shed tears. Then she stood up, put on her sunglasses, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and turned away. However, the hand holding the suitcase was so tense. Chapter 44, Finally I can tease him once. Inside the presidential suite. Ziqing put Ziqing on the sofa, his eyes fixed on her pink cheeks, with a hint of anger in them. Don't you have a brain? You see the red wine being poured on you and you don't avoid it. You just stand there and get splashed, huh? The man had a deep, rich voice, and when he spoke, a familiar and pleasant scent came towards me. His words seemed to be angry and irritated. But in Ziqing's eyes, she actually felt that it sounded a bit touching. She raised her head, her small nose slightly wrinkled, and stared at him with bright eyes. I feel dizzy. Her voice was soft and cottony, like a breeze blowing across my heart, and her expression seemed a little aggrieved. Her face was always red, and she bit her lips, looking a little charming. Ziqing's Adam's apple rolled, and he suddenly felt his neck was too tight. He tugged at his tie with his big hands and said in a low voice, "Go take a shower first, then rest. Call me if you have anything." Okay. Ziqing responded. After he left, she took a shower, drank 2 large cups of warm water, and after resting for a long time, she finally felt relaxed. After what happened just now, Ziqing definitely doesn't have the courage to make trouble again. After changing her clothes, Ziqing leaned on the sofa and dozed off. About 3 hours later, she heard footsteps and opened her eyes. Ziqing, Ziqing, and Chen Haiyu have appeared in front of her. "Teacher Yi, are you ready?" Chen Haiyu narrowed his peach blossom eyes and smiled sweetly, while the belt in his hand kept twitching in the air. His posture made Ziqing puzzled. What preparations? Preparation for the wedding night. Hearing this, Ziqing shrugged his shoulders helplessly, while Ziqing narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chen Haiyu. Are you that excited? Of course, the excitement and stimulation are endless. How can I not be excited when I can finally get my revenge? Let me first remind you of the rules of the bridal chamber. Teacher Yi must cooperate with any request made by Ziqing and I. It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. The one who will be punished will be our young master Shen. Har har har. Chen Haiyu felt excited just thinking about it. Ziqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Stop that disgusting smile of yours." Touching his nose embarrassedly, Chen Haiyu swung his belt and said, "Young master Shen, take off your clothes quickly, leaving only the inner storeroom." After taking 2 deliberate glances at him, Ziqing stood up and quickly unbuttoned his suit and shirt, and then his trousers, all in one go, smoothly and effortlessly. Ziqing blushed and wanted to escape from this place. "I'll go to the banquet hall to take a look." Chen Haiyu took a step to the left and blocked her way. "The banquet is over, there's nothing to see. Besides, the main guests of the banquet are lying here right now. What is Teacher Yi going to do? Come, the first program, treasure hunting with fragrant lips. It's very simple. Teacher Yi just needs to use her fragrant lips to pick up the things that young Master Shen has placed on him, but the premise is that you can only use your lips. Chen Haiyu is such a shameless person. He actually plays such a dirty game. Teacher Yi, hurry up." Chen Haiyu was still urging in dissatisfaction. Ziqing stood there without moving. "Give Teacher Yi another 2 minutes. If Teacher Yi still doesn't move, the consequences, tsk. Ziqing turned her eyes and looked at Ziqing pleadingly. She felt that Ziqing was rational and normal. But who would have thought that Ziqing leisurely picked up a glass of red wine and even leaned on the sofa, ready to enjoy it? Ziqing. As soon as the 2 minutes were up, Chen Haiyu started to take action, hitting Ziqing's back with the belt again and again. Listening to the loud sound and the gradually emerging red mark, Ziqing knew that Chen Haiyu was definitely serious. Hesitant and conflicted, she bit her lips. "Teacher Yi, let's finish early. Otherwise, we can make a fuss all night. You have to believe that I have the energy and strength to do so." As he spoke, Chen Haiyu increased the strength in his hands. The chances to abuse young Master Shen were few and far between. Now that he had finally caught the chance, how could he let it go? The sound of the belt whipping her kept echoing in her ears, making Ziqing's heart beat faster. When her eyes fell on the back that had turned red, she felt distressed. She gritted her teeth and went for it. After all, making a fuss in the bridal chamber was a very common thing, so instead of being embarrassed about it, it would be better to get it over with quickly. Hearing this, Chen Haiyu smiled and stopped what he was doing. Yi Ziqing walked forward and ate the candy on his forehead first. Their eyes met, her heart beat faster, and she quickly looked away. Yi Ziqing naturally noticed it, and her cheeks turned red as if blood was dripping. Chen Haiyu looked at young Master Shen, who was enduring so hard, and raised his lips in great satisfaction. It was so gratifying. Ziqing also raised his lips rarely and sipped the red wine. Well, Mr. Shen's face changed color. He could really endure it. Finally, Shen Xiaoting jumped up from the big bed, with a gloomy handsome face, kicked Chen Haiyu on the butt, grabbed his arms with both hands, and pushed him out of the room. Then, he turned back and stood in front of Ziqing, his voice extremely hoarse. Do you choose to go out by yourself, or do you want me to do it? Ziqing is a man of insight and smiles. I always like to do things by myself and have enough food and clothing. After the words fell, he even considerately closed the door and added a blessing. I wish you a hot night, and, too much is harmful to your health. Outside the room, Chen Haiyu leaned against the wall, smiling with satisfaction. Even though he had been kicked in the butt, it could not stop his good mood. Can you please restrain that smile of yours? It really makes me feel sick. Why? Do you think my smile is ugly? Not beautiful. Ziqing. Mrs. Shen. He spoke in a hoarse voice, which made Yi Ziqing's ears numb, and even stuttered when speaking. What are you doing? So, this is the difference between men and women. After doing all this, Yi Ziqing still didn't dare to look up at Shen Xiaoting. Her heart was beating fast. She lowered her head and just said, I'm going to take a shower. After she finished speaking, she didn't even dare to glance around and walked straight towards the bathroom. His deep but still fiery eyes stared at her back intently. Shen Xiaoting's mouth corners slowly curled up and his voice was deep. Didn't Mrs. Shen just take a shower? No. It's not clean, I'll wash it again. Holding her, Shen Xiaoting kept their bodies pressed tightly together. When Yi Ziqing woke up, she found that she was back at Shen's residence, not the hotel suite. When she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. She had no idea when she returned to the Shen residence. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock. Yi Ziqing sat up from the bed, but her body felt like it was run over by wheels. Thinking of last night, her cheeks turned slightly red, and then became extremely hot. Chapter 45. The two of them went on a long journey together. Everyone at the Shen residence having breakfast today was there, except Shen Yuqing. Lydia Su raised her head, looked at Shen Xiaoting, and said, Xiaoting, your grandmother called this morning and asked you to go to Beijing. Grandma didn't say anything. Shen Xiaoting paused what he was doing, his low voice mixed with a hint of tenderness. She said she hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you. She's busy with work in Beijing and can't spare the time, so she asked you to come over. Yeah. He responded softly and made a decision immediately. Ziqing and I will go to Beijing together. Ziqing. As far as I can remember, this was the first time he called her name like that. It was subtle, but it sounded nice. Hearing this, Lydia Su's expression changed slightly, but she hid it very well and made an excuse that was gentle and pleasant to the ears. When Ziqing is here, Mom still has a companion. Once she leaves, Mom will be the only one left in such a big Shen residence. How lonely it will be, isn't it, Ziqing? Now that things have come to this, what else can she say? Coming back to her senses, Yi Ziqing smiled. I'll listen to my mother. For the first time, Sulan felt a little satisfied with Yi Ziqing and patted her shoulder gently. Yi Ziqing was a little flattered and gave a stiff smile, which was indeed more unnatural. Shen Xiaoting raised his eyebrows and looked at her for a few seconds, then moved his thin lips and spoke lightly. Mom, do you think Grandma really misses me? She has other intentions. It's obvious that she wants to see her grandson's wife and great-grandson. She didn't have a honeymoon after getting married. Ziqing just happens to have a vacation. Even if she goes to Beijing for a honeymoon and sees Grandma, she can have the best of both worlds. Sulan was blocked and had nothing to say. Although she was dissatisfied, she had no choice but to nod. Just do as you say. Lin Yirong also spoke up. Then I'll go back to Beijing together tomorrow. I want to go back too. Grandpa also called to urge me to go back. Then you go with your brother Shen. I'll have someone to take care of me on the way. and I can rest assured. Su Lan said to Lin Yirong with a smile. Putting down his chopsticks, Shen Lianjue, who had been silent all this time, also spoke, I miss my grandma. Lydia Su glanced at him and said directly, you stay at home and study hard. With just one sentence, Shen Lianjue's way was cut off. He looked somewhat dissatisfied and depressed. Afterwards, Shen Xiaoting went to the company, and Su Lan stayed at the Shen's house without going out, so Ziqing could no longer stay at the Shen's house. She was strolling on the street bored, and thinking about going to Beijing tomorrow. She planned to buy a gift. After calling Shen Lianjue and asking for the general idea, she decided to buy some local specialties. Night. Ziqing had just finished applying the facial mask when the door of the room was pushed open. Shen Xiaoting walked in, threw his black coat casually on the sofa, and poured a glass of red wine. What time is the flight tomorrow? 8 o'clock in the morning. Do I still need to pack my luggage? He took a sip of red wine and said 2 words, no need. Nodding, Ziqing continued packing her suitcase. She bought a lot of local specialties, so it was impossible for her to go without a suitcase. Sitting lazily on the sofa, he squinted his eyes and glanced at her as she stuffed some red and green things in, frowning, what is it? Specialties. She didn't look up, still stuffing things in her suitcase. It seemed that she bought too much and the suitcase could not hold them all. Mrs. Shen is quite thoughtful. Ziqing shrugged and said shamelessly, I think so too. Shen Xiaoting curled his lips slightly, is there any dinner in the kitchen? Are you hungry? She turned and looked at him. His slender fingers slightly pinched his brows, and he spoke, his lips full of strong alcohol smell, I drank a lot of wine at social events, so I suppressed the alcohol smell. Hearing this, Ziqing stood up and said, I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. There was ramen in the kitchen, some diced beef, and a little coriander. In a short while, she prepared a bowl of beef ramen. It was very light and the beef was almost chopped into fine pieces. Shen Xiaoting stared at it for a few seconds and sat there without moving. She turned around, a little surprised, not eating. There are carrots in it. Eat it if you want. Radish is not poisonous. Ziqing ignored him and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a whole day of socializing, Shen Xiaoting had only drunk wine. Now, smelling the faint fragrance, he felt a little hungry. He took another look at the white radish slices floating in the bowl, his handsome brows frowned slightly, and after a moment, his big hands finally picked up the chopsticks. She took a shower and washed her hair, and it was half an hour later when she came out of the bathroom. The tall body had fallen on the bed, seemingly asleep. Ziqing walked lightly, looked at the coffee table, and felt a little amused. She finally understood how much he disliked eating white radish. On the edge of the coffee table, there were a dozen slices of white radish that he had specially picked out with chopsticks. The noodle soup had even been drunk up, the dishes and chopsticks had been washed, and only the white radish was left. Who would have thought that the famous President Shen in City S would eat like a child, picking out the food he didn't like with chopsticks? Chuckling, she cleaned up the coffee table, wished him good night, and fell asleep as well. The next morning, I woke up at 6 o'clock and rushed to the airport without stopping for a moment, picked up the ticket, went through security, and boarded the plane. Shen Xiaoting's seat was next to the window, with documents that the company needed to process in front of him. His eyes were focused and his slender fingers kept flipping through the papers. Ziqing sat next to him, picked up the magazine on the plane, took a look at it, showed no interest, and put it back. Across the aisle from her sat a middle-aged man, about 30 years old, who looked like a business elite. Miss, are you a teacher? Nodding, Ziqing felt surprised and curious. How did you know? Intuition. My intuition is always accurate and has never been wrong. The lady has a very calm and quiet personality. The man smiled gently. Since they had nothing to do sitting there, the two of them started chatting. During the chat, they found that they were very similar in terms of interests and hobbies. Having a common topic made the conversation more pleasant, and the man was mature and humorous, which made Ziqing laugh non-stop. When he raised his chin, Shen Xiaoting saw the woman next to him supporting her chin with her hand, laughing softly, her bright eyes narrowed into a slit, her cheeks pink, like a cat, and the color in his eyes was slightly darker. Ziqing didn't notice and was still listening to the man opposite her telling jokes. She even laughed until tears came out. The beauty smiled like a flower, and the man was delighted and handed over his business card. She was about to reach out to take it when a deep voice fell beside her ear, "Get up." Turning around, Ziqing looked at Shen shouting in confusion, "What's wrong? Change position." His voice was as deep as ever. "Aren't you sitting fine? Why do you suddenly want to change seats?" "I'm sitting fine here, it's quite convenient." She looked at him. Shen shouting narrowed his eyes, glanced at her, and said lightly, "It's inconvenient for me to go in and out." So, the two of them changed seats. Ziqing had no one to chat with, and she was feeling sleepy, so she tilted her head and fell asleep.